Morning, welcome to New Road to Worcester for day 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Leicestershire, and another absolutely glorious day as well. Leicestershire will resume on 183 for 2 in their first innings. Got Lancashire's Director of Cricket, Paul Allott, with me. Nicely balanced this one, Paul?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a very good pitch. It's a slow pitch. It requires a lot of patience from both batsmen and bowlers, but we've seen a little bit of turn. And the pitch, I think, over the next couple of days will wear. I think this will be a crucial day. Third day usually is, and I think in this Bob Willis Trophy the third innings is going to be very important, not just in this game but right the way through the tournament as well. With a restriction on first innings to 120 overs, I think the third innings will prove crucial right throughout the tournament.
Yeah, they've got 50 overs left to bat, haven't they, yeah. Leicestershire? 322 in the first dig. Were you happy with that from your side?
We'd have liked a few more, I think. But what we've got to do is look at the side we've put out, the inexperience that's within it, mingled with some experience. I think we'd have been aiming for sort of 360, 380, to be perfectly honest. And our job now is to take wickets and restrict Leicestershire in this remaining 50 overs of their first innings.
Clearly, Tom Bailey, senior member of the attack, but in terms of the young lads who've made their debut and bowled yesterday, what was your assessment of it?
I was very encouraged by the way Tom Hartley bowled. He bowled 20 overs, had good control, and took his maiden first-class wicket. George Balderson as well didn't bowl so many overs. When he did, he bowled nicely. He took his maiden first-class wicket. Danny Lamb, let's not forget, he's not particularly experienced either. And Ed Moulton, I thought, was incredibly unlucky. I thought he could have quite easily in his first couple of overs got a wicket, a couple of streaky edges through the slips. So all in all, I don't think we bowled poorly at all. We obviously would have liked a few more wickets, and the experience that these youngsters will gain over this summer will be invaluable for them.
Well, let's hear from one of them. Got up with George Balderson after play last night. His first-class wicket for Lancashire, and utterly thrilled to have taken. How much have you enjoyed today?
Yeah, absolutely loved it, being out in the field with the boys for the first time. It was obviously very tough, a tough day of cricket, and we had to toil quite hard, but to get a couple of results towards the end of the day, for me and Tommy to get our first wickets was excellent. Talk
me through last night and this morning with your approach to batting. You looked a little bit more comfortable and confident this morning.
Yeah, I knew with the new ball this morning it might just slide onto the bat a bit nicer, and it might give me an option to try and play a few more shots. In the back of our mind at the start today, we were also thinking whether we could get to 350 in order to get that extra bonus point at 110 overs. It didn't turn out to be possible that we could get there, but that was the thinking behind a few more shots.
Did you feel a little bit more comfortable this morning or not?
Yeah, probably. Having got past that, getting off the mark, scoring a couple of runs. But it was just hard work last night, and this morning the conditions seemed to favour us a bit more.
In terms of 322, how are you assessing that?
Probably just around par. It's hard to know until both sides have batted on it. We just spoke about trying to bowl top of off stump for long periods of time, and hopefully that'll give us some rewards and help us take a few wickets to put us in a position to win the game.
And talk us through this afternoon then. How much did you enjoy picking up your first wicket?
Yeah, it's not exactly what you sort of dream of, a court cover, but they all count. Tommy got a nice wicket as well. His was probably more the ones that you'd look back on fondly and think, oh, nice one, this turn, took the inside edge and caught it short leg, but more than happy with mine, and hopefully it's the first of a few to come.
Was it similar to your batting in your second spell? It seemed perhaps a little bit more coming to you a little bit more natural than your first spell. Is that fair or not?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. Subconsciously, as much as anything, I was probably feeling it a little bit more and trying to run in and desperate really to put that ball in the right area. And probably as the day progressed, I just relaxed into it a bit more and felt more comfortable out there.
Talk us through about what it's like to make your first-class debut for Lancashire. How special is it?
Yeah, it's really special. It's something that you dream of for your whole youth sort of career. I mean, I came up through the Cheshire youth system, but everyone who plays for Cheshire grows up watching Lancashire, coming to Old Trafford and wanting to play at Old Trafford one day and play first-class cricket for Lancashire. So it's a special day for me, my family, and everyone involved with me.
Is it slightly surreal that your family aren't here?
Yeah, but they've been able to watch this stream, so I guess that helps. I know they'd love to be here, but there's nothing we could do about it in these current circumstances, so more than happy for them to watch the stream and just happy to be playing.
When did you find out you would be playing?
Not until about 10 o'clock on the morning of the game.
Okay.
I didn't really know how it was all going to work, whether we'd find out the night before, the morning of the game. And there was 14 of us turning up to breakfast on the first morning. And I'm looking around and thinking, we've got a lot of good players here. I'm struggling to make the 11. But thankful that the coaching staff will give me a chance, and hopefully I can repay their faith in me.
Were you pleased not to know the night before? Or was it quite nice just to you're playing and just crack on and get on with it?
Yeah, I guess it made it a little bit easier for me. There was no time really to get nervous. It was just a case of, right, you're playing, focus on the job in hand, and when you get out there and get a chance to bat, try and score some runs and keep it as simple as that, really.
And is it nice to be part of a team that's got 3 players making their first class debuts, yourself, Tom and Ed as well?
Yeah, I guess it takes the spotlight off you as a debutant a little bit, because there's 3 of us. Equally special for all 3 of us, and I think if I made it either on my own, with Tom, with Ed, whoever, it would have been special either way.
You as a player, George, what do you feel is your strongest suit, batting or bowling?
I think we're still sort of trying to figure that one out at the moment. I feel like I'm quite lucky in terms of my game gives me options to get into a team in different sort of areas. Whether I enjoy batting at the top of the order, I'll have to improve probably to get the opportunity to do that in the first team. But then my bowling as well gives me more options, and I like to think I'm a decent fielder. So it's good for me, and hopefully I help give the coach a few options, and we'll see what sort of progresses more over the next few years.
And you've got your Lancashire cap on and your Lancashire shirt on. You're out there with Dane Willis and Stephen Croft and Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. I mean, it's terrific, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. And them 4 lads you've mentioned as well have been excellent in easing us young lads into the first class environment, and it's been excellent to be with people like that. I mean, I saw that tweet about Croft. It's his 16th year in professional cricket, so there's plenty of experience in that changing room alongside the youth, and I think it's a really nice blend at the moment. And
quite a lot of responsibility, I guess, because Tom Bailey, clearly the senior guy, but Danny Lamb's only just started his first class career, and then you've got 3 lads on debut as well, so a little bit of responsibility there for you.
Yeah, there is, and hopefully we can step up and take that responsibility on and perform as well as possible. There's no real point trying to get nervous about it or worrying about it. Just get on with the job in hand, and hopefully tomorrow we can come back, do that, take 3, 4, 5th wicket, and see where we can get to in this game.
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. to New Road. Oh, look at the weather. Oh, it's beautiful. Goodness me, what a glorious sunny day here in Worcester for day 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy between Lancashire and Leicestershire. I'm Scott Reed, Richard Ray's alongside me, and it could not be more picturesque. It's absolutely beautiful, Richard. It is.
It's simply gorgeous, and I do assure you we appreciate how fortunate we are on a Monday morning to be here at, and laughingly calling this work, actually. It is wonderful. It's a lovely, lovely sight. A lot of blue sky above us, gentle breeze, a few white clouds around, the white swans on the 7, the cathedral in the background, and the match wonderfully poised. Leicestershire about to resume on 183-4-2. What we've just been talking about, Scott and I, though, is the fact Leicestershire have occupied 70 overs getting to that stage. So although they've built a big foundation, remember, you only get 120 overs in your first innings in this competition.
Here come the umpires making their way out to the middle. Umpire Nick Cook carrying his cap, nattering away to his colleague Rob Yates, who's up towards the edge of the boundary rope, and the players following closely by. Yes, that's another...
Rob Yates. Who's Rob Yates?
He's a footballer.
That's okay.
Oh dear. The players are on their way out to the middle. The two batsmen making their way out. Off we go. We've got Colin Ackermann on 15, and we've got Ben Slater on 104. Centurion yesterday. Ben Slater, you caught up with him, didn't you?
Did, yeah. I had a good chat with him. It was he's an impressive young man. Derbyshire boy, of course, Chesterfield, and obviously, they tend to be slightly coached in what they are going to say, but you felt it was genuine. He said he really wanted to say thank you to Leicestershire for just giving him a chance to play some cricket, and obviously this was the best way of doing that. I did ask him, Leicestershire supporters, what were the prospects of extending that loan, and he said, honestly, I don't know. He said it all happened so quickly. He said it would obviously be up to Notts up to a point, but I guess if he does well in these 4 innings, then and see how Notts are getting on themselves, they seem to be doing okay anyway. Whether it might be extended for the rest of August, who knows?
Indeed. Well, he batted very nicely yesterday, and Azad did as well. It was a good day, wasn't it? And I think you as you mentioned, quite evenly balanced. Yeah. I think
3-2-2. Lancashire in their first innings. Leicestershire 183-4-2 with 50 overs remaining. If Leicestershire, well, if they were even to score at 4 and over, which is pretty high for the county championship for first class cricket, then that would only obviously get them to 380. So around that sort of level, which would only be 40 odd, 50 in the lead. They're going to be wanting to be more than that to try and put Lancashire under pressure. So as you put it, they're going to have to get a wiggle on if they're going to get a decent lead. At the same time, Lancs will think, well, maybe we can bowl them out for less than 300 and get a lead of our own.
So here we go, Tom Bailey to bowl the first ball of the day. It's a beauty as well to Ben Slater, who is pressing forward. The ball just nips away and into the gloves of Alex Davis. And there's no run.
He definitely started a lot earlier. 2 minutes earlier.
Yeah, we're up and about nice and early. Umpires White and Cook are keen to get on with it. Why not? They've been waiting a while to umpire some cricket matches. Here's Bailey from the New Road end. Balls to Slater, who leaves this next delivery.
On the subject of the umpires, it has been confirmed that Dieter Klein has committed a level 2 offence under law 42.2 regarding players' conduct yesterday when the ball was played back to him by Danny Lamb, batting, picked up by Klein, hurled at the stumps and low and hit Lamb on the foot. And the match umpire, Alex Swan.
There's Bailey right arm around the wicket to Slater, who's defending, and there's no run.
Thought about it. He took evidence from players and umpires. All had to be written down by all overnight. He took evidence and has decided to confirm that offence has been committed. 5 runs added to Lancashire's total, and Leicestershire will face a sort of disciplinary points. I don't know quite how many yet.
Bailey to Slater. Shoulders, arms. No run.
But in case you're worried, Leicester supporters, it isn't added to any outstanding totals. It won't trigger anything because of that, any suspended fines regarding Charlie Streck's abusing Hassan Azad, because all that has expired. Hooray, thankfully. So no worries in that respect, at least.
Well, it certainly generated a lot of debate yesterday, and on the social media, a lot of people having their opinion on it as Bailey bowls to Slater. Maybe it stays a little bit low, doesn't it?
I chatted to Has yesterday outside the ground, and I was saying, what do you think of the pitch? Is it going to deteriorate enough to make things interesting over the next couple of days? And he said, maybe. He said, there are a few starting to keep low, and he thought one or two balls were starting to turn not out of the footholds. Obviously, as left-handers, he was facing balls coming out of the footholds yesterday, from Tom Hartley in particular, but he felt that maybe one or two were starting to turn.
Okay. We shall see how the third day develops. Bailey back in to Slater. That's a good-looking shot off the back foot, but straight to Tom Hartley at point. No runs. That completes the first over of the morning, and a maiden to begin with. 183 for 2. The Leicestershire Foxes. Those with us on the live stream. Hopefully you'll have enjoyed some previews with Paul Allott, Lancashire's cricket director. Spoke to him prior to play starting, and then the interview last night, which nice to have a chat with George Balderson, reflecting on his debut for Lancashire and his first wicket as well. And he spoke very well. The young man, clearly a very impressive cricketer and a very impressive young chap as well. Spoke superbly about the pride of making his debut, playing in a team with the likes of Keaton Jennings and Dane Villas and Alex Davis, Stephen Croft. He spoke really well, so I hope you enjoyed that prior to the build-up. Pictures continuing on the live stream for members of Lancashire and Leicestershire, and you can take us with you out and about today if you're on the move. BBC Sport website and app for ball-by-ball coverage as well throughout the course of this third day. Here comes Ed Moulton bowling. Slashed away by Ackermann. That's a good-looking shot. Just dropped a little bit short, really, and he absolutely clattered into that through the covers. Didn't need a sighter, didn't Colin Ackermann. Races its way out towards the boundary for 4 runs. So he moves to 19, and Leicestershire 187 for 2. And we're also on medium wave as well. There's loads of different ways to keep across the Bob Willis Trophy this year. So BBC Radio Lancashire listeners, 855 medium wave with us as well. Moulton over the wicket to Ackermann, who's in defence, right in behind it, and playing it to mid-off, and there's no run. And for those on the live stream, there will be a little bit of lunchtime entertainment as well. There'll be a little video to come for those watching on the live stream. I'll bring you some more details on that in due course.
Ooh, sounds intriguing.
And hopefully we're in for an intriguing third day as well. Moulton over the wicket to Ackermann, steered off an edge, I think, and through to the third man boundary, where Hartley comes round to complete the fielding. Ackermann gets a single, he moves to 20, and the Foxes to 188 for 2.
It was a crashing drive off the first ball of the over, wasn't it?
Yeah, the 120 overs for the first innings scenario is an intriguing one, because I think that just
isn't
it does, yeah. It changes an awful lot. It means that teams don't need to take 20 wickets to win a game. It means that you don't need to be... Obviously, the batting side has to be conscious of batting bonus points. That still applies inside the first 110 overs, but also knowing they only have 120 to bat.
Yeah.
It does bring a different dimension to it, I think.
Might be 1 or 2 more results.
There's Moulton around the wicket, bowling to Slater. He's playing defensively into the offside. There's Rob Jones at cover, and there is no run.
Probably being a bit premature after just a couple of overs, or less than a couple of overs, but I'm getting already the impression that Leicestershire might look to play around Slater, so to speak, that the batsman at the other end might look to be the aggressors, while Slater sort of holds an end up. We'll see.
Some balls to Slater, but down the leg side, a tumbling take from Alex Davis, Lancashire's wicket-keeper, no run. Well, it was terrific yesterday, wasn't he? It was a really well put together century. It was a terrific partnership with Azad. The only criticism, and I don't think it's a criticism, it's just an observation actually, it did take quite a bit of time, and when you're restricted to the number of overs in your first innings. He's malted around the wicket to Slater. He's played up to mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of the over, 188 for 2.
So Ed Moulton is the only one of the debutants yet to pick up a wicket in. He was by no means the worst bowler yesterday at all. He bowled pretty well by and large. A wee bit understandably nervous early on, but his second spell he came back strong, and indeed his third. How many overs has he bowled now? 15 with that one this morning. None for 40 for him, 4 maidens. Hot sun this morning. It's warmer out there than it was yesterday. Feel it on the face as soon as you get out there in the sun. I'm sure the Lancashire boys have all got their sun cream on. Hopefully.
There's Bailey from the New Road end, past umpire White. Ackermann playing a forward defensive to mid-on, no run. Was it warm on the morning jog this morning, Richard?
Beautiful, perfect really. You know, maybe that sort of 7 o'clock in the morning, sort of 20 odd, 21, something like that. Perfect, and just a gentle breeze running up and down the river, so to speak. There's a pedestrian bridge down at Diglis Lock, or near Diglis Lock. It's the biggest lock gates I've ever seen. But it means you can run up one side, back down the other.
Barely over the wicket. Ackermann forward in defence, no run.
It's about a 2.5 mile circuit, so a few times around that.
A few?
Well, 3.
Oh, goodness, good effort. Well, you mean you are a professional runner?
No, it's just a way of kind of keeping my Paul Allott at bay.
Now we will not be seeing a Paul Allott lap up today, because he's not going to be here today. No,
he was here this morning.
He was, but he has appointments in London today. There's Bailey balls to Ackermann. That's clipped into the onside, no run.
Great puffs of dust coming up as Ackermann sort of stood up there from his feet, from the crease already. But given that it's all been swept, and just shows how dry it is. The dust is already accumulating around the crease area. Talked to Alex Swan, the match umpire, and he said how dry it was, and you think, well, maybe then it will crumble and turn, but he didn't think so. He didn't think it would.
Ackermann stands waiting patiently for Bailey and driving handsomely, but he may have got a little touch on that off his own bowling, just to take a wee bit of the pace off, and fielding completed at mid-off by Josh Bohannon, no run.
It's a lovely digestive biscuit colour, isn't it? In the sun, shining slightly.
Yeah, it's borderline custard cream, but I'll take your digestive. That's so yeah.
Put it this way, there isn't much of a hint of green, is there, around it?
Bailey to Ackermann, neatly in behind, defends again, no run.
Again, as the feet moved, great cloud of dust went backwards towards Alex Davies there. Yes, Leicestershire, I'm not going to say anything, they're not overjoyed about the ruling about decline. They felt that Lamb started to move forward, took half a step forward, whether it was as part of the shot or whatever, and that kind of triggered the throw. But
Bailey to Ackermann, who's right forward, defending into the offside, no run, end of the over, 188 for 2.
And it certainly wasn't at the body of Lamb. It was, it obviously hit him on the foot. He was aiming at the foot of the stumps, but such is Mr. Swan's verdict.
The MCC have had their.
Have they?
Yes,
they've it was
tweeted.
invited rather cheekily by the Lancashire Twitter feed,
yeah.
in fairness.
And that little cheeky invitation has received a reply.
Right, let's hear it.
So it says the umpires were right. Law 42.3.1 states, and I quote, throwing the ball at a player, umpire, or another person in an inappropriate and dangerous manner shall constitute a level 2 offence. Molten balls, and that's a good shot. That's 4 runs for Slater, I think, through extra cover. Yeah, there is. I think Balderson's on the boundary on that far side, but I'm not going to cut that one off.
Yeah, I suppose motive is irrelevant, or intention. Wrong word, not motive. Intention is irrelevant on that basis. If it's dangerous, whether you mean to do it or not, then that's the offence committed, I guess.
And the end, this little tweet with 5 penalty runs is the correct outcome, especially as the striker made no attempt to leave his ground.
Well, see, that's the argument.
Moulton around the wicket, and it's left alone by Slater, who's 108 not out, and Leicestershire are 192 for 2.
Do get in touch with us on Twitter, and we'll keep an eye on this absolutely brilliant stream and comments on the stream that Lancashire are providing for this game. They've added to the number of cameras available with handheld cameras and a director and camera operators.
Here's Moulton back in, and Slater just easing it into the offside, no run.
And, people really appreciating it. It's pretty close to TV quality for those who are able to access the stream. But you can tweet me at RichMRae, R-A-E. You can tweet Scott.
Yeah, at Scott Reed, 16.
The number's 16.
Indeed, yep. Moulton to Slater. Drives us along the ground, but this time Balderson, who's out on the cover boundary, jogs up to field the ball, and just a 1 this time for Slater, so he moves to 109, and the Foxes 193 for 2.
It is good to know that you're watching and listening. And if there's anything particular we can help you with, we will do our darndest.
Ackermann waiting for Moulton, playing it with his bat in front of his pad and just leaning into it, clipping it up towards mid-on, no run. Yes, and we'll keep you right across all the other scores that are taking place. The games across the Bob Willis Trophy, and all into day 3.
So apparently you asked Paul Allott, how many walks will you be doing around the boundary today? Was this yesterday?
Molten balls to Ackermann off the back foot, driving up to mid-off, no run.
To which he replied, I don't know, it depends how I feel and if I can be bothered. So it wasn't part of his...
I forgot to ask him yesterday.
Okay.
I was going to ask him, and I completely forgot about his laps around the outfield.
That's from Michael. Good morning to you, Michael, with the red rose of Lancashire. Twitter handle. He's heading off to London for...
yeah, he's got an appointment in London apparently, so he's...
It'll be to do with money, won't it? Bless all the directors of cricket, I'm sure, of all the various counties. That's very much uppermost in their minds at the moment.
And Bailey starts a fresh over from the New Road end, around the wicket and balls, guided away off the back foot by Slater. Keaton Jennings comes stomping up from the point boundary to field.
He's got lockdown hair, Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, he's magnificent.
Yeah. It is rather.
It is
actually
superb. I'm very, very envious of that.
It's piled up there like a 50s starlet.
He's magnificent.
like Barbara Windsor's beehive, isn't it?
It is. It is a work of art.
Can we add Keaton as a 50s starlet to our list of professions?
Bailey bowls and Ackermann is forward and playing it to Rob Jones at cover, no run.
We've got Bailey the shepherd. We have Aaron Lilly, the hipster's barman.
Which I think is a wonderful description of Aaron Lilly.
And now we have Keaton Jennings, the 50s film star.
Yes, the dashing heartthrob. Jimmy Stewart. Here's Bailey in. And Ackermann defending to mid-off, no run.
You'd take that, wouldn't you? To like Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, you would, yeah. He was.
He was.
Yeah.
Cool guy. Cool guy.
He was in Hitchcock films, wasn't he?
He was.
In loads of Hitchcock films. Rear Window, it's one of my favourites. I quite like that film. 1-9, 4 for 2. So this is how the field looks. It's well spread. The third man, long leg, deep square leg, deep point. Ackermann defends back down the pitch, actually runs into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And the balls pop off, and umpire Rob White has to reach down to pick them up and pop them back on. There's also a man actually there's Balderson sweeping on that cover boundary. There's a backward point. There's cover, there's mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. For Bailey. Wicketless so far in the second innings. In the first innings here for Lancashire as he comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a short ball. Ackermann just bending his knees and leaning back. Fizzes into the gloves of Alex Davis, and there's no run. A little extra put into that by Tom Bailey. Lancashire's bowling stock's a little depleted for this game, with Onions picking up an injury and Wood not fit, and Mahmood and Gleeson away.
A little. Goodness, yeah.
Turned nicely by Ackermann through the onside. That might be 4. Willis is at mid-on, he's desperately chasing towards the boundary, does ever so well to get to it. They've run 3 in the end. That's excellent by Dame Willis, the Lancashire captain there, because he looked like he timed that really well. A wristy shot which he flicked through mid-wicket. And a straight mid-wicket really, to Willis having to chase after it from mid-on ever so well to scoop the ball in. And the score at the end of that over moves up to 197 for 2, and Colin Ackermann's on 23, with Ben Slater 110 not out.
Sun just goes behind cloud for a moment, which I think will come as something of a relief to the players already, although they've only been out there a short time. Trees just barely stirring, just enough breeze to make things pretty pleasant. But yeah, nice piece of timing from Ackermann, who looks in positive mood out there this morning. Obviously thought about this Leicestershire and just trying to start to pick things up almost from the off. Here at Blackfinch New Road, Ed Moulton will continue from the Diglis end. Longish run, leans forward and long strides as he comes in and bowls to Ackermann just outside of stump, went forward, then went back and stroked it out, guided it out towards point, but only as far as Bailey, who picked it up and threw it at the stumps at the non-striker's end just to keep Slater honest. Missed them, but plenty of men backing up, and Slater hadn't gone anywhere anyway, or at least put his bat back in his crease. In comes Moulton again and bowls and turned through mid-wicket this time, just drifting towards middle and leg, and Ackermann, whose first move is always forward, half a step forward, then back he goes and turns his wrists on it out to deep mid-wicket. And there is no run. 4 boundary riders for Lancashire this morning, long leg and wide third man. You kind of expect Tom Hartley, the man at, well, now he's at long leg for the left-handed Slater, gone slightly wider, but also Croft at a deep square as round the wicket comes Moulton, bowls to Slater, who is forward, stroking the ball defensively out towards Jones, who's one of the close-ish fielders at a fairly straight extra cover. But behind Jones, out there on the cover boundary, stretching away in the distance. I'm just trying to see who that might be out there. One of the... Scott gets his bins out.
George Balderson.
It's Mr. Balderson. It had to be one of the bowlers. I was going to say boulders, but in goes Moulton, and Balderson is in action there as Slater goes back to delivery just short of the ideal length, and again strokes it out past Jones. Balderson runs across to his left in front of the beautiful stained glass window of the, I'm assuming, west transept, or would that be the nave? I haven't actually been inside shockingly, the cathedral. So, but it is, that window faces sort of west. So I'm guessing it's the west transept, but it could be the nave. I will go in there tomorrow morning just to have a look. In goes Moulton, back foot defensive shot from Colin Ackermann, bounces out into the offside. And there's no run, straight towards extra cover.
I had a little peep in the other year. Lancashire obviously playing the Worcestershire here. I think there might have been a day where there's a bit of rain around and it got called off a bit early, so I went for a little sneak around. I wanted to walk up the steps all the way up to the top of the cathedral tower, but I couldn't do it.
Moulton in, bowls, Ackermann a big stride, pleasant looking batsman, it really is. He is aesthetically pleasing, middles the firm push, but only as far as the man at deepish mid-off, and there's no run. And did it impress you?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't as big inside as I thought it was going to be. It looks like from the outside, such a physically imposing building. It looks enormous, doesn't it? But it didn't seem quite inside. It didn't quite have that feel to it, compared to some of the cathedrals around the world, which you go into when you're on your holidays. But it's obviously a pretty impressive building.
Well, it very much dates from medieval times. It says it was sort of started building in the 11th century, and took sort of 200 to 300 years before it was considered complete.
Aussie Smith on Twitter asking initial thoughts on Ed Moulton. Thought he bowled well yesterday without reward. I think I probably agree with that. Was it after? I think he bowled before lunch. Looked at just settling in on debut. I thought he came back well after lunch. So his spell after lunch yesterday with Tom Bailey, I thought was good. But no, I agree. I think for bearing in mind 3 of these bowlers are making their debut, they've all acquitted themselves really well so far.
Yeah, and clearly considered by Lancashire potential opening bowler. He's been sort of bracketed with Bailey as the opening pair. Bailey it is to continue from the New Road end. Round the wicket he comes to Slater. The shout of no as Slater went back and defended a ball on off stump. Dropped it out into the offside, but the man at point closed in on the ball quickly. I think that's Allott. Jennings. Number 1?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Jimmy Stewart.
I think he preferred Jimmy Stewart to Barbara Windsor.
I think he probably would.
If offered the choice. Round the wicket goes Bailey and bowls. Again, back foot defensive shot. Slightly straighter delivery this time from Bailey, who turns philosophically. Immediately the ball sort of hits the middle of Slater's defensive bat and just ignores everything else that's going on and walks thoughtfully back past umpire White towards the start of his run-up. Dane Willis at mid-off, talking to Bailey. Build a bit is the cry. Do you think bit refers to pressure? I would imagine. In goes Bailey and bowls again, just drifting towards middle stump and on the move rather, because it was a foolish delivery and he was thinking in terms, I think, of clipping it away through mid-wicket. Slater, but ends up playing it firmly out, more or less straight to mid-on. There is no run, but the fact he was on the move and implies a certain positivity of thought that they want to get on with it. Leicestershire, they're drawing in on their first batting bonus point of the season, 199 for 2. As Bailey comes in and bowls to Slater, who can but defend that excellent delivery on middle and off this time. Hit the top of off stump will have been the message. Well, yes, ideally hit it, but certainly aim at it. From the bowler's point of view, to keep the batsman honest, and that's what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, that was the feel of large parts of yesterday, wasn't it? I think from Lancashire to try and contain as best they could.
Bailey in, bowls, driven by Slater, just enough width to that delivery for Slater to lean out and steer it away through the vacant cover area. There's only extra cover and point. Behind them is Hartley on the deep extra cover boundary right at the end of the... Well, I was going to say square. Well, I suppose it is square, but the wickets on the far west side of the square are net wickets, so to speak. So it's sort of nets as an extension of the square, really, but it does make it very quick over the ground. To him, in goes Bailey, bowls to the right-handed Ackermann, as solid a forward defensive shot, albeit with the bat in front of pad, as you could wish to see. And Bailey's long search for a wicket in this innings goes on. 19 overs for him, but he's given away so little. 19 overs, 9 maidens, none for 30 for him. 200 up for the Foxes.
Indeed. Yeah. I suspect it will be a little burst from Bailey and Moulton, and presumably they'll have a little break because the new ball is available in 13 overs, isn't it? So a little dart from Bailey and Moulton, and I guess they'll keep them back for the new ball. But yeah, I thought yesterday you got a guy batting who's not too concerned about scoring that quickly, and it was a very patient start from Leicestershire. I think Lancashire just kind of tried to keep it tight. Perhaps if the pitch wasn't doing a great deal, and you got 3 lads on debut bowling, I think it's content for Leicestershire to eat up a few overs while they built.
Moulton to continue from the Diglis end, round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, outside off stump, but coming back in a little bit and slightly cramped him. He got in position to drive, but had to cover up in the end, and the ball bounced back down the wicket towards... Is it Ed Ward or Edmund or...
Oh, well, no, I'm not sure.
Or is it... It may well have been just Ed. Sometimes,
be, yeah.
Sometimes these... Yeah, you never quite know, but it's usually short for... something a little bit longer, isn't it? It's a shortened one. In comes Moulton and bowls again to Slater, who is reaching for that one slightly. Angled bat off the front foot. But it goes more or less straight to point. He doesn't stop the ball cleanly, but stops the ball effectively in the end. He does, so there's no run. 200 for 2.
50 up for Tom Abel. For Somerset, 143 for 3, lead Glamorgan by 131 runs at Taunton.
Moulton in, bowl, Slater. Again, looking to be positive, but it's very straight, and although he's on the front foot, can't get to the pitch of the ball, has to defend. Highish backlift for a defensive shot, but straight out into the covers, 2 extra cover where Jones, hopefully, well, clearly he has felt no ill effects from being struck at short leg yesterday by Slater, pulling a short ball from Tom Hartley. In goes Moulton, bowls to Slater, and that's short enough for him to sort of stand up quite tall to that one, albeit that his weight is on his front foot, and steer it out through the covers towards Balderson on that cover boundary and take the single. 201 for 2. It's the first trolley of the day. Hurrah!
Anything on it?
No, it sounds quite hollow, doesn't it? Well, they
yeah.
always sound quite hollow. It's this, oh crumbs! It's the sound of the... Oh, she's heading away. She's heading away from the sort of catering area, so perhaps it's just debris, so to speak, to be washed. Moulton back over the wicket to the right-handed Ackermann. Comes back in slightly towards the Leicestershire captain, who's on his front foot, covering up firmly, pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. Tom Hartley, whether he's had the... I don't think he'll have had the word quite. Well, he might do, because only sort of 12 overs until the new ball. Ed Wynn Moulton. Now that's fairly rare, isn't it? Ed Ward, I would imagine to be the most... or the most usual. I was going to say common, but I don't mean common. In goes Edwin Moulton and bowls on off stump and meets the defensive forward press of Colin Ackermann, and there's no run. But Edwin, I like that. It's sort of quite pleasingly old-fashioned.
Well, it fits in with the theme of James Stewart and 50s barman. And
I'm not sure, but there's an Edwin in one of the twins in one of the P.G. Woodhouse's Worcester and Jeeves stories. There were 2 twins, and one of them I think is called Edwin. So that's sort of 1930s,
okay.
Man about town, moneyed individual.
That might describe him, I'm not quite sure.
But it's not really a profession, you see, that one. There aren't many people with professions in Woodhouse, to be honest. They've all sort of just got loads of money one way or another. Like Bertie Wooster himself.
First bowling change coming up. George Balderson replacing Tom Bailey. We've had half an hour of play on the third day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture, and Leicestershire have brought up their 200. The 201 for 2, with Ben Slater on 113 and Colin Ackermann on 24 not out. Lancashire just making their first bowling change. They started with the big, tall Preston seamer Tom Bailey, but he's been replaced by George Balderson, who's on his debut for Lancashire, has picked up 1 wicket so far, but no breakthroughs just yet in the first half an hour of play. Lancashire made 322 in their first innings, and Leicestershire in reply a 201 for 2. And this first delivery by Balderson is defended into the offside by Slater, but for no run. Hasib Hamid's into the 40s, batting for Nottinghamshire in their second innings as Balderson is in and Slater defends. But 68 in the first innings did Hamid. Into the 40s now on his debut. So Notts are 103 for 3. They lead Derbyshire by 230. Correction, they lead Derbyshire by 188 runs. And Essex have avoided the follow-on now. They've reached 189 for 5, but they trail Kent by still 198 runs. Slater plays forward in defence, and there's no run. For Essex, 189 for 5, replying to Kent's 387. All out. And a breakthrough for Warwickshire. Picked up their first wicket of the day. The Bears, they're playing Northamptonshire at Edgbaston this week. And Northants 27 for 1 in their second innings. Still trailed by 200 runs. Balderson to Slater. The back foot guiding it through the offside. No run. Oliver Hannon-Dolby with the first wicket for the Bears, and a catch from Tim Bresnan. He's had a good debut, hasn't he, so far? Bresnan. Oh, he's good fun to watch. He won't be the same watching Yorkshire take on Lancashire without Tim Bresnan getting involved with the bat or with the ball. Balderson from around the wicket to Slater, edging onto that front foot and dropping the ball into the offside. And there is no run. We'll keep you up to date with all the scores on the third day of this new domestic competition for this season. Created and set up after the pandemic, which delayed the start of the year of the campaign. So 5 group games in the Bob Willis Trophy. Balderson to Slater. And sweeping out on the cover boundaries, Tom Hartley, and Slater's picked him out when he drives along the ground. And takes a single as well to end the over. So that's Balderson's first over of the day complete. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22 for George Balderson. And Leicestershire are 202 for 2. We've had 35 minutes play in the morning session. And Tom Hartley just in front of me, twirling his shoulders and twisting his hips and keeping nice and loose, I suspect. We'll have a decent ball to play again today with the ball. He bowled nicely as well. He picked up his first wicket. Ed Moulton still searching for his debut first-class wicket for Lancashire, but perhaps in this over, because he's going to continue from the Diglis end with Slater on strike. He comes around the wicket and Slater defends, and there's no run.
One thing a couple of the Leicestershire batsmen did tell me yesterday were that it isn't a quick wicket. Harry Dearden, the delivery that Dearden spooned almost to extra cover when he was dismissed without scoring, stopped a little bit, and they said some of them just, it doesn't quite come on, and it does make, you see, you can bat for a long time if you're patient, but it does make scoring quickly quite tricky.
Moulton to Slater. It's like a loose looking shot, trying to take that delivery on and drive through the offside, but a play and a miss.
And if that continues to be a characteristic of the pitch, then it kind of doesn't bode too well in terms of a positive result to the game.
No, from what we've seen so far, he's going to need the pitch to misbehave a little bit. Slater just squeezing this into the offside. Think about taking a run, but that's Danny Lamb, I think, at point, who's got across the ground pretty quickly to stop the ball.
I guess a draw isn't the end of the world for either side. 8 points for the draw, remember, not 5. 8 points plus a few batting and bowling bonus points. Monson
to Slater. Flicks this one into the leg side where Bailey's at mid-wicket to field and there's no run.
If you come out of the game with 14 points, you're still in the competition. Is that,
so yeah, I think,
you know, if you can't force the win, don't lose.
No, yeah.
You know,
still got 4 games left.
Yeah, and hope for. You'll be up at Durham next week. Usually, they've become result pitches a little bit, haven't they, up there?
Moulton back in, and Slater shuffles back into his crease. Works the ball through square leg for a single. Moves to 115 and the score to 203 for 2.
Leicestershire have been trying to get the pitches a little bit quicker at Fisher County Ground over the last season or two. And a draw in their first game would encourage that to continue, you would have thought. Leave a bit more grass on it and see what happens. Remember, the away team doesn't get a automatic choice of batting or bowling.
It's played by Ackermann into the onside, no run.
Just said the weather forecast on radio, Leicester, for Leicester, Leicestershire obviously, but even so, not so far away. Possibility of some heavy showers this afternoon. Now, if they come across from this direction, the direction of the clouds suggests that they might be.
Should we see what the local forecast here for Worcester is predicting, whether there's anything on the... There's nothing suggesting on that for Worcester that we're set to get anything, so let's hope it misses us.
We had that weird, strange little shower yesterday, didn't we?
Balderson right arm around the wicket. Slater drives to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 minutes, wasn't it, where it just a little light shower from nowhere. Carried on playing. Umpire Nick Cook at square leg is staring in completely the wrong direction.
He's frustrated at the moment. Nobody's within 30 yards of him.
Looking aimlessly towards the trees. Balderson to Slater. Drops it into the offside, and a pick up and throw by Keaton Jennings with...
Good call by Ackermann.
Ackermann running towards that end. That the throw came into to the keeper's end, but they've got 1 run for it. So Slater to 116 now, scored to 204 for 2. Stephen Mullaney is out for Notts, just short of a half-century. Made 48. Notts 116 for 4 against Derbyshire. Balderson over the wicket. Played by Ackermann into the onside. Just underneath the fingertips of Stephen Croft. Tries to cut the ball off running from mid-wicket, but it just disappeared underneath his fingers. So Dane Villas at mid-on completes the fielding. No run.
There's a little bit of shower rain in the air now.
Balderson comes over the wicket, and Ackermann plays it back down the pitch. No run. Yes, there is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So there's a little similar to yesterday's. Did really fine
odd little showers.
Yeah, which doesn't seem to be causing anybody too much alarm. And George Balderson receiving some encouragement from his teammates. Back in, and this is pulled through the onside by Ackermann. Tom Hartley on that leg side boundary. He's able to cut the ball off at deep square leg. Not before Colin Ackermann adds a couple to his total. It's a 26 not out. 206 for 2. One ball left of this over. This is the 81st of the Leicestershire first innings. Got to 120 overs is what they've got to bat. That's the opportunity to bat, and he's runs through the onside again by Ackermann, who's played this shot a couple of times already this morning. Just clipping the ball across his pads through the onside, along the ground, through mid-wicket. And happily coming back for a second. So 28 not out. 208 for 2. That's the end of the over, and it has increased the rain to the point where the umpires are just having a little chat.
Well, they know it's not going to be around for too long, but it just might be worth covering the pitch.
Yes.
It looks like, well, they're kind of wondering yeah, they're going to pop off for a minute.
It has got a little heavier, yeah, it has. Well, I mean, this is
nobody's rushing anyway, are they?
And their forecast is for sunshine and with no showers at all, so it's a very random little.
They'll get these covers just about on, won't they? And then it will stop.
Yes, you can hear the sound of the mini tractor and the clatter of the stumps as they're pulled out of the ground.
Jones wants to stay dry. He's first off.
Oh, he's a quick dash, isn't he? Yeah.
Mr. Croft, Dane Villas. Ben Slater's running off. Colin Ackermann is walking off. Alex Davies is walking off.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be too long of a delay, this.
I don't think we'll lose any overs. I would think that they'll try and get them in anyway. Well, let's see what happens. It is very fine. Is that just enough to take them off? Don't think. Pitch isn't covered yet. It is about to be. Now it is. I wonder if it'll liven it up just a little bit. For the run-ups.
Tom Smith seems to be quite happy to take his time in the drizzle down below us, chatting to Chris Wright. Oh, no rush there. Arms folded as they make their way back towards the dressing room. We'll carry on nattering because we're still on the radio in the northwest of England on medium wave 855 and with the live stream, and that was on the BBC Sport website and app, because I think it's pretty much stopped. It's not too far away. The slightly nagging problem now is that it'll have to completely stop before you can restart.
The fact that they're not covering the bowlers' run-ups would seem to be a good sign from the point of view of the immediacy of the resumption. Ground staff, you can see on the streaming feeder they've brought the wheeled covers on to cover the actual pitch, of course, but they're not bothering with the run-ups. The Worcester ground staff dressed in their black gear with one exception.
There's a rebel blue colour there, isn't there?
That's their old T20 colour, isn't it? They're of the Rapids.
Are they still the Rapids?
In the T20.
Have they dropped the Rapids?
They've changed a few times, haven't they?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. On the adverts for the sort of online shop that are around the ground, they have T-shirts with Worcester Rapids on, but they could be just what are on sale or something like that. But what are Lancashire? Are they, presumably they're still the Lightning, aren't they?
Still the Lightning, yeah.
I think Leicestershire will always be the Foxes. Pleasingly. Middlesex have changed a few times, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they're just Middlesex, aren't they now?
They've given up.
They've given up trying to find an extra name to add to it. I think it's just Middlesex. I think it's just Surrey, isn't it? There was the Surrey Lions at one point, but they're just Surrey.
Somerset. Were they Sabres for a while?
I think they were. I think they're just Somerset.
Okay. Has anybody retained a nickname? Nottinghamshire Outlaws? Durham Jets. They've changed a few times.
They have,
Durham.
yeah. I think they're the Jets.
Yorkshire.
Phoenix? Yorkshire Phoenix, I think. Oh, is that the 100? I'm getting maybe confusing that with... Is it Leeds Phoenix?
No, Yorkshire
Is
were...
it,
I'm
is
sure
it
Yorkshire
right.
were Phoenix. It's raining quite hard, actually, now. Looking at the trees in front of the cathedral. Well, it looks as though it's raining quite hard, but again, they're not... The ground staff look supremely unconcerned.
Well, it's such a hard, dry outfield, isn't it? They might quite be welcome for a little bit of rain on it. It looks quite bare, doesn't it, towards the edge, where you can see the sun.
I walked across it yesterday, and it's a nightmare to field on, to be quite honest. It's really it is quite. It looks though they've had concerts or something on it, because there are sort of clear marks as you walk along, you know, long lines of bare-ish earth, really, rather than, you know, with just tufts of grass on it. And whatever, yes, you have to maximise, sweat your assets, don't you, as they say these days. And they've obviously been using New Road for all sorts of bits and pieces, but it hasn't done the outfield too much good. That's for sure.
Let's have a little roundup of what's happening, shall we, in the other games. It's the only one currently being affected by rain. So the two other games in the North Group between Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. It's slated as a Derbyshire home fixture, but it's taking place at Trent Bridge. And Nottinghamshire are 117 for 4 in their second innings. So they have a lead of 202 runs over Derbyshire. Asib Hamid is 42 not out. Stephen Mullaney, the latest wicket to fall, for 48. So Notts 125 for 4. Lead Derbyshire by 210 runs. And Durham are playing Yorkshire at Chester Street. Yorkshire all out for 199 in their first innings. Tom Collar-Cabmore with 41, and Harry Brook made 41. So Durham are batting second time round and have reached 127 for 2, which is a substantial improvement on their first innings, because Durham were all out for 103 first time round. But Alex Lees is 70 not out. So Durham 127 for 2 against Yorkshire. So lead for Durham of 32 runs with 8 second innings wickets remaining. The Central Group, let's have a look at that. Let's start with Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Game taking place in Bristol. Gloucestershire 267 all out. And in reply, Worcestershire 266 for 3. So a run behind with 7 wickets remaining in their first innings. Darryl Mitchell made 80 and Jake Libby 77. Jack Haynes currently batting, 41 not out. So Worcestershire 266 for 3, just a run behind Gloucestershire, and they have 7 wickets remaining in their first innings. Staying in the Central Groups, Somerset against Glamorgan. 296 all out, Somerset in the first innings. And then Glamorgan 131 all out. Somerset batting second time round are 152 for 3. Tom Abel, their captain, 55 not out. And Ben Green is unbeaten on 2. Somerset lead Glamorgan by 317 runs with 7 wickets remaining into the third day at Taunton. So the home side in strong position. And the final game in the central group is between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. Now, Warwickshire made 369 for 8 in their first innings from their 120 overs. Bresnan on debut with a century, 105. Northamptonshire 142 all out. And batting second time round are 46 for 1. So they still trail Warwickshire by 181 runs.
Quick update on the weather. I think it's stopped. I don't know what you think. Looking at the trees, it's hard to see any rain in the air. I think it has stopped. No indication from the ground staff. They have to wait for the umpires, don't they, to give them the word to take the covers off, but I don't think it'll be long, folks.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it has stopped. Quite a thick cloud above us, isn't there? I wonder whether they're concerned that might rain again. I don't know, but there's no sign yet of the... actually, they're just wandering out now, the two umpires.
And they're dressed for play, which is pleasing. I.e. they have their coats on and they are carrying their rather smart, I keep calling them Panamas, but the sort of Panama style, I don't think they are actually Panamas, but they're Panama style chapeaus in white. Nick Cook leading the way. He's driving over each day, you know, Cookie.
Is he really?
Yes,
okay.
He's not allowed to stay in hotels apparently at the moment, so he's having to do the driving, and that's the sound of the tractor, which is going at a fair old lick as well. In fact, he's just knocked the bucket over. He was going so quickly. The bucket is the only thing on the outfield in about 50 acres of plain grass, and he's gone straight over the bucket.
Oh, it's all the pegs, all the metal pegs have been knocked over.
Much to the amusement of his colleagues.
Yeah. He's done well to hit that, hasn't he? I mean, there's nothing within 60 yards of it.
That's what I mean. There was nothing else to hit whatsoever. And he was so cocky, he clambered on, put his foot down, took off about 30 miles an hour and straight over the bucket. Look at Ackermann. Is he keen?
Oh, he's out already, isn't he? Yeah,
ready to go in the helmet already.
So we're not too far away from it all starting again. Let's complete these scores, might as well. We're into the South Group. Essex 213 for 6. The last year's county champions. They're playing Kent. Kent 387 all out. Ryan Tenderscarter's currently 36 not out. And Nick Brown made 61. Alistair Cook made 8 for Essex. 214 for 6. Trail Kent by 173 runs. In the London Derby at the Oval, Surrey are up against Middlesex this week. Surrey 238 for 3. Scott Borthwick 89 not out. Surrey trail Middlesex by 109 runs. Middlesex declared their first innings on 347 for 6. And the final game is Sussex against Hampshire, where Sussex are 198 for 8. They have a lead of 221 runs over Hampshire with 2 wickets remaining into the third day there, so that could be a really good finish down in Brighton. 198 for 8. Sussex lead Hampshire by 221, so you're right up to date with the scores in the Bob Willis Trophy.
I'm afraid there's no great urgency being shown at the moment. The two umpires, umpire Cook and umpire White, are talking to the Worcestershire head groundsman, and Nick Cook and Rob White are now heading out. They've crossed the boundary rope. They've summoned the Lancashire players. Colin Ackermann was waiting on the edge of the... He's anxious to be out there. Ben Slater had sort of wandered back towards Foley's Cafe, which is where Leicestershire are being housed during the day here, so that they're away. The two teams are apart from each other. And they're staying in the hotel that's on the ground, where both Scott and I are staying at the moment, but they're distanced from us. They've set the hotel up so that the players and where they eat is all sort of separated from the hoi polloi.
That's right. Yeah, they have a separate dining room for their breakfast and their evening meal, well away from the rest of the people in the hotel.
I'm happy to say that the Worcester ground staff have picked up all the buckets of, which was almost sort of driven into the ground. The camping sort of hooks that they hold the covers down in, and picked everything up. The stumps are going back up, and here comes the slightly chastened driver with tugging the covers behind him. He's going at a much more sedate pace now.
It was like wacky races before, wasn't it? It was.
How he managed not to see it, the one thing on the outfield. Lots of tweets have come in the meantime. We'll go through some of them. David Nibbs, we need to put our foot down in these last 20 overs, but a very encouraging start. Fango Fox, yep, a good start by the Fox. It would be great to get to 400 in 120. That's a big ask. What, 39 overs? Well, 192 that would mean off 39. If we were playing an old-fashioned John Player League game, you'd say 200 in 40. You know, yeah, okay. It's a different thing, this, with the red ball. This updates time. Shall I do an over before I go and do an update, or?
Yeah, no problem.
And it's going to be Edwin. Oh, I like that a lot. Edwin Moulton is going to continue from the Diglis end, having had a little breather. Can he pick up his first-class wicket? He's going to try and do so by bowling to Slater. In he comes, bowls to Slater, who covers up to a delivery that just perhaps stays a fraction low. Have to catch the replay on that one. It was well-ish pitched up. He was looking to play off the back foot, and he rather dug it out. 208 for 2 remains the score of 81 overs, less than 3 and over. They're going to have to score at 5 and over to get up to that sort of target that they want. In goes Moulton and bowls round the wicket, and again Slater is all care and attention as he pushes that ball back down the wicket. 2, 3, 4 boundary fielders again for Lancashire. At wide third man, extra cover, wide long leg and square leg. Moulton is in, bowling to Slater, but he can't get it through the infield on the leg side. It's Balderson who's there at mid-wicket, who makes a stop with his sunglasses perched on the back of his smart new Lancashire cap. Any difference for... Are you a capped player if you play for Lancashire? It's not sort of like Yorkshire, whereby you've got to play for them for quite a long time before you get a cap. In goes Moulton, bowls, and a front foot square drive from Slater forces in front of point out to the man on the extra cover boundary, who's Tom Bailey, or cover boundary, gets there quickly. It is just a single.
No, you're not instantly capped. No.
For Lancashire?
Yeah.
So although he has a Lancashire cap, has it got a certain kind of badge on it, like the Yorkshire?
Yeah, it might be a slightly different design, yeah, could be.
Yorkshire have a sort of rose bud, don't they, if you're not capped, and then when you are capped, it sort of blossoms into the full wild rose. But until it does, it's like a closed rose. Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yes.
I quite like that.
Yeah. In goes Moulton over the wicket to the right-handed Ackermann, who tries, slightly flat-footed, having stepped out of his crease, to chop it away into the offside. Hits it hard down into the ground, and it bounces up towards point where Balderson makes the stop. No run. Morning to Sally. Hello, how are you? Good to hear from you. Sally Gibson, over in Leicester. Hope you're both well. In comes Moulton and bowls to Ackermann, who sort of winds up almost and forces it away off the front foot through the offside, but only as far as Croft, who's out on the cover boundary. A single is taken. Leicestershire at the end of Edwin Moulton's 20th over have moved on 210 for 2. 82 overs have been bowled, 8 until the new ball.
He'll be forever referred to as Edwin from you now, won't he? I can tell you quite like that.
I do.
Yeah,
I do
full,
very much.
Full Sunday name. Yeah, bells are chiming in the background. Here we go. So this is about the Lancashire caps. The Lancashire caps, the same as Yorkshire, closed bud until you get given a full cap. Thank you very much to Luke. I've been told off. I should know that. It's been 10 years I've been following Lancashire, but now I know. 210 for 2. Here's Balderson. Ball into to Ackermann, who defends to mid-on. No run. Yeah, 10th season this. Where have 10 years gone by? Goodness gracious. Do I get a testimonial for it, with it being 10 years? Some kind of special cake delivered to the commentary box? I doubt it. 210 for 2. So Balderson from the New Road End. A little interruption for rain, about 15 to 20 minutes, something like that. It's cut down towards backward point. That's a good-looking shot from Ackermann. He's come out with a lot of intent, the Leicestershire captain. Actually, I mean, just his body language when it stopped raining. He was the first player out, stood there at the edge of the boundary rope, waiting to get out and crack on. Yeah, Leicestershire skipper. That's a good shot. He picks up 4 runs for it, moves to 33. It's probably a little short and wide from Balderson. It's put away by Ackermann, who's in again and plays forward, pushing on the ground through the covers this time for a single. But there is this element, a significant part of the new playing conditions, that the maximum number of overs in the first innings, 120. So they used up a decent chunk of their overs yesterday. That patient, careful start that Azad and Ben Slater made, a thick end of 70 overs I think they used up yesterday. So they need to try and perhaps press on if they can. Here's Balderson around the wicket. It's a good shot by Slater again, punched away through the offside. Wants a run for it. Keaton Jennings comes up from deep extra. Over to field, and Slater moves to 118 not out. Score moves on to 216 for 2. That little shower that we had obviously means that there's a little cloud cover above us, and the cloud has remained. So that piercing blue sky and the sunshine that was drenching the ground has disappeared for the minute. Worked into the onside by Ackermann, picked up by Stephen Croft, who throws towards the stumps at the bowler's end and misses. Through for a single. Yeah, it's rather cloudy now, I'm afraid, but hopefully that's the only little bit of rain we've got. It certainly wasn't forecast. There's no sign at all on the regional weather reports this morning and local weather.
To now beginning to thrive and beginning to score more quickly too.
Slater waiting as Moulton bowls, and that's played nicely off his hip, just behind square on the leg side for a single. 219 for 2. I said, Bispy, when you were doing your update that because I wasn't aware of the cap thing, which is pretty poor from me. But I said this is my 10th season covering Lancashire. So do I get a testimonial or maybe a special cake?
Oh yes, a testimonial would be good.
Well, Chris Rimmer, Lancashire scorer, sent me a text saying, "Testimonial. Be thankful for what you've got." Fair enough.
Fair comment.
Yeah. Moulton over the wicket to Ackermann up onto his toes and played very nicely through the onside. Yeah, it's gone for 4, hasn't he? He's timed that beautifully. Just a little flick up onto the toes through the onside. It beat Danny Lamb at mid-wicket and had enough on it to rattle its way towards the boundary.
Sweetly timed, as you say. Such a quick outfield.
Well, clear intent being shown here by Ackermann.
Yep. Yeah, 40 off 64 balls for Leicestershire's skipper. Slater 119 off 268.
223 for 2. Pushed away through the offside for 1. Moves up to 41. 224 for 2.
I mentioned yesterday that Colin Ackermann's top score last season was just 70, and that he's a much better batsman than that. And opportunity here for the skipper on a good-ish track, with a very fast outfield, with a tyro.
Moulton right arm around the wicket to Slater, clipped neatly through the onside. Croft having to come stomping up from deep square leg. He's quick to get to it, Croft. He loses his sunglasses in the process. Throw comes in, and they've come back for 2. So yeah, there's a real sense of purpose about these two batting at the minute.
They played through the first sort of 40 minutes until the rain break, didn't they, just to make sure nothing silly happened, and now they've begun to press the accelerator. Could be an entertaining hour until lunch.
Final ball of this over from Moulton. Be a single played in front of square. Just takes his bottom hand off the bat there. There's Slater. And then Stephen Croft uses his right boot to flick the ball up and catch it with his right hand. Completes the over. 227 for 2. Leicestershire. Ackermann 41. Slater. All this in reply to that total by Lancashire of 320.
And that 5 extra runs should be awarded to Lancashire as a consequence, and that has been confirmed by the match umpire Alec Swan.
A bit of a hoo-ha, wasn't it, yesterday? His Balderson to Ackermann, who's defending to complete the over. 228 for 2.
Lancashire did their very best to pour oil on troubled waters by tweeting it out, the incident, and inviting the MCC to comment.
It wasn't very subtle, was it?
It wasn't. Yes, extremely diplomatic of them.
Oh dear.
And as a consequence, Lancashire's followers piled in.
They did.
And Leicestershire felt the consequences. It was unfortunate. If you can watch the incident many times, and Leicestershire are convinced that Lamb sort of, whether it was in his sort of almost in the action of playing this shot, or he took half a step forward and it sort of triggered. It all happened so very quickly. It triggered the reaction from Klein, who might have thought he did think Lamb was going to step out of his ground. Leicestershire convinced, you can see that he is beginning to step out of his ground. But anyway, that's what happened. Right, we are going to have the change of bowling that we forecast. Tom Hartley is going to come on. Bowled really well yesterday. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57 for the young debutant. Left arm spinner, tall man. And the man he got out was a left-hander. Hassan Azad. The ball spun and bounced out of the footholes rather, and took the inside edge and looped up very nicely indeed for Jones to take a nice simple catch at short leg off Azad, who batted with great patience as ever for 58. So can Hartley pick up another left-hander? He's going to be bowling to Ben Slater. In he goes, bowls to Slater on the full, and driven, just didn't quite get his length right there, Hartley, but he's only lost 1 run as a consequence. It's been stroked out towards the extra cover boundary. It's usually Tom Bailey out there. I think it is, judging by Shepherd Bailey. He's coming running back in. Oh no, he's going back out again now. He was about to, but because Colin Ackermann, the right-hander, is on strike, and they have seen Ackermann's power of the sweep. Often a predetermined shot from Colin Ackermann, but he middled pretty much all of those he attempted yesterday. And it is a very short boundary on that side. Round the wicket comes Hartley and bowls, and is swept for 4. Well, we taught that one up quite nicely, didn't we?
You did.
I'm proud of that.
Yep.
Exactly what Ackermann is very good at. And there is a gap between Bailey, who is at a fairly conventional mid-wicket on the boundary, and could be Balderson. It looks no, Balderson's here at backward
Danny
point.
Lamb, I think.
At backward square leg.
Yeah, I think that's Danny Lamb. Yep.
He looks quite slight for Lamb. I'll take your word, though. But there's probably 30 yards between he and Bailey, and it was between the two of them, and neither of them had a slightest chance, because it's only sort of 50-55 yards from the bat. So changes to the field. Out comes Starlett Jennings. He's going to go into fairly normal mid-wicket, well, it's slightly straight mid-wicket as Hartley goes in, bowls to Ackermann, who pushes out to mid-off and calls for the single, puts the fielder under pressure and makes the single as a consequence comfortably. And Jones, I think, no, who's that out there at mid-off? He came running in and fumbled as he tried to pick up the ball. It's Mr. Bohannon. We haven't mentioned Josh Bohannon much, have we? Why isn't he In goes Hartley, bowls, drops a little bit short, but it's straight, so he goes back, Slater, and just drops it out to Jones at short leg, and there is no run. Slightly more conventional field for the left-handed Slater, even though he is on 124 not out. In goes Hartley, bowls, and forward goes Slater, getting to the pitch of it. He's on one knee and holds the pose, as batsmen, once their sort of back knee touches the ground, are wont to do. They like the feeling of that, don't they? And very good it looks. Hartley in again, a quicker delivery, back goes Slater and forces out into the leg side, but he heard the no as he saw Lancashire skipper Willis scrambling away to his left to make the stop. End of the over, 234 for 2. Leicestershire less than 100 behind, 88 behind now, and we have 34 overs remain. They could get a fairly substantial first innings lead here, the Foxes, if these two can keep going at this sort of pace.
Yeah, done well, haven't they? I mean, clearly the whole thing, the body language from Ackermann was pretty clear when the rain break happened. You know, he stood there waiting to come back on about 5 or 10 minutes before play actually did resume, so he's keen to try and crack on and get on with it, and it's been good stuff.
In then goes Balderson and bowls, and again Ackermann looking to be positive. He's on the front foot, on driving, but he can't get it past mid-on, who's quite deep down there. Moving to his left, gets across Stephen Croft and makes the stop. No run. Ackermann hit it so cleanly that it got to him quite quickly. Come on lads, 3-4, says Croft, as in goes Balderson and bowls. Back foot, puff of dust from the feet of Ackermann as he gets up on his toes and plays it out into the offside. Drops it out towards point, takes a single. 235 now for 2. Colin Ackermann drawing in on a half-century. Edwin is Springsteen's middle name apparently as well. Apropos of nothing, he lets us know. He thinks it has a manly gravitas. In goes Balderson around the wicket to the left-handed Slater, gets a delivery on leg stump that he clips away down to square leg and takes a single. Pretty much a runner ball now, as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Well, the two opening bowlers again are off. Tom Bailey, very much the senior man in this inexperienced, desperately inexperienced really, Lancashire attack. In comes Balderson and bowls to Ackermann, who's in the air. Was that a chance as he went for the drive? Balderson put out two hands in his follow through, tumbled, might just have reached him on the full. He looks downcast. I'll have to see the replay. Was it just a sniff of a caught and bowl? Did it just stop on him? A little bit on Ackermann, as I'd reckoned the delivery that got Dearden yesterday, that Dearden hit high in the covers, did actually stop on the left-hander. In goes Balderson, bowls again to Ackermann, who's more circumspect this time in defence. Yeah, seeing the replay, it's just down by his feet, got two hands to it. They're going to show us the replay on this wonderful stream. Let's see if it carried. I think it did. Young Balderson couldn't quite hang on. Would have been a super catch. In he goes, bowls again to Ackermann, who turns his wrists on an on-drive, punches it, but straight out to Croft it goes at mid-on. End of the over, and the disappointed George Balderson takes his cap from umpire White, who tosses it to him actually, and marches off. I thought he interviewed rather well yesterday when he spoke.
Yeah, I thought he was very impressive. Clearly, sanitising break. Let's sanitise our hand, Richard. Yeah, I thought he was really impressive. Obviously, extremely promising and exciting, talented young cricketer, and yeah, he was excellent. He spoke really well. Obviously quite a level-headed young chap, but yeah, very impressive.
Make a note of that. Ackermann on 47, a caught and bowled. Chance just on from Balderson on the drive. I haven't made many notes so far. In fact, that's the first note I've made today. disconcertingly, when you have to write a few hundred words at lunchtime.
Let's hope it's a busy half an hour for you.
Ackermann has just had a drink appropriately from hipster barman Aaron Lilly. He's running back out there now. Umpire White also wandered across to the boundary. It's quite a long walk. Well, he's on the right side of the ground, on the west side of the ground. Tom Hartley to continue over the wicket to Slater, who clips slightly flamboyantly off middle and leg, a foolish drive, but only as far as Willis. Didn't time it really well at all. There's no run. 2-3-6 for 2. Hartley in again. Bowls a bit, touch more air, and he looks to push it out into the offside, and then goes chasing across himself to put the batsman under a little bit of pressure, because Slater for a second thought there might be a run there. Took a couple of steps down the wicket, because there isn't a man at cover. There's just the man on the extra cover boundary. But Hartley did enough. And he goes again, bowls again to Slater, who is sort of half forward. There is a little bit of uncertainty in that one, bat and pad, as it goes back down the pitch, and Jones scampers after it and fields. Hartley whipping through his overs here. In he goes, bowls, drops a little bit short and clipped away into the leg side, but Slater's head drops there for a minute when he sees that he hasn't got it past Villas at mid-wicket. Just got away with that one slightly. Hartley, it wasn't a rank long hop, but it was short. In he goes again. Again it's short. Again it's forced into the leg side, and again he can't get it past Villas. Slater, and he's playing the back foot force correctly, but he's rehearsing sort of a paddle around, trying to find the gap. Good field positioning. In goes Hartley, bowls, and this time he hasn't. Well, he hasn't got it past Villas, but the reason he didn't get it past Villas was because it sort of hit Jones at short leg en route, which slowed it down, meant Villas was able to get across, but he had far enough to go for the batsman to be able to take one. Slater keeps the strike, moves on to 126, Leicestershire 237 for 2. I wonder if... I emailed Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers this morning. He might be doing better things, of course, just to go through, see if he had a list of Leicestershire batsmen who'd made a century on debut. But all is quiet in Mr. Rogers' neck of the woods at the moment. Field spreads. They are big holes on the offside, really. In goes Balderson round the wicket to Slater, drifts onto middle and leg, and it's clipped out to deep mid-wicket, and the single is taken. 2-3-8 for 2. 3-2-2. If target's not really the right word, but once they get beyond 3-2-2 Leicestershire, they are beginning to build a first innings lead. In goes Balderson and bowls to Ackermann, who drives pleasantly, but it bounces up nicely for Villas, running to his right from cover to field. About a foot off the ground when he took the ball, made it very nice for him, and he flicked it towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. Slater had gone nowhere. 47 to Ackermann. Can he start the season with a half-century? Wide-legged stance for the batsman as Balderson is in. Bowls to him, or there's one more to his total. He went back and turned it. Out to Hartley, who's at deep mid-wicket. Hartley. They make jams. Jams
they
and
do.
marmalades.
Yeah, they
Hartley's.
do.
Yeah. What if he's of that august family? It's not an uncommon surname, is it? I don't think. Round the wicket goes Balderson and bowls, and a crashing front foot drive from Slater. Hartley in action again. This time has to run away to his right. A good throw that bounces. Well, it does bounce in front of Davies, but it bounces up perfectly just over the stump, so he doesn't have to go running out behind it. It wasn't just in front of the stumps, the bounce, it was a sort of yard or two, so it went nicely into the wicket-keeper's gloves. Balderson up on his toes as he runs in over the wicket to Ackermann, nice and straight, and Ackermann solid in defence, pushing towards mid-on, and Croft, extraordinary action, having fielded the ball, sort of swivelled around as though it had sort of leapt up and hit him on the nose or something. It didn't, he took it cleanly, but it is a horribly bouncy outfield. He was expecting the worst. Balderson in, bowls, back goes Ackermann, again in defence, again it bounces out to Croft. No theatrics, oh yes, there are some theatrics this time, because he throws the ball up into the air and catches it again. Well bowled, Baldy, end of the over. That's not me saying that, that's just repeating one of the shouts from out in the middle. 240 for 2.
50 up for Hasib Hamid, a second half century for him on his debut for Notts, and Notts 140 for 5, lead Derbyshire by 225 runs, and Jack Haynes has got a 50 for Worcestershire as well, a 283 for 3, they lead Gloucestershire by 14 runs.
14. Yeah, they put them under pressure tomorrow, you would think. Tonight, maybe. Hartley continues from the Digley's end, bowls and driven away, slightly cross the line, slightly in and out, I should say, really, from Slater, out through that huge gap in the covers to the man on the extra cover boundary, Bailey, and the single is taken. Slater content just to try and pick up his singles where possible, keep the scoreboard moving, let Ackermann take the initiative. Leicestershire's captain on 48. Hartley wants a change in the field. I would think he'll want the two men on the leg side a bit closer together, and indeed Bailey does take a few steps closer to his compatriot, but that one is played straight back to Hartley by Ackermann. He isn't able to sweep that one. He sweeps on length, obviously, as you should, Ackermann. Hartley is in again to him, gives that one lots of air, and is driven by Ackermann, but it is going to be just the one, because although it beats Villas at extra cover, it travels sufficiently quickly out towards long off for it to be just a single. Moves on to 49, 242 for 2.
Sussex have been bowled out for 221, so the target for Hampshire is 245 to win.
Hartley is in, bowls, driven by Slater, out through that inviting gap in the covers, out to Bailey on the extra cover boundary, single taken. Just has to be off middle stump, doesn't he? Just slightly to the offside, and he's going to get put through that gap every time by Slater. Hartley. In comes the field for Ackermann on 49, and a defensive shot to Hartley, pushed out towards mid-on. Hartley reaches across to his right, doesn't get anything on it, but no chance of any more than a dot ball accruing. In goes Hartley again. Bowls. Ackermann, an in-out shot, looking to drive, all wrist as he does so, and the ball squirts out rather to point, where it's picked up by Balderson, and it is the end of the over. So Ackermann remains on 49, 243 for 2. Slater 130, Balderson 1 for 40 from 15, Hartley 1 for 61 from 23.
Ben Rhodes asking a question as to whether or not Lancashire gets Saqib Mahmood and Liam Livingstone back after tomorrow's one-dayer before the next game. Yeah, so those two are currently with England's one-day squad, as is Richard Gleeson. He's still involved because he's part of the reserve list for that one-day series. The answer is I don't know for certain, but I think they'd be kind of hoping at least.
In goes Balderson, bowls, looking to force against Slater, doesn't quite time it. Half stopped in his follow-through, perhaps by Balderson. Fielding completed by Jones, no run.
And they'll be hoping for at least Gleeson. I mean, he's not played in any of the one days, so shoot he doesn't play tomorrow. They'll be hoping he'll be available for the Durham match. Whether Mahmood is, I don't know. He's played the last couple of one-day internationals.
Onion should be, shouldn't he?
They're up, yeah, Onion should be fit, yeah.
In goes Balderson, bowls, pleasantly driven again, but very straight by Slater, and it's Balderson who fields in his follow-through. No run.
So the answer, Ben, is I'm not entirely certain. I think they would be a bit disappointed if Richard Gleeson wouldn't be available. The Graham Onions, from what I've been told, should be okay. And who knows if they can get Mahmood and Livingston back, then it's a stronger squad.
Yeah, a few more options for Dane Villas, Glenn Chappell, and the Lancashire selection brain trust. In goes Balderson, bowls, clipped off his legs neatly by Slater, slightly wide of Bailey, and Ackermann was interested in a potential second. Slater never was. 243, 244 now for 2. Updates time.
Indeed, yeah. So 12:30, half an hour left of the morning session. Half an hour to go before lunch on the third day, and Lancashire are still looking for their first wicket of the morning. It's been a good morning for Leicestershire because Colin Ackermann, their skipper, is a run shy of 50. He's 49 not out, and Ben Slater, who was unbeaten overnight on a century, has moved his total onto 131 not out. So Leicestershire 244 for 2, and they've done well, Leicestershire, because they're up against time, and the overs left a maximum of 120 overs for Leicestershire in their first innings to bat here, and they're into the 91st, and they're trying to get at least level, if not beyond, that Lancashire total of 322 is what Lancashire made in their first innings. So half an hour left of the session on the third day at Leicestershire, 244 for 2. And Balderson continuing from the New Road end, and a couple of deliveries have been hit firmly back towards it. So the Foxes skipper, 49 not out from 87 balls faced. And the man on strike, Ben Slater, at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat. Ackermann standing legs apart and taps his bat, now settles into his stance as Balderson comes over the wicket to him. That's clipped through the onside for a single. And bring up a 50 as well for the Leicestershire captain. Exactly 50 not out. A little brief acknowledgement to his teammates on the balcony up above us, but you suspect the way he just trotted through for one to get to 50. His focus is entirely on the team and where the score is and the overs remaining in their first innings. 91 have been bowled now. And 245 for 2. It's good stuff by Ackermann and Slater. I think it's been largely pretty good stuff for the last couple of days by Leicestershire. Lancashire 322. His runs on the board, but I suspect they probably would have wanted a little bit more. Leicestershire picked up 4 wickets for 57 before lunch yesterday, and then battered nicely through yesterday, and they've continued today. So they've had a good couple of days, the Foxes. As Ackermann sweeps this as he likes to do, and towards a fine leg for 2. It's up to 52. The score on to 247 for 2. Oof, there we can hear in the distance. It's trolley time. Making its way down this little alleyway. Separates the seats in front of us to the media centre. Whether there's any lunch on it, I don't know. It sounds a little empty as well. There's that trolley once more. 2 black bin bags on the trolley today. I've no idea what's in them. Yes, Hartley balls, and Ackermann pushes back towards the tall left arm spinner for Lancashire, who's bowling from the Diglis Road end of the ground. 247 for 2. Left arm around the wicket, driven along the ground up to long off. Jogs through for 1, moves to 53. Takes his team's total onto 248 for 2, edging towards a batting bonus point. Slater with a short leg just over his shoulder, and Rob Jones is going back to Hartley and playing the ball along the ground to Lancashire spinner. Squad number 2. scoops down and picks the ball up and back to his mark, trots back in again. Slater forward, pressing it into the offside. It runs down to Keaton Jennings, who's at first slip. But for no run, has his sunglasses wrapped around the back of his cap as Keaton Jennings and settles into position. Hartley back in to Slater, pushing into the onside. There's the Lancashire captain, Dave Willis, to stop the ball. And completes Hartley's 24th over. 2-4-8 for 2. Hartley 24 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 70.
Colin Ackermann's 50. You may have given these figures.
I didn't.
Apologies if so. 88 balls and 7 fours for the Leicestershire skipper. 248, so sort of 74 behind now Leicestershire. Speculation, looking on the comments on the stream, that the game is beginning to sort of drift towards a draw being favourite. I think that's the case, unless there's a sort of really marked deterioration in the pitch. You would say that of the two sides, if somebody's going to win it, Leicestershire have a bigger chance of winning it than Lancashire if they can get a decent first innings lead, you know. But to do that, they're going to have to get 100, 100 and even 150 ahead, and just whether they're going to have time to do that. There's only 28 overs left, and it's hard to see them managing to do that in that time.
Bowling change from the New Road end, so Danny Lamb for the first time today. Balderson 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42, but Lamb comes into the attack and balls over the wicket, but down the leg side. Ackermann tries to flick it down to fine leg, but it bursts into and out of the gloves of Alex Davis. Yes, I think that would be where the smart money is going at this stage, isn't it?
I think so. But you never know.
Aye, still a bit to go, isn't there? Lamb to Ackermann. So angled onto his pad, so he helps it down to Balderson at deep backward square leg. Ackermann to 54 not out, 249 for 2. Indeed, you're quite right. How many times have we tried to second guess the way that county championship games have look like they're heading? How's it looking after day 2? Well, I think this will happen, and then the complete opposite happens. It's been some outstanding 4-day cricket over the last few years as Slater leans into this next delivery from Lamb, who's right arm around the wicket to him and guides the ball down to third man for a single. 132 not out, Ben Slater. And that does bring up the 250 for Leicestershire. 250 for 2. Yeah, we've got 68 overs remaining in the day's allocation today. Forecast is good and the weather set fair for tomorrow, so a lot of cricket to be played. Ackermann goes up onto his toes to defend this delivery, which from Lamb's point of view is on the money this time. Top of off stump, and plays it safely into the offside, no run.
The worst outcome would be if Leicestershire sort of finish on 350 for 5 or something like that, and it's really hard to see the game going anywhere from there.
And to Ackermann, drops it out to point, no run.
In terms of there being a win or a loss, 350 on the other hand would mean that Leicestershire pick up 7 bonus points, 8 for the draw. 15's not a bad return, is it, from a game on that basis?
Lamb to Ackermann, clip down towards fine leg. On this occasion he's got 4. He's tried that a couple of times, but again Lamb just straying a little leg side, and Ackermann, having missed out once already in the over, didn't miss out on that occasion. Glances the ball down towards the boundary. It disappears underneath the white sheet in front of the advertising board. 4 runs to end the over. And the score moves on to 254 for 2. Ackermann now 58 not out.
Squirt time?
Oh, it is. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, I like this. I'm going to maintain this throughout the course of the Bob Willis Trophy. The Players are sanitising. We need to sanitise ourselves.
Head coach Paul Nixon is one. He looks distracted as he's sort of wandering around the outfield, doesn't he, at the moment? As though he wants to. Yeah, he's not. Thought something is on his mind, Nico, at the moment. He's sporting the big snapback T20 hat, cap. I don't like those big caps.
No, not a fan.
No.
I don't mind them.
You're young, you see. I'm old.
He's sitting on the grass, isn't he? Just in front of the white fence down below us. Paul Nixon. You're giggling out.
Sorry.
You're giggling out. Leaning back on the fence, watching the two batsmen in the middle. There's Hartley to Slater. Doesn't really time it. Pushes up to mid-off, no run.
Yes, Janet Ward on the stream comments, with the 120 overs limit, Lancashire have set a run-saving field now rather than trying to get wickets, making the game a bit dull. I'm not sure that's entirely fair.
Yeah, I think this. No, I agree. There's still a long way to go in this, isn't there?
There is. He hasn't got too many options, Dane Willis, at the moment.
Hartley to Slater. Runs to Dane Willis. Maybe thinking about his options. Oh,
Pidgey's back.
Yeah. A little bit fruity up in his nest.
And cutting off runs.
It's Hartley balls to Slater, who's back and pulling this one through the onside. That's 4 runs, and Rob Jones, who was in the firing line yesterday, got hit on the helmet, having to duck out the way of that one. That's 4 for Slater.
It can be cutting off runs. It can be a way of trying to get wickets. Frustrating is one of the bowling side. Frustration is one of the bowling side weapons when it's a decent pitch and 2 well set batsmen. Stephen Croft can't find the ball. It's in one of the rolled up covers. It isn't a wide area, isn't it? It's not a huge area in which to search.
No, but it's
buried itself deep in the folds.
Yes, it's in there somewhere, Stephen. George says it's here. I can see it. He's pointing. Whereabouts is it?
It went in there.
Well, it's disappeared. It's like a magic trick. Oh no, found it.
George is straight to it. Young eyes.
.258 for 2. Slater 136 not out now. Hartley drifts back in balls. Forward goes Slater. Loops into the offside, no run.
I wonder what the highest score on debut is made by a Leicestershire player.
A lot of questions, Richard, and not many answers.
No, Mr. Rogers, where are you?
Hartley to finish the over with Slater down on one knee. He's gone high through the onside and mid-on, running backwards, Bohannon. And he sees the ball land safely, and Slater comes back and adds 2 to his total. Moves up to 138 not out. That's the end of the 94th over of the Leicestershire first innings. 260 for 2 with around
Century
about
partnership then.
15 minutes before lunch, and these two have brought up a century partnership.
Now, 3rd wicket record for Leicestershire against Lancashire. Well, they've got some way to go before they break that. Although Azad and Slater weren't that far for the opening for the 1st wicket record, but the 3rd wicket record, set by Messrs Bradshaw and Armstrong at Ayleston Road in 1929, is 163, but as I say, a long way to go for that. In goes Lamb and bowls on off stump, and forward goes Ackermann, defending it back down the wicket to Danny Lamb. There's no run. 260 for 2, 94.1 overs, so 25.5 overs left to Leicestershire. If they were to score a 5 and over, they would finish round about as in goes Lamb and bowls, pleasantly driven around about, 380. If they 380, I think that they probably can't really even ambitiously target much more than 400 to get to 400 off 120, which would be pretty decent, but it's not a match winning necessarily lead. It gives them a chance to exert a bit of, if Lancashire were to be 80 for 4 again. In goes Lamb and bowls, and left-handed Slater on the walk, defends. You'd say on the back foot if he wasn't on the walk, but his weight was very much balanced rather than going forward. 261 for 2. Paul Nixon chatting away to Leicestershire's 12th man, Will Davis, on the boundary. In goes Lamb and bowls, and forward goes Slater, takes his hand off the bat there, did maybe stop on him a little bit. That has been one of the minor characteristics of this pitch, if the Leicestershire batsmen are to be believed. So he went at it a little bit hard and a little bit too soon, got away with it. 2 wickets just before lunch. So Lancashire, as in goes a Lamb and bowls, clipped away by Slater. He's got it past mid-wicket. Good work by Croft, scrambling across to his left from mid-on. Make sure it is just a single. Slater 139. Leicestershire supporters with records to hand. Who can help us, or help me anyway? In goes Lamb, bowls, Ackermann half forward, pushing firmly out into the offside. And again, there's no run. End of the over, 262 for 2. Yes, there's three pigeons sitting next to each other.
2 of them yesterday were just starting to get a little bit up close and personal, weren't they?
It did become, it was quite touching at first.
And then it became awkward to watch.
And then there were the seagulls on the outfield.
Oh yeah, well they were definitely getting a bit fruity. Yeah, they were checking into the Premier Inn for an evening. Requesting a pitch-facing room.
Mr. Hartley will continue. Tom Hartley, that is. 25 overs, 1 for 76. He comes in from the Diglis end and bowls fullish and a solid forward defensive from Ben Slater, who has been batting more than 3 sessions now, because they came out for the last 20 minutes of the morning session yesterday, didn't they? In goes Slater, hastily turned back down the pitch towards Hartley. They had to play a few overs before lunch.
Wasn't there a thing introduced by Paul Nixon when he first came to Leicestershire? I'll come back to it.
Hartley in, bowls, driven hard by Slater through that gap in the covers, out to Bailey, who's at extra cover, single taken, deep extra cover.
Where if someone faced 200 balls, he'd buy them a meal or something. Wasn't that a thing?
Yes, I believe that there was. Now, whether that applies this season, less risky, you would have thought, this season, wouldn't you, with a much shorter in terms of costing ball.
Yeah.
Round the wicket goes Hartley to the right-handed Ackermann, who defends the ball back up the pitch to him, and there's no run. Hartley in again, bowls, and driven by Ackermann, a little bit outside edgy, in out. Put it into the gap in the covers. Willis has to run across to his left, and the single is taken.
Durham going quite nicely against Yorkshire. They made a bit of a mess of their first innings, 103 all out, but second time round 171 for 2. To lead Yorkshire by 75 runs. And Alex Lees on 82 and David Bedingham on 55.
In goes Hartley. Bowls, and there's Hartley's appeal is a little belated there. It might just have turned out of the footholds, hit the pad as half forward Slater, and Davis went up. Hartley, I feel, went up in response to Davis, really. And umpire Cook was unpersuaded of the appeal's validity. End of the over, 264 for 2. 96 overs bowled. So, Lancashire have not taken the new ball, which came available 6 overs ago.
It did, yeah.
But Messrs Lamb and Hartley have continued to bowl. So, nice soft ball. They just feel it's harder to get away, maybe. Lamb is in, crashed away by Ackermann. That wasn't hard for him to get away. He was had the width and crashed away off the front foot for 4. We might have to chase those pigeons away during the interval.
I could just imagine with a broom chasing after them, Richard. I think that's a job for you, isn't it?
What was initially amusing is becoming irritating. It's true. In goes Lamb and bowls. Forward goes Ackermann and defends past Lamb, but only as far as mid-off. Some sort of aeroplane went overhead there, just turned down the effects mic temporarily. Ackermann 64, Slater 140. Lamb in. Shortish run, bowls, pleasantly driven by Ackermann, but doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. And Willis is the fielder at extra cover. There's no run.
You know, in the situation where we predicted it might get like this, where, as you say, with a soft ball, with the field spread, Lancashire now looking at the overs remaining for Leicestershire's first innings. Slow them down.
Yeah. In goes Lamb and bowls, and defended on the front foot by Ackermann. Out again to Willis, and there's no run.
Defensive fields and try and bowl tight. Mentioned yesterday, I thought Lamb, the way that Lancashire was set up, were perhaps trying to do something that was so many times when Luke Proctor was playing for Lancashire, where he'd come on and bowl kind of medium pace, very straight wicket to wicket, make it difficult, slow the scoring rate down. Lamb's trying to do something like that.
Lamb in, bowls, reaching for that one a little bit, Ackermann. He's managed to get it past the reaching point, and it's going to run out. That's Keaton Jennings out there, and it's going to run out to Bailey on the cover boundary. Single taken, 269 for 2. Remember, we started with Leicestershire on 183 for 2, so that we're going to score around about 100 runs in the session. It looks like, as Lamb goes round the wicket to Slater, who doesn't time an attempted drive. Hits it hard down into the ground, fielded by Lamb, and his follow through, and it's the end of the over. And the soft ball is proving a little bit hard. If you bowl straight with the soft ball on a wicket that the ball isn't quite coming on to the bat as the batsman would like, then it is going to be difficult to score quickly, clearly. And Leicestershire are finding that. It hasn't been dilatory by any stretch of the imagination. That they've done their best. But beginning to feel as though this might be a win for the pitch in the end. 269 for 2.
Surrey have lost a couple of quick wickets, including Jordan Clark, 263 for 6.
Hartley goes in and reaching out on the front foot, but defensively Ackermann pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
So trail Middlesex by 84 runs at the Oval.
In again, Ackermann a little paddle sweep around the corner. Didn't get it as fine as he would have liked. Perhaps didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. So this time it's going to be just a single as deep backward square runs round to long leg and gets his throw away. Ackermann on 266, 270 for 2.
Hasib Hamid out for 52, not 150 for 7.
Hartley back over the wicket to Slater, who goes back, turns it past short leg. Jones scrambled across. He thought he was in with a bit of a sniff there and tried to get across and get something on it. Wasn't quite able to do so, and it ran out towards Balderson, who's on the deep square boundary. Single taken by Slater, who moves on to 141.
Yeah, so 150 for 7 knots in their second innings and lead Derbyshire by 235 runs.
Hartley Picks his fingers, in he goes, bowls to Ackermann, who goes back. The ball goes on with the arm rather, and he has to sort of cover up and rather ends up shoveling it away from his stumps back down the wicket towards Hartley. No run. And he goes again, bowls and winds himself up, Ackermann there, and tries to crash it away through the offside and doesn't quite time it, and it comes off a thick bottom edge and runs out towards Croft at a backward point, and there's no run, and will probably be getting a little bit frustrated now, Ackermann. He's been anxious on and off the pitch to get on with things. First man back out when the rain stopped. In goes Hartley and bowls to him. All he can do is defend that one, well bowled by Tom Hartley, and that is the end of the over. 271 for 2. Hartley 1 for 80 from 27 overs. Slater 141 of 308 balls. 98 overs have been bowled. 22 left for Leicestershire. 22. As I say, if they can get 100 off them, if they can get to 400, it would be, that's 6 and over now, isn't it? So they've got 8 wickets in hand. That has to be the target, seems to me, even just for extra bonus point, if nothing else.
Be a good effort.
It would. It would. Lamb goes round the wicket and bowls to Slater, who drives. It thumps into the long barrier formed by Rob Jones correctly. It bounces off him, but it bounces off him fortuitously as far as Lancashire are concerned, because it bounces out towards mid-off, where the fielding is completed and there is no run. Lamb in again, bowls and a straighter delivery, and Slater moving forward can only stroke it back down the pitch or push it back down the pitch towards Danny Lamb. They've settled into good containing mode here.
They have, yeah.
And it's sort of working.
I felt that Lancashire will probably revert to this type of thing at some stage in the morning session if they didn't get any breakthroughs.
Lamb in again. Slater can't get it past Jones, who sort of rather collapses, pack of cards like to his right as he makes the stop. The main thing is he makes the stop.
I don't really recall a chance. I mean, I didn't see the Balderson caught and bowl, but you said it was a tough chance.
I'm pretty sure it got there. It was very low to his right,
okay.
And it's always difficult in your follow-through, isn't it? But his reaction, and looking at the replays as Lamb goes in and bowls and he fields in his follow-through, makes me pretty sure it did carry. That said, I was pretty sure that one carried to Hassan Azad at slip off Willis on day one on the morning, but assured by Leicestershire it didn't, about a foot or so in front of Azad. Good afternoon to the Caspars watching and listening on the south coast, and Andrew in particular, as in goes Danny Lamb and is driven away by the left-handed Ben Slater, out as far as Tom Hartley, who's down here in front of us on the edge of the worn net pitches. 272 for 2. Slater onto 142. Still a bit of dark cloud overhead here in Worcester, but the forecast has improved on Radio Leicester last time I heard it, as Lamb goes in and bowls a right-footed, clipped towards just about a front-footed on drive by Ackermann, but only as far as mid-on. Can't get it through the infield. End of the over. 272 for 2.
Yeah, it's decent stuff by Danny Lamb, and Lancashire here just trying to contain and keep it nice and tight. I'm sure the feeling will be, well, they're not really going anywhere at the minute, and it's a soft older ball, and they're picking out the fielders, and Lancashire bowling, certainly with Lamb, pretty straight wicket to wicket, just make scoring opportunities difficult, keep chipping away at the overs in which Leicestershire have left to bat in this first innings. So the period of the game is pretty clear as to where we're at.
Hartley in, Slater back, turns into the leg side. Villa scrambles across to his right and throws off the ground. The South African on the ground as he sort of picked up and whipped the throw in towards Alex Davies, just to make sure there was no chance of a single. Hartley in again, bowls, and this time Willis running away in the opposite direction, can't get there, it goes past him, runs out towards Long Gone, who comes in to meet them, probably only about 3/4 of the way back for, if that actually, just deepish mid-on really for the left-handed Slater, but back now too long off for the right-handed Ackermann, and an adjustments being made to the field on the boundary on the leg side as Hartley is in. Ackermann goes back, forces off the back foot again past Willis, who is running hither and thither at the moment and unable to get to the ball on that occasion. Balderson it is who's out there on the extra cover boundary. He comes in and feels a single taken. Ackermann 67, 274 for 2. Slater eyeing 150 now. Not, I suspect, pre-lunch, as this will be the last over, I think.
Yes, 3 balls left at 1 minute to 1. Yep.
They'll make sure it is the last over. I suggest Hartley in, round the wicket to the left-hand. It's Slater who clips it straight to Jones, bounces a couple of times, and Hartley, seeing that, pushes his back foot quickly back into his crease. Jones picked up, but didn't really shape to hurl the ball at the stumps. He saw that Slater had pushed his foot back in. In goes Hartley, bowls to him. Again, he tries to force on the leg side off the back foot. Again, he doesn't really time it, goes straight to Croft at that backward square position. And Lancashire, they're not strangling Leicestershire, but they have them in something of a controlling hold at the moment, like wrestlers on a mat. Nobody's going anywhere. In goes Hartley, bowls, thick outside edge, outside off stump as he stretched forward there. Ben Slater just along the ground towards backward point. No run, and that, ladies and gentlemen, with Leicestershire on 274 for 2. The pigeon has seen enough for the day. He's headed off for his lunch, and we, Scott Reed, will do likewise.
Indeed we will, with Leicestershire 274 for 2. Ben Slater unbeaten on 143, and his captain Colin Ackermann, who is 67 not out. So Lancashire 322 all out in their first innings. Leicestershire get to lunch on the third day on 274 for 2, and they have 20 overs remaining in their allocation to bat in the first innings. So we shall see what is conjured up after the lunch interval, but well battered Slater and Ackermann as they make their way off to applause from their teammates on the balcony and from the Lancashire fielders as well. We're going to say goodbye to our medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire. They'll be rejoining us in around about 35 minutes time. And to our online listeners on BBC Sport as well, back with you in, say, about 35 minutes. But for those listening and watching on the live stream at lunch today, we're going to enjoy the latest episode, which was filmed and recorded during the course of the lockdown, actually, of the Lancashire Legends. This time it's in the company of Neil Fairbrother speaking to Warren Hegg.
Oh, what a way to get off the mark. One of Fairbrother's specials. Timing, placement, perfect. Well, this is good stuff. Exactly what Lancashire wants, what they need.
So you know where Fairbrother gets his runs, but he gets them all around the pitch.
Get 4 for that, mainly because of the very, very fast outfield, and it takes Fairbrother on to a tremendous half-century. Good skipper's knock.
Delighted to have with me one of my teammates for a long time ago, and for a very long time. Great mate of mine, great roommate of mine, and one of Lancashire's best players. Harvey, how are you doing, pal?
I'm very good, Chuck. Very good in these strange times. Everything's all right.
They are as well. Very strange as well, are they? How are you coping with the time inside? What are you doing with yourself?
Oh, what have we been now? 3 weeks. We've
Yeah.
been 3 weeks. So we've got ourselves into a little routine. We've got 2 dogs, thankfully, that are keeping us well and truly on our toes. So we're out early with them, and that gets the day going, and then try and settle into some work through the day. And then it gets to 5 o'clock, and we're not watching the news anymore, but we do watch the government thing at 5 o'clock. And then that gets us to 6 o'clock, and it's happy hour. So
it is happy hour.
Yeah,
Your happy hour starts at 6. Mine starts about 5:30. I must admit.
So we do 6 to 8 as an happy hour.
Brilliant. Well, you're looking fit, mate. You're looking healthy and fit. So you must be doing something right.
I think it's just literally the dogs, and clearly one of our clients, Josh Butler, and one of obviously Lanc's players. His wife Louise is running a Pilates class. So we've been doing that each day at 12:30. It's absolutely top drawer. She's a great teacher. Would recommend it to anybody that wants to have a bit of a sweat at lunchtime. And it just gets a few of the stresses out. So we've been doing that. Audrey's really good at it. I'm not so good, but we're having a laugh at it.
Well, let's face it, Harv. Me and you in the gym in our days, they didn't go together much, did they?
No, it was a chore, wasn't it? A bit of a chore, the gym.
Brilliant, mate. So let's just talk about some of the days we played together. And we played in that great era of Lancashire cricket in the 90s. You made your debut at Lancashire, if I'm right, really early 80s, about 82, 83 under Jack Bond. Tell us a little bit about that, because it was a nice story.
Yeah, Bondy, I hadn't played much second team cricket. And one Saturday morning, I'm ready to go and play for Grappenhall as a 18-year-old. And the phone went. I was still in bed. The phone went, and my mum came running up the stairs, and she came bursting into a bedroom and said, Jack Bond's on the phone. Lancashire are short. They're playing Kent in a championship game. It was about 9 o'clock. And she said, we've got to be there in an hour. So I told her to go away politely, because I thought somebody was taking the mickey out of us. She insisted, and we got to Old Trafford, and there was a load of injuries. And Bondy was waiting for us at the gates, took me upstairs, and Clive Lloyd was captain. So there was Clive, there was Frank Hayes, there was Bumble, there was David Hughes, there was Jack Simmons, and then obviously the younger lads who were playing for England then, Graham Fowler, Paul Allott, all absolute heroes of mine. I'd never met. And an hour ago I was in bed, and an hour later I'm sat in a dressing room with them. We fielded all that first day. Got halfway home, Mum had to stop the car, and I was bloody sick through nerves. Went back the next day, and I played in the Sunday League the next day with about 10,000 on. Didn't bat Saturday, didn't bat Sunday, but I caught a catch at long gone off Jack Simmons, and thought that was going to be the pinnacle of my career.
Brilliant.
And didn't bat it rained all day on the Monday, so didn't bat on the Monday. Kent set a declaration on a Tuesday afternoon. David Lloyd Bumble scored a magnificent 150.
Yeah.
Lancs beat Kent, and I did nothing for 4 days but take a catch. and then about a month later, the season finished, and got a call, and went into Old Trafford with my mum and dad, and Jack Bond was in his office. He was manager, obviously, at the time. And he sat down and he offered me a 2-year contract. And he said to all three of us, but obviously to me mainly, he said, I look at myself as a chance maker. And all I'm doing is giving you the chance to become a professional cricketer. And they were his very words that obviously I never forgot. And, you know, amazing moments and amazing days. And Jack Bond was an amazing man. He was an absolute legend of the club, of Lancashire cricket. And I couldn't speak highly enough about him.
No, you couldn't. And I was in the same boat as you. I signed under Bondy in '86, and he said very similar words to me. You know, my chances were playing at that time were pretty slim. Remember, we had Chris Maynard and Stanley with as keepers, and I came in as third choice. And he said the same to me. You know, we're giving you an opportunity, make the most of it. Don't leave anything behind. I found that about Bondy though. He was a great man manager. He's like someone who put his arm around you and really pushed you into the right way.
Yeah, I mean, we'll obviously we'll come on to happy days. one of my saddest weekends was the 1986. We played the NatWest final at Lord's on the Saturday, and it was Clive's last game or last weekend before he retired, and he was batting number 4 and I was batting number 5, and he walked out to bat, and the whole ground stood up and applauded him. And we were all obviously out on the balcony and looking through the windows at Lord's out onto the pitch. And I think the only person in the whole ground not clapping him on was Imran Khan. We were playing Sussex, and Imran didn't clap him on. And he was LBW first ball to Dermot Reeve. And I think it's the only time I've walked into bat with tears coming down my cheeks. It was that emotional. And obviously we went on to lose that game. And then on the Sunday, we drove to Gloucester and played at Bristol in the Sunday League, as you did in those days. And that night, we got back to Old Trafford at midnight, and members of the board were waiting for Bondi to get off the coach, and they relieved him of his position that night, there and then. Okay. And that weekend, you know, we've had all those great days, but that weekend is one of the things that, you know, one of the sadder things.
Yeah, it was really sad. But you touched on something before that always makes me giggle and always makes me, you know, because we spent many happy days together, you know, waiting next to each other, waiting to go into bat and to see innings off. But people saying, you know what, I've watched Harvey for years, and he was the greatest one-day batsman at Lancashire I've ever had. He was cool, calm, collected, never showed any kind of nerves. But we know different, don't we?
I was all right once I got on the field, wasn't I?
There's no worse thing, was there?
I was all right once I got on the field. I was fine, wasn't I? But waiting to bat, if there was ever a more nervous person than me waiting to bat, then I'd like to see him.
You were fine. You were absolutely fine.
But once you crossed that white line, it was a different world, wasn't it? And you know, you knew what you had to do, and you just got on with your job, and you did it. And we were lucky. We played with so many top class players over different eras. Perhaps I played in one more era earlier than you, and you played one more era after me. But yeah, you know, when we look back now, that 1989, 90, 91 era was one era, and then we had a transition period, and we came to 95, 96, almost through to 98, and they were two mega periods for us, weren't they?
You were great.
You know, I thought about, I knew we were going to have a chat, and I thought about listing teams, my best championship team that I played with, English, and my best one-day team that I played with, English only, Lancastrians. And there were that many names that it was bloody impossible to pick a team. You know, it was just some of the people we played with over that period. But, you know, I don't know what you think. And we had two mega teams, didn't we?
Serious teams. And we had that. We spoke to Bully last week, and we mentioned that it was very much like the Lancashire class of '92. Your Fairbrother, Watkinsons, Austins, Martins, Yates, you know, people like that, Crawleys, who were all born and bred in around the northwest, had learned the cricket there. And then you added a couple of absolute worldies, your likes of your Ackrams and your De Freitases and people like that came in, strengthened us even more. That during that era, you'll know it was we were very, very tough to beat.
I mean, I've written my one-day team down. I can't do my championship team. I just can't do it. And I think that if there was one year, I think 1990 as a one-day team, we were nigh on unbeatable. We won the Bensons, didn't we? We won the NatWest. We lost 3 games in the Sunday League, and they were the 3 test match weekends when Athers, Daffy and myself were away, and they were the only 3 games we lost all year. And when we had a full team, we didn't just win games, did we, that year? We just smashed everybody out of sight, which, you know, it was an unbalanced team in many ways because it didn't have a spinner.
No.
And yet, for some reason, it worked. We were far better than everybody else. You know, it was brilliant. Walter owned the bowling, didn't he? It was as steady as a rock. And then we had Daffy, Waz, and then we had Bully and Winker as your 5-seam prong attack. And it was just, I just thought we were miles better than everybody.
We could, and because we'd grown up in playing league cricket and one-day cricket, we could bat first and get 300, which in them days was unheard of, and we could defend 150 if we were lucky enough to get any. And I think that was that never say die attitude that group of people had that made us a real tight knit unit, wasn't it?
And we got, you get used to winning, don't you? And we through a period. I mean, remember we played in that final at Edgbaston in '88, which was the refuge playoff final or something. That was the start of it, really. Yeah, and then we got used to winning. We won the Sunday League in '89 when Walter hit those 4s and 6s in that last game when it looked like we'd lost. What a night that was, by the way.
Brilliant.
And then, you know, then we went into 1990. Simo retired, didn't he, at the end of '89? Because obviously Jack had been our spinner. And then 1990 happened, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
And then we went through, and then, as you say, we got proper Lancastrian, didn't we? Then in '93, '94, '95.
Yeah.
And although I say 1990 was what I thought was our best year, when I've done my one-day team here, there are more from that Lancashire '95, '96 unit. Yeah. In my one-day team than the 90 unit, but hey, I don't know. It was amazing. It was amazing.
You mentioned celebrations. You mentioned celebrations, and you know the times we had, and the times we had after the game. And I look at old footage of us on the balcony, and there's even in the Brown Shipley suite now at Emirates Old Trafford. There's a scene where we'd won a game, and there's yourself and Waz and Oscar and Peter Martin and myself, all arms around each other. Glass of champagne or a Budweiser or whatever, and you know, and the actual Leon after. There was not a protein shake inside.
There was certainly no orange juice, was there? But you know, those days. Remember when Digger hit the last ball of that semi-final that you'd smashed it everywhere for 4 to win that game, and then we actually drove up to Durham that night.
Did we? We
drove up to Durham that night to play Championship the next day, but I think we did have 1 or 2 that night in the hotel in Durham, from what I remember.
But what about that? What about in the days? You've mentioned the days where there's loads of travelling, and we played Worcester. We played Worcester in a final at Lords. I don't know if it was Benson Hedges, NatWest. We, like you say, always into a bit of a blur. 1990, and then we travelled back the next morning after being in Stringfellows. For dinner with all our families and wives and girlfriends and everything, and then we travelled back up the next morning to play Worcester again in a Sunday League game.
And that they'd travelled the night before. They came up Saturday night. They'd lost obviously the final.
Yeah.
They travelled up that night. We stayed down, went to Stringfellows. We got back to Old Trafford about 40 minutes before the game, if you remember. Yeah. And we smashed them again.
Yeah. Do you remember?
And that on that Sunday, Wazim, remember he hit Graham Hick on the head?
Yes.
He hit Hickey on the head, and next ball demolished his stumps with a Yorker. Yeah. And it was absolutely unbelievable stuff, wasn't it? I mean, you were stood behind you saw it firsthand from behind the stump year on year. But you know, you could talk about Waz all day, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, let's give Waz some attention here, because like people ask me who's the best cricketer he ever played with, and I don't even have to think that he is the best all-round cricketer that I ever played with, and he was brilliant for us, wasn't he?
Oh, unbelievable. We when we signed him, we were out in Sharjah. England were playing Pakistan and India in Sharjah, and Laurie Brown, Lancs physio, was the England physio.
That's right.
And whether it was Bob Bennett or somebody, chairman of the club at the time, had rung myself and Laurie and said, "We're interested in this Wazim Akram. Go and speak to him." And Waz was a right young lad, wasn't he, at that point? Yeah, and we met him behind a palm tree so nobody could see us, trying to tap him up. And we talked to him, and I think he thought he was going to come and play for somebody like Accrington in the Lancashire League. and then he came and joined us, didn't he? And his first game, if you remember, was at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
A championship and a one-day game. And he came, he was as thin as a lat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he sat in the corner at Trent Bridge, never said boo to a goose. And that was the start of him playing. And that game was the first time we saw reverse swing.
Yeah.
In not second innings, he cleaned them up.
He did.
And then he taught, well, he taught all our lads, didn't he?
Oscar mentioned it. Oscar alluded to it last week. The first time he bowled with Waz at the other end to Waz, at the back end of an innings, where Oscar was deadly, wasn't he? With Yorkers, he was as good as anyone with the Yorkers. He bowled 3 wides on the trot because he didn't realise it was a real swing. And so we had a good chat with Oscar about that last week. And he was a player that could bowl 90 mile an hour. He could hit it out the ground. He could field like a gazelle. And he was an all-round good guy, wasn't he, for us?
He regards Lancashire as his second home. He still has a home here. Yeah. Comes over every summer. We all love him. He loves us all. And we were teammates for what? 10, 11 years with him, weren't we?
Long time. When he first came over as well, he couldn't speak much English, was it? It was all Urdu.
And now he tells jokes with the best, doesn't he?
He does.
Remember the semi-final at Leicester when we'd only got about 180?
Yeah, I do.
And he had a sore heel and he only had pumps on.
Yeah.
Bowled a couple of overs and said it wasn't good. And then they were knocking him off, weren't they? And he looked at the ball and he said, "Harvey, I will come and bowl now." And he got 5 for 1 in pumps, didn't he?
I remember Nico. He cleaned Nico up, didn't he? About 90 mile an hour in swinging Yorker to Nico. And Nico, I think he just laughed. Nico, he said, "I can't hit that. That's impossible." Impossible. It was brilliant. And we know we're looking to speak to him next week as well. So it'd be great to catch up on it and talk about them old days. Harvey, we talked about that squad of 90, 96, and you mentioned that there was one of your best 11s that could take the field in that area. Go on, talk us through a little bit of it. Give us what it was like. You chairman of selectors.
I'll give you an 11. And if what I want to put a big context on this, like played with Jimmy Anderson for a little while, really only in championship cricket. So I've not got Jimmy in this 11. He certainly would be in any Lancashire one-day 11, obviously. So Jimmy's not quite played long enough with me to be in this 11 of, this is through the 90 through to 98 era. Okay. So
you played with.
So number 1 on the list is Graham Fowler, who opened in those 1990 finals for us, and before and after, obviously. He was, I think, ahead of the game because he was an attacking batsman who often got us off to the flyer that we needed, which only happened latterly, sort of 94, 95, 96 onwards, really. So he was ahead of his game. He was ahead of the time. So he was number 1. Number 2, obviously, is Michael Atherton. He was the linchpin of our teams. Everybody batted round him, and he would be my opening batsman in there with Graham. Number 3, a man that would be in my championship team, my one-day team, any Lancashire team, and that's John Crawley. Fantastic player, fantastic Lancastrian again. Thought about the game inside out, could play the percentages, could play the big shots, and he had everything that was required of a top-class player. Number 4, bit of promotion up the order, I think. Number 4, Andrew Flintoff. Freddie came into the team and was part of the team that won the 98 Sunday League, and the Nat West also, I think we won in 98. So he was a big part of that. So he bats number 4. Again, nobody needs to know about Fred, but he could clear the boundaries. Great hitter of a cricket ball, also a good technician, and then his bowling. He became one of the best bowlers of his generation for quite some time. So he's in there. Graham Lloyd, number 5, young bumble, unbelievable runner between the wickets, innovator, was one of the first people to play the reverse sweep numerous times, and was an integral part of us winning lots and lots of cricket matches. Number 6, man that played through all those big games, both as captain and not as captain, would be Mike Watkinson. Tremendous cricketer, both as a batsman and a bowler, real wily character, and was a deceptively good fieldsman as well. So he was in there at 6. Then number 7 and 8, they can argue for who bats where, would be Warren Hegg, yourself, Chuck, as my wicket keeper, and unbelievably rightly so. Great batsman, saw us home so many times, and as a wicket keeper, both stood up and stood back. I can't talk highly enough of you. So you'd be in there. Then Daffy would be just behind you. Fantastic, again, amazing cricketer, all-rounder, brilliant in the field. Opened the bowling for England in the '92 World Cup and got us all the way through to the final. Won us the 1990 Nat West with a 5 for spit. The game was over an hour in, so he's in there. Number 9, my spinner, Gary Yates, just edges out Jack Simmons. And Simo, if you're listening to this, the reason you're not in was, I think Yatesy was probably a better fielder than you, and that's what it came down to. So nothing to choose bowling wise between Jack and Gary. And even though Yates is a City fan, he still makes my team. Where are we up to? 2 to go. Number 10, undoubtedly low in the batting order for his skill sets, but Ian Austin has to be in my all-time one-day Lancashire team. Could bowl at the start, could bowl in the middle, and crucially could bowl at the end of an innings. Wasn't the quickest, but his skill sets got him through and got Lancashire through on numerous occasions. And last but not least, just pipping Peter Martin, who himself was an incredible bowler, one day and championship for Lancs, is Glenn Chappell. Chappie had skill sets that not many had, and when it was his day, he could run through a batting order, as he did in the '96 NatWest final when he helped bowl Essex out for 90 odd and win us another comp. So that's my 11. It's a pretty good 11. If anybody wants to argue, please come to me on Twitter. Okay.
That's a very strong 11. But if it's like you say, we're a team. We've always been a team. You'd have a squad, wouldn't you? You'd have a squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've got names on names written down here. Paul Allott doesn't quite get into this one-day team, but in 1989, 1991, he was unbelievable for us.
Yes.
So one name here that I only played with a few times. It was only in Championship, but he scored 150 at Horsham in 1983 against Imran and Garth LaRue on a rapid wicket. Was Frank Hayes.
Right.
And Frank, that day, that inning sticks in my mind. And if I'm picking a championship team with moments, he'd probably be my championship team. Wow. But that's a bit before your time, that one, Chuck.
It is, yeah. We have the former players now, Harv, as you know, and Frank's a real stalwart of the Lancashire former players, and it's always great to see him. He's a cheery character. He loves coming back to Emirates Old Trafford, and Frank is one of those Lancashire legends that we love to be associated with.
Brilliant.
You mentioned there, you captained the side, 92, 93.
Yeah.
Again, a great honour it must have been to captain in the team.
No, absolutely. As you know only too well, you want to play for Lancashire, you want to play for England, but you also want to captain. And I was lucky enough to do it for 2 years. Yeah. And probably it was just the start of a transition period for us. And I loved most of it. Didn't quite understand at the time how much politics was going to be involved and how much committee room was going to be involved in it all. But walking out onto the field with the lads and the actual captaincy on the field, I absolutely adored, and it makes you even prouder, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I still look at that board now, Harv. I still look at it, when you go into Emirates Old Trafford and it says your name on the captain's list with all those esteemed great players that are around you, and think, you know, how did I end up being captain of Lancashire? They must have been short that much.
Oh God, you know, but the players that we played with, and then you come on through that era to the 94, 95, 96 when Winker was captain.
Yeah.
And that era was also amazing for us, wasn't it? And we won a double, and we won the Bensons, and then we won the Sunday League a bit later in '98, didn't we? And Fred had appeared by that time as well, hadn't he?
Yeah, he had.
So
I was going to ask you about Fred. Because I
well,
know
we'll get on to Fred in a minute.
Right.
You know, just going back, we won at Worcester in the semi-final, and again, you and Yatesy and
was
home. And those of us that were in and out, we sat in the changing room. The game was well and truly away from us, and then it came back to us, and nobody moved. You weren't allowed to move that night in your spot, and clearly we won an unbelievably tight finish, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I remember us having a sing-song in the changing room that night, and if you remember, the members' bar was right next to our changing room, and my mum and dad was sat right by the wall between the dressing room and the bar. And eventually we came out and went into the bar, didn't we?
You did.
And I got a right off my mum for swearing as we were singing.
I remember it. That was brilliant. Yeah, another one of those days where we snatched victory well from the jaws of defeat, and we did it a few times. It was that never say die attitude of that team, and you know we've not mentioned him much. We've not mentioned others much. You know, a great mate of ours who we grew up with, and he was part of that era, part of that dressing room, part of that culture that we had. And he ended up one of our mates being England captain. I was so proud of the fact that we played with him.
Unbelievable. I mean, remember when he came into the changing room in '87 and he was still at Cambridge, and I mean, some things have never changed. He was never wrong back then, and he's still never wrong now, is he? He came in to the changing room and he immediately went straight into the first team, and just took to it like it was second nature, didn't he? He was so good. I think what people don't understand, later on in his career when he was playing for England and he'd had his bad back, if you think, you know, when he played against Donald in those two series, he was opening the batting against the world's fastest bowlers. He couldn't duck.
No.
All he could do was stand up and play the ball. And the bravery of the man. At that point, you think, oh my gosh, he's a great player in his own right. But, you know, the ticker that he had, the resolve that he had was just, you know, unbeatable, wasn't it? And that, when he was younger, back in 1990 again, he was the mainstay of our batting in 1990, wasn't he? You know, he just stayed in all those innings like a rock, and we went in and did our bit around him. And, you know, that can never be underestimated through that time. And then later on, he was just as proud as we are that we turned out 11 Lancastrians in a final. And, you know, that's what it was all about, wasn't it? But again, he's one of the lads, isn't he?
He's one of the boys. And you've mentioned that. Others, and he'd be the first to admit it, he couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. But put a cricket bat and a pair of pads and an helmet on. He was the bravest man. He turned into a gladiator, didn't he? And he was a very, very brave, brilliant player. And you know, I just think, you know, we were lucky to play with that kind of that kind of player. But you know, let's move on a little bit, Harv, to the ground, Emirates Old Trafford. Now it's not the place it was when we played with those. But even so, what a place it's turned out to be now.
Well, I mean, we used to think that it was a great cricket ground, didn't we?
Brilliant.
When we were young, we thought Old Trafford was a great cricket ground. And it was at the time, and then it went into a little bit of a decline. And I guess, I don't know, what has happened to it over the last 6 or 7 years, and the redevelopment that has gone on, the money that has been poured into the new facilities themselves. The cricket ground now holds itself with more or less any other cricket ground in the world. and I believe there's another little bit of last redevelopment to do.
Yeah.
You know, when that last bit of redevelopment is done, and it's going to be an amphitheatre all the way round, it'll be a bowl, won't it? But you know, you couldn't be prouder of the way it's turned out. And people used to say, look at that red box. Well, now that red box is integrated, and you know, when the big stands up there, I think the atmosphere within the ground is just sensational. And it's a credit to everybody that's been involved in the hard work that's gone in to bringing our club back up to a world-class venue.
And you mentioned it before. You know, you look after some of England's best players now. Some of England's best players. They must really enjoy coming to Old Trafford to Emirates Old Trafford to play for England.
Yeah, I mean, it sticks in Joe Root's throat that Old Trafford's now a bloody good ground because he's a Yorkshireman. But, you know, he loves batting on the ground. They all love to come and play in the atmosphere that he's created, and most of them will tell you that it's probably the best Test match wicket in the country. So, you know, somebody's done something right somewhere, haven't they? We're talking about great teams that we've had, and one of our biggest squad players was our groundsman, wasn't it?
Oh, definitely. Pete Aaron, absolutely, yeah.
Pete was an absolute Lancashire legend. You know, you're going about players and ex-players. Well, our groundsman stands amongst anybody that is a legend of our club. He must have been 30-odd years at the club, and he ended up making the best wickets in the country by far. He was as proud of punch every time Lancashire won a game. We took him into our squad, into our dressing room, and he became one of our team, didn't he?
Yeah, and he celebrated with us. He felt when we got beat, and he was our mate, wasn't he? Like you said, he was a squad player, and he was our pal. No one liked a party and a beer and a late night as much as Pete did.
No. I mean, one little quick story. When I was captain, we said to him you'll remember that we thought the wickets were too good for Championship cricket, too hard and too fast and bouncy for our little seamers. Yeah. And Malcolm Marshall bowled us out one day, and he was not a medium pace seamer, obviously, was he? Pete came in the captain's room at tea, and I said, you know, what is this wicket for us? You know, it just suits Malcolm Marshall, it suits the opposition. And he picked me up and he dangled me over the balcony. And he said, do you want to say that to me again? And he pulled me back over, and we went and had a beer. He was a great man, and we loved him. And it was an incredibly sad day when he passed away, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's really nice words, and you know, Pete will stay in our memories forever, Harper. Let's just finish on Lancashire, the Red Rose at the moment. What do you think of the current squad?
I think the last couple of years there's been a great turnaround, and you know, I'm really excited by the squad they've got now and the future for the club. I can see us going from strength to strength. You know, it'd be great to win another championship, wouldn't it? But the one-day team, you know, the likes of Livingston, Parkinson, Mahmood's come through. These are young Lancastrians that take me back to our day, and they're the future of our club. And you know, you add that with a bit of experience, which they've also got, and then there's the youngsters like Rob Jones coming through, and the future, I think, is unbelievably bright. And I'm you know, if we get out on the field this summer at any stage, I'm really looking forward to watching them.
Absolutely, led by one of our other old mates as well, Glenn Chappell at the moment, who's you know, gone right through the ranks as a player. As a captain and now head coach of the club, and bringing a really good culture to that team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's brilliant that the director of cricket is a Lancastrian great. The head coach is a Lancastrian great. Mark Chilton ably supporting them, fantastic stalwart of the club. Yeah. A Lancashire great in yourself. Within that commercial department and helping run the club. So, you know, the players and ex-players and the club is steeped And I love that fact. And I think that that's why, you know, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've got back to maybe being a bit more old style Lancashire.
Yeah, and that feeling, that's brilliant. Yeah. So, yeah, Harley, it's been brilliant to speak to, mate. You are a legend of the club. You know, you're one of Lancashire's best ever batsmen, one of Lancashire's best ever servants, and it's always brilliant to catch up and have a chat and remember. Also, we could have spoke for 3 or 4 hours. I'm sure. Of memories, but it's a little snippet for people, hopefully, to enjoy in these very tough times where we must stipulate people stay safe and look after each other and stay healthy. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's what we're all trying to do: stay safe, stay healthy, stay in, and when the time comes, we'll all get together again down at Old Trafford.
Brilliant, loving it, loving the fact. Harvey, legend. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Chuck.
Very good afternoon, welcome back to Blackfinch New Road in Worcester, day 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy first class county cricket match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Richard Ray and Scott Reed, your commentators for the game. And Leicestershire about to resume in their first innings, still in a reasonably strong position. They are 274 for 2. But they have used up 100 of their 120 overs in getting there. Lancashire, remember, in their first innings scored 322. So Leicestershire are still 48 behind, although they have 8 first innings wickets in hand. Tom Bailey is going to open the bowling for Lancashire post-lunch from New Road End. Comes in and bowls to Slater and Ackermann. Bowls straight and Ackermann is forward. The Leicestershire captain pushing the ball back down the pitch on the onside. I'm looking carefully at the ball to see if it's new and shiny, because Lancashire were entitled to take the new ball after 90, not 80, 90 overs. They did not do so because they were finding it easier to restrict Leicestershire with the old ball. The thumbs up from Scott indicate they have now taken the new ball, as Bailey is in, bowling very straight to Ackermann. A nice straight back down the pitch again on the onside, and again there is no run. So Bailey, who has laboured manfully throughout this innings, the scoreboard seems to have perhaps frozen because it's decided that Danny Lamb is still bowling and has bowled 15.2 overs. That is not, I suggest, Danny Lamb.
It is not, no.
Bailey it is, who runs in and bowls to Ackermann, who is again solidly playing the ball in defence out into the offside this time, picked up by Leicestershire's, by his opposite number, I should say, Lancashire's captain Dane Willis. So I wonder if the scorers or whoever's operating the electronic scoreboard would note that it isn't Danny Lamb bowling. See if I can catch anybody's eye. They're alongside us, but they're in a sort of separate. We're separated by 2 separate panes of glass in another commentary box. In goes Bailey and bowls, and again nice and straight. Again, Ackermann can only push it out into the middle, but I can tell you that I know for sure Bailey hasn't taken a wicket so far in this innings, despite bowling, leading the attack with real fortitude on a good but just slightly slow New Road pitch that really isn't offering the bowlers too much other than the very occasional delivery that just stops a fraction. Can he get a little bit of movement with the new ball and get a bit of reward he deserves, really, Bailey. In he goes and is driven by Ackermann through the covers for 4. Willis really flung himself to his left and tumbled over and rolled over, gave it everything. Lancashire's captain in trying to cut that one off, unable to do so. Ackermann moves on to 71 not out. Now, let me just check his highest score last season. I know it was sort of 70 area. It was 70 not out. So, in his first innings of this season, he's already scored more than he scored in any innings last season. Waits as Bailey bowls to him again, a little bit straighter, and he turns it into the onside this time, but straight to Rob Jones. Seeing if Jones has still got the pads on there. Jones has been one of the highlights of the game. Well, highlights is probably pushing it a little bit, but one of the more entertaining aspects of the game, in that he has been sporting socks of many colours, like Joseph and his coat. Yesterday they were fluorescent green, and today they're a fetching buttercup yellow. 278 for 2, Ackermann 71, Slater 143 on debut, the last Leicestershire debutant to score 100 on his century. I'm tempted to set this to Leicestershire listeners as a quiz question, but then they'll suspect that I don't know the answer, and I'm just angling for it. No, I do. It was Michael Thornley who scored a century in 2012, 8 long years ago. Pidgey's back, and that was against Glamorgan. Moulton. Edwin is going to bowl. He's opened the bowling, and he's been Bailey's partner, so to speak, in taking the new ball in this game. Round the wicket he goes to Ben Slater, who drives very pleasantly for 4. It was just that bit of extra width. It sometimes happens with the new ball. Didn't quite control it to Moulton. It pushed it wide. Maybe just swung a little bit in the air. And it was full. And Slater tucked in. Didn't get many of those. Hasn't had many of those in this innings. Especially this morning. They kept good control, Lancashire. And they don't want to lose it now, because Leicestershire have 18.5 overs left, as in goes Moulton, and is clipped firmly with a high right elbow into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket by Ben Slater, who is drawing in on 150, 147 not out for him. What his best score is, his best first-class score is. I shall look that up. In the meantime, Moulton is in, round the wicket, whipped away almost contemptuously. What a way to go to 150 for Ben Slater. It sat up nicely on the hip, and he fairly thumped it away through the leg side, through square leg, into the rolled-up covers. The ball rolls, and he put that away with some aplomb.
Terrific shot, wasn't it?
Fetch that.
It looked great, didn't it? I hope the photographer got a glimpse of that follow through. It looked fantastic.
Well, Leicestershire are really going to try and pile it on now, and this, as I say, could be an entertaining few overs. His first-class best, he's got it. It was previously 130. Round the wicket goes... Oh, Moulton, and a little attempted dab at the ball from Slater, sees it go through to Alex Davies without interruption.
According to Lancashire's yearbook, the highest first-class score for Leicestershire against Lancashire is 158 by Willie Watson in 1961.
Well, having got his first-class best and his first 150, Slater's in line to break the record. In he goes, Moulton, and it's thumped back towards him. And Ackermann flings himself back into the... Just make sure his bat is back in the crease. Umpire Cook looks affronted at having to skip out of the way. His roly-poly pudding would have been disturbed there, wouldn't it? Whatever he had for his dessert in the Graham Hick Pavilion.
Custard or ice cream? It's always the dilemma for me with roly-poly pudding.
Might have been something healthy. Round the wicket goes. Oh, round the wicket goes Moulton, and again a funny little dab at a delivery outside the off stump. Whether he was just trying to dab that one down to third man. It was a bit of a nothing shot from Ben Slater, having gone to that 150, but he got away with it again. I guess you earn your luck at beyond a certain point. Leicestershire on to 286 for 2.
And 8 overs left for Leicestershire to get their batting bonus points acquired.
Oh, yeah. So
and
they want 350 for that, won't they?
Yep. And then 10 left of the innings to see what they can get. Loads of wickets left, so try and see what they can get after 110 in terms of bonus points, and then I suspect they'll have a bit of a thrash if they can.
Bailey into Ackermann drives pleasantly, but controlled, because it's a straight-ish delivery from Tom Bailey, and it goes straight to Goft, who's at mid-off. Yeah, Willie Watson at Grace Road in 61. 61. 2 years before I was born. Even I wasn't around. Goodness me. Bailey, shirt hanging out of his trousers, goes in, bowls slightly short to Ackermann, gets up on his toes and cuts it. Sort of a front foot drive, square drive off the front foot. Good diving stop by Jones, who's at point. Doesn't manage to gather the ball as he stopped diving it. As he stopped the ball diving to his right, but he did manage to slow it down. In fact, probably didn't really affect anything too much, because there is a man behind him on the boundary who picked up the ball, completed the fielding, and the single was taken anyway. But it was a good effort.
Yeah,
it really was by Jones. Yes, apologies to Slater. I assumed he'd have a bigger first-class best than that. His List A best is better, but he's beaten that as well. It's 148 not out. He really has shone in List A cricket. Now he's shining in first-class cricket. 151 not out. Can he go? Can he keep going? Why not? He's waiting with bat raised as Bailey goes around the wicket and bowls to him. Driven firmly, pleasantly into the ground, but again, no great weight in the shot. It goes straight out to extra cover, who is then sent by Tom Bailey out to deep extra cover. And Keaton Jennings, Starlet Jennings, who was at slip, is coming out to take his place. So he's at extra cover now, so no slip as Bailey around the wicket to Slater, who drives expansively, lifts it over mid-on, and it bounces again all the way. It wasn't sure whether it quite carried. It did carry. He didn't hit that. He didn't look to sort of fling himself at that one. It was a beautifully timed, lifted on drive, lofted on drive. Leicestershire are going for it now.
It's a gorgeous shot, isn't it? New ball, Lancashire's best bowler.
First 6 of the match.
Terrific shot. Yes, I think it is. Yeah. Well, you predicted before lunch, Richard, we might see a few fireworks after lunch, and it started that way, Leicestershire.
Bailey in again, Slater same place and exactly the same result. Consecutive 6s over long on. Ben Slater off the bowling of Bailey. Bailey, who's been so tight in his bowling, he'd bowled 20 overs for around about, well, less than 40 runs, and he suddenly conceded 12 off 2 balls as Leicestershire close in on 300, 299 for 2, and they close in on Lancashire's first innings of 322. What a knock this is becoming from Ben Slater. Can he make it 3 in a row? In goes Bailey, bowls to him. He bowls a slower ball, but Slater isn't to be fooled. He just waited and waited for it, and then just dabbed it down to third man and takes a single and keeps the strike. The 300 is up for Leicestershire. Their 1, 2, 3 third batting bonus point, their 6th bonus point of the match. If it's drawn, whatever, they'll take 14 points from the game. But they're looking for more than that, the Foxes.
Yeah, great effort from Slater. A couple of fantastic shots. One heading towards the windows in the hotel.
My window,
was
actually.
Was it going towards your window? Goodness.
Thinks about it, yes. Room number 3.
Hope they're reinforced glass, I'm sure they are.
1, 2, 3. What do I say? Yeah, you can't open it on those on the bottom, the bottom ones, which is a bit claustrophobic, really. Round the wicket comes Moulton and bowls to Slater, and this comes back in to him a little bit and has to be dealt with a certain amount of respect by Ben Slater, and it's played firmly but only as far as mid-wicket, where they probably slightly irritated, and I think that's probably underestimating his emotion. Tom Bailey is fielding at the moment. Round the wicket again. Moulton bowls. Slater waits for one outside off some, dabs it down. He's going to get 4 for that. It was a super shot. Really delicate, beautifully placed. Dabbed down to third man for 4. Slater has picked up the banner, so to speak, and he's charging ahead with it.
For all the big hits in that last Tom Bailey over, that was for me the best shot of the lot. It was just a little open up of the face of the bat, the use of the wrist to steer it down to third man. What a clever little shot that was from Slater.
It was indeed. Lancashire have to be a little bit careful here as Moulton goes in and bowls to Slater. Again, he sort of closes the face of the bat on it as he forces into the leg side, but this time Bailey gets across and makes the stop.
It's tough, isn't it, for Moulton? And if you're George Balderson or Danny Lamb, you're thinking I might be having a bowl in a minute, and I've got Slater smacking Tom Bailey all over the place.
1, 2, 3. Still just the 4 men on the boundary as Moulton is in, bowling to Slater, who plays it firmly out to one of those men who's out on the deep extra cover boundary. I think it's Stephen Croft out there. I say just 4 men on the boundary, and that is correct, but the infield, with the exception of mid-wicket and extra cover, are deepish. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, still just the 4 for the right-handed Ackermann as well, but mid-off is deep mid-off. He's halfway back, likewise mid-on. Moulton back over the wicket, of course, to Colin Ackermann, who drives really hard, cracks it straight through Bailey, rings his hand. He got a big hand to it and he slowed it down and he saved 2 runs without question. It would have rattled over the ropes at deep extra cover for 4, but Bailey managed to, well, not half stop it, but slow its progress sufficiently for that man at deep mid-off to run around to deep extra cover and pick up inside the ropes and get the ball back. Ackermann on 274, 307 for 2. Moulton coming in to finish his 23rd over into Ackermann, who again drives hard, crashes it through the offside, but straight out to Keaton Jennings, who's on the deep cover boundary. Single taken. Ackermann keeps the strike. Tom Bailey takes off his cap and goes to have a long chat to Alex Davies. How are we going to play this one? 308 for 2. Ackermann has 75 now. Slater has 169. They came together with the score on 156. So it's a 150 partnership. Is up 152 now, the partnership.
They've been terrific, haven't they? And I think led by the captain, really. I think Ben Slater yesterday batting with Azad was a slightly different approach, and Azad obviously in his own little bubble and was quite content to defend and was patient and all the rest of it. Ackermann today, almost from the word go, wanted to be a little bit more positive, and I think that's helped Slater as well.
And they are now closing on the record 3rd wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Lancashire, which is 163. Messrs Bradshaw and Armstrong, Aylstone Road, 1929. One more over before updates as Bailey goes in, forces Ackermann onto the back foot, drops it towards backward point, but Jones is quickly on to the ball. So Ackermann took an exploratory step down the pitch, but was quickly sent back by Ben Slater. 169 for Slater, 332 balls. He has never batted this long in first class in any form of cricket. Bailey turns. In he comes, bowls again to Ackermann, short, pulled away round the corner, good diving stop, or good tumbling stop down there by Danny Lamb, and he gets his throw away, but it was all hurried and a little bit of a mess. It was a tumbling stop and he picked himself up and hurled the ball back in towards Davies, but it wasn't entirely accurate. He did save 2 without doubt, but he wasn't able to give Davies the sort of throw that might have really put Ackermann in trouble as he came back for the second. Bailey in again to Ackermann, who just drops the ball back out. A ball off stump out towards backward point, but more or less straight to Jones this time, so no run to be had. 310 for 2. Leicestershire just 12 behind Lancashire's first innings score now. Bailey turns, in he comes, bowls, looking for the pull. It was a slightly slower ball, maybe came off the glove of Ackermann, who pulled several eons too early at the ball. It came off the glove, bounced towards sort of second slip. Davies scrambled across to try and stop it, wasn't quite able to do so. He's a bit annoyed about the fact that he wasn't able to do so as well, because Ackermann, they didn't signal a leg bye or anything there, did they?
They did, it was leg bye.
Oh, it was,
yeah.
It was body then rather than glove. Yeah, he did rather go at it too soon, didn't he? And must have just come off the thigh pad as he pivoted. In goes Bailey round the wicket to Slater. Again, the slightly slower ball, but Slater, seeing it like a football, just waits and reading it beautifully, dabs it down towards wide third man. Lamb comes in off the ropes and Fields gets his throwaway single taken. 170 to Slater now.
I think a few of us were wondering whether Lancashire would just not take the old ball, just try and continue with what they did in the morning session with that older ball, with field nice and tight, to try and really tie Leicestershire down.
Bailey in again, fullish towards Midland leg, clipped away into the leg side by Ackermann, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Tom Hartley is the fielder, single taken. Top of the hour, updates time.
Indeed it is.
End of the over.
That new ball coming onto the bat very nicely for Slater. 170 not out. So 313 for 2. Everybody's back up and running after lunch in the Bob Willis Trophy. And there's a 50 for Brett D'Oliveira. He went to lunch on 48, but has now reached 50 off 80. And Worcestershire 347 for 5. Lead Gloucestershire by 80 runs. Hampshire taking on Sussex. And they're on to a run chase there. I think the 245 was the target for Hampshire. They lost some early wickets to a 20 for 3. And then 38 for 3, chasing 245 to beat Sussex at Hove. And Surrey wicketkeeper Jamie Smith is out for 80. Surrey 281 for 8 against Middlesex, who made 347 for 6. There's Ed Moulton bowling, and that's chopped away. A good-looking shot over the top of point down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Just off slightly bent knee, Ackermann. Steering that up and over backward point down towards the boundary. 4 more runs. Moves up to 82 not out. And Leicestershire 317 for 2. So almost there, level with Lancashire, with a bit to come, because this is the 106th over of their first innings. They've got this over plus 4 more to try and get to 350 for an extra batting point. Ackermann drives up to mid-off, gets through for 1, moves to 83, and then still 10 overs left of their 120, and as it stands, 8 wickets remaining to see what they can, how far in front of Lancashire they can get themselves a handy lead on first innings, potentially here, Leicestershire, with 55 overs remaining as it stands in the day's allocation. Moulton around the wicket to Slater, just drops that into the offside. And there is no run. And Lancashire looking for a little period of calm here. It's been pretty frantic since lunch. It's been good from Slater, and backed up by Ackermann. This is a terrific partnership. Pretty chanceless, that one opportunity which was put down by Balderson. This is back underway after lunch, and Leicestershire are 318 for 2. So closing in on that Lancashire total of 322 that they made in their first innings. And they have until the 120th over. That's the restrictions on the first innings for each side in the Bob Willis Trophy. Leicestershire now 2 runs behind that total because Ben Slater is 172 not out. Colin Ackermann on 83. Lancashire have not yet picked up a wicket on the third day. Leicestershire 320 for 2. Just trail Lancashire by 2 runs now. Moulton back into Slater, playing a miss, and through to Alex Davis.
Shot a ball now.
Aye, well, yeah, why not?
So 320 means the partnership is 164. And the record for the third wicket for Leicestershire against Lancashire is 163. They have broken the record for Leicestershire's third wicket against Lancashire.
Moulton to Slater. To step down the pitch, trying to force it into the offside, but it bounces up to cover. No run. That's the end of the over. So 4 remaining before the bonus points are finished. I think we have a sanitation break. We do. So squad. 4 remaining to get to 110 for the maximum. For the opportunity to try and get another batting bonus point. Need 30 runs off these final 4 overs to do that, and then 10 overs left with 8 wickets in hand to try and see how far in front of Lancashire they can get. And it could be quite a pivotal lead on first innings. Could well be if they get themselves a decent way in front, but we shall see. Either way, it's been excellent by Leicestershire throughout the course of yesterday and indeed today.
Yes. The next 4 overs are going to be interesting.
Ackermann 83 from 130, and Slater now 172 from 337 deliveries. But as Richard mentioned, a record partnership for the third wicket for Leicestershire against Lancashire.
It was previously 163. Ayleston Road, 1929, between Messrs Bradshaw and Armstrong. J. Bradshaw and N. Armstrong, I'm afraid. I don't know what their full Christian names were. I will look it up.
Hampshire have lost a 4th wicket at Hove. Have been set 245 to beat Sussex, and they're 4 down, 38 for 4.
Michael says, shut the pigeons up.
I think he's gone quiet now, hasn't he?
Yes, easier said than done, Michael.
It is.
Quite a high position.
I don't fancy trying to shut those pigeons up when they're in the rafters of the stand here. Right, sanitation break done. There's Bailey back into Ackermann, who's pushing up to Bohannon at mid-on, getting through for a run. He's to 84, not out, 321 for 2.
Mike Jelfs thinks they're doing quite a good job because they kind of replaced the vuvuzela that sometimes toots out at Stench's vuvuzela at the Fisher County ground. Rather more tuneful, the pigeons.
Bailey right arm around the wicket. Slater down on one knee but doesn't time it, and he's caught by Bohannon at mid-off. And Slater's excellent innings comes to an end. He had some fun after lunch, Slater hitting Bailey for a couple of sixes, but he's gone for a highest score in his career. 172 he's made, but chipping one up to mid-off, where Bohannon took the catch, and Bailey picks up his first wicket. And that's the third of the Leicestershire innings to fall. 321 for 3. Slater eventually out for a brilliant 172.
Of 337 balls. Well, what a start to your brief, apparently, Leicestershire career for Ben Slater. He did play quite beautifully, and I'll remember those 2 sixes off Bailey over long on for a long time. He didn't look to put any weight into the shot. He played them quite beautifully. He takes his helmet off and raises his bat. It deserves a little bit more, a noisier round of applause than he's getting, but obviously there's not so very many people in the ground. But he's smiling broadly the young man from Chesterfield, as he walks off holding his bat by the blade. The Leicestershire players on the balcony of the cafe doing their best to make up for the absence of the crowd. But what a super knock from Ben Slater. I'll try and give you his exact figures if I possibly can. 337 balls, 24s and 2 6s.
One almost onto the window of your hotel.
Yes, one almost straight through the window of my hotel. But took part in 2 huge partnerships. One for the first wicket with Hassan Azad of 153. And one for the the third wicket with Colin Ackermann of 165, breaking the record for Leicestershire's third wicket against Lancashire, which had stood for 91 years.
So George Rhodes, the new batsman.
Not a great deal to gain, has he?
Not a lot.
3.4 overs left.
There's Bailey into the new man who's coming down the pitch to Tom Bailey. And just dropping it into the offside. There's no run.
Familiar territory for George Rhodes, of course, formerly of Worcestershire.
Essex have been bought out for 298. So Kent have a lead, a first innings lead of 89 runs over Essex.
Got a duck in the warm-up game, George.
Slip in place. Benny balls. He's forward in defence. That's a pretty solid and resolute front foot defensive push into the offside. No run.
Lancashire still ahead by a single run. Sides pretty much level then. 5 sessions to go. Less than half an hour.
2 balls left of this over. Bailey's 23rd. Again, Rhodes using his feet, coming down the pitch, striking handsomely, but it's a pretty well guarded offside field to that shorter boundary. And picks out the Lancashire captain, Dane Velas, at cover. And there's no run. 4 on the offside. In fact, there's a third man. There's a backward point, deep point, extra cover, mid-off. 1 slip, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket as well. Bailey, little shuffle at the top of his mark and then strides back in right on over the wicket. It wraps the pad of Rhodes. Bailey asked the question, but massively convincingly, and he didn't have a great deal of help from his teammates neither. That's the end of the over. So 107 gone. So 13 remain for Leicestershire in their first innings. They're 1 run behind, 321 for 3. And Ackermann, you would think, with Rhodes new to the crease, with the responsibility of seeing just how far in front they can get.
Yeah, just 3 overs though to 110. Bonus point, at which point the bonus points award ends. So can they really pick up 29 runs off the last 3 over these last 3?
Moulton bowling to Ackermann. He's cutting the ball on the ground. Square of the wicket through point, where Jennings picks up and launches the ball in the general direction of the Lancashire wicketkeeper. Ackermann gets a single. 85 not out, brings them level now. Leicestershire and Lancashire level with 322. Lancashire all out for 322. Leicestershire 322 for 3. Now George Rhodes is twirling his bat around. He's peering over his left shoulder, looking leg side. He sees a deep mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket, mid-on, and deep backward square leg. Moulton in the balls to Rhodes, who drives through the offside. Good tumbling stop, and he's sent back by captain Bailey there, close in on the offside. Good low stop to his left-hand side, denying Rhodes the chance to get a run.
It was really clever from Bailey as well, because it looked for a second as though it had got through him, and he meant it to look as though it had got through him. He sort of picked it up quite slyly and then rolled and threw it, and both the batsmen had advanced. Nearly came off.
Moulton to Rhodes. It's muscled through mid-wicket. That might be four. Can Croft get round to cut that off? He cannot. He's off the mark with that. Really did force that one away through the onside. There was Daniel Lamb at mid-wicket, and as soon as that got underneath his body, with it being a shorter boundary, even though Croft was sweeping round that leg side boundary, it raced out towards the rope.
Well, with only 5 games, I wouldn't be at all surprised if it comes down to a point or two at the end in terms of qualifying for the final. So these could be okay, it's a big step, but they could be crucial overs.
Oh, he's going for a ramp. Here is Rhodes, and he's managed to loft it over the keeper's head, and he might get 4 for it. He has. Well, Rhodes is coming out, and clearly with wickets in hand and with position that Leicestershire are in now, trying to get themselves way in front and perhaps try and get to 350 if they can. He's manufacturing a few shots, kind of T20 style.
Moulton must be wondering what first-class cricket's all about at the moment. That was a brave shot from George Rhodes. I was looking at the replay. No, he managed to get his head a long, long way out of it, really. Out of the way of, potentially in the way of the ball.
Yes, I think reports that he just checked his dental insurance before playing that shot are unconfounded.
Consecutive boundaries, though.
330 for 3 now. Moulton back in. Strikes into the offside, but Keaton Jennings gets everything behind it. That tall frame of his to stop the ball.
Probably feels he's missed out a bit there, Rhodes. It was a conventional shot. It was out there to be driven and drive it. He did and hit it like a tracer, but straight to Jennings, who's retreating now.
Final ball of the over. Moulton moves in, Diglis end, and he's pushed along the ground, and he'd take the single that Lancashire offered up, with Jennings dropping back to the boundary. So Rhodes moves to 9, keeps the strike. End of the over. 2 left in terms of their chance to add to their bonus points. 331 for 3, Rhodes 9, and Ackermann unbeaten on 85, and 12 overs remaining of the first innings for Leicestershire. 2 to get the 19 runs they need to pick up that 4th batting bonus point and finish with 7 bonus points, and potentially 15 from the game if it were to be drawn on that basis. Rhodes twiddles the bat in his hand, looks around him, sees a well spread field as Tom Bailey's in from the new road end on towards the legs, clipped into the leg side. They will surely look for 2 here. They do turn for 2. Rhodes is scrambling, but it is a long way from the boundary to the wicket on that side of the ground. Jennings got his throw away quite quickly, but it wasn't the greatest throw in the world. Davis had to go running out from behind the stumps, and although Rhodes was sprinting, he was able to just slow down his run towards the end, seeing he wasn't in any danger. 2 to him. 3 for 3, all the 3s. Bailey in again. Rhodes waits for the slower ball, pitches it from outside off stump, just paddles it towards mid-wicket, but only as far as mid-wicket. Actually, Jennings is at mid-wicket, I beg his pardon. It's Hartley, who's also sort of tall and fair, who's out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So it's Jennings who makes the stop. Similar builds, aren't they?
They are,
yeah.
Curiously. Sort of, but Jennings actually, I should have realised, has got a short-sleeved shirt on, and Hartley, the spinner's long-sleeved shirt, as Bailey is in and, well, slogged, really, by Rhodes, who advanced down the wicket. Bailey saw him coming, banged it in. Rhodes swung at it anyway, baseball style, hit it hard down into the ground, and it bounced straight to Jennings at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Rhodes crossed with himself. 17 still needed off 9 balls, if we're talking about bonus points. Bailey in, Outside off stump, slower ball, horrible swipe from Rhodes, misses. He was comprehensively deceived there, George Rhodes. He's swinging and missing at the moment. He might be better. Well, getting a bit late for that now, but just trying to push one and get Ackermann on strike. Might be Leicestershire just going to miss out on this fourth batting bonus point. Hartley starting to swing his arms. Got the word maybe. Bailey into Rhodes, who reaches for a very wide one and hits it straight to extra cover and is caught. Really had to reach for that one. Got quite a lot on it, but couldn't control it, couldn't keep it down, and Willis held a reasonably comfortable catch. He went back down on his haunches as he did so and sort of rolled, but it was two hands pointing to the sky. Job as it went towards him at a comfortable height, and Rhodes' entertaining little flurry has come to an end. 11 to him off 14 balls, and Leicestershire 333 for 4.
Well, I suppose you either get runs or get out and let someone else have a go at this stage for Leicestershire. Interesting that you say about just perhaps just taking the signal and letting the captain take strike, and that might well be the instruction here for Tom Taylor to say, no, just get me on strike if you can. Rhodes, say just hitting out. If it comes off, you get runs, great. If you get out, well, let somebody else have a go. They've got lots of wickets in hand, and they've got the captain still nicely placed on 85, but he's going to have to try and see the majority of these deliveries through if they're to get anywhere near that, to get that extra batting point. But crucially, the slightly bigger picture things, to see how far in front they can get of Lancashire.
Which they don't want to lose Ackermann for in the quest for this extra batting bonus point, I suppose. So just a little bit of balance, I suppose.
Yeah, it might be a chance. You think perhaps Leicestershire will think, well, let's sacrifice that batting bonus point and see how far we can get. And
17 off 7 balls is an unlikely prospect now, and they don't want to lose a couple more wickets, and then the innings peters out for 370 or something like that, and you know, when they might still get something close to 400 if Ackermann were to stay in. Dilemmas. Nice dilemma to have, though, from Leicester's point of view, and one that they're not used to having, I have to say. Is it me?
It is.
Beg your pardon.
That's
Bailey
okay.
in and bowls straight, and Taylor looks as though he's had instructions, because that is a perfectly conventional defensive shot off the off stump. Bailey gets his cap from umpire White and sort of plays a little bit of football with it. But he's had a little bit of a reward at long last, Tom Bailey. 24 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 55 for him, which are respectable figures. In the circumstances, very respectable figures.
Elsewhere, Surrey all out for 282, so Middlesex with a 62-run lead at the Oval, and a century for Tom Abel. Somerset captain, 100 not out, his 6th first-class ton of his career. Somerset 257 for 3, and they lead Glamorgan by 422 runs. Taunton. In fact, Abel's just gone for 119 now. And the scores, and you can read reports of how games are progressing on the BBC Sport website and app, and on there links to all the different commentaries as well. And the Bob Willis Trophy are going to have a bit of spin for the first time since lunch.
Could buy a wicket here. It'll be interesting to see what Leicestershire do. Can he hit 17 off and over? Is he going to try? Is he even going to try? Colin Ackermann hasn't had a century for over a season either. That just, I'm sure it isn't in the back of his mind. Well, it'll be in the back of his mind, but it won't, I'm sure, affect his actions. 11 overs to go. They get 60, 70. They can get up to 400, but a lead of 80. Hartley in, bowls, and really swept out across the line. Ackermann didn't get anything on it, thumped into the pad, trickles down towards backward square, and there's no run. 17 off 5 suggests the bonus point race is run. In goes Hartley again, and driven, but not really aggressively by Ackermann. He's okay with taking one there, drove it out to long off, and took the one. Moves on to 86, 334 for 4.
I think Leicestershire will view it a little differently to that, Richard. If they end up with a lead of 80, I think that's a really strong position for them. And, you know, they'll think if they can take a couple of early wickets for Lancashire and get them 2 down, 3 down, still behind.
Yeah, Lancashire would, you would think, be confident on this pitch of batting the overs until tea tomorrow. Once you call it a day at 5:10 or whatever. In goes the spinner Hartley, and pleasantly but unaggressively driven by Taylor out to cover, and there's no run. Bailey the fielder. In goes Hartley, back goes Taylor, and was aggressive there on that occasion, although the result was the same. The ball travelled to Bailey, just considerably faster. Did make the stop nonetheless. Throws the ball back to Hartley. Yeah, Leicestershire aren't going to get this 4th batting bonus point, so they're going to finish with 6 bonus points. Lancashire 4 to their name already. They're going to finish with those 4, so they'll be looking potentially at 12 points from the game if it's drawn. Hartley in, gives it some air, foolish, waits for it, Taylor, and turns his wrists on it as he clips into the leg side, but Willis is the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Unselfish little knock by Rhodes, but didn't quite come off for him. One very clever little ramp shot. In goes Hartley, down the wicket goes Taylor, in the air, but past Bailey's leap. Oh, and Bailey's down on the ground again. Watch it, as the throw comes in from Croft. It's out there on the extra cover boundary. Dear. Bailey has flung himself to the ground. Actually, it did hit him, did it? Because the ball's there, unless somebody rolled it to him.
He's got a smile on his face.
Didn't hit him hard, if it did. Wasn't one of those sort of flat, hard throws. End of the over. 110 have been bowled, and Leicestershire in the 110 overs in the bonus point territory have finished on 335 for 4.
Indeed, a very decent effort with the bat for Leicestershire, set up by Azad and by Slater yesterday.
Still going to be entertaining, these last 10 overs, you'd have thought.
Indeed.
They will still look to be positive. Tom Taylor's on strike now, as in goes Bailey and bowls to him, and a big attempted drive from Taylor, not timed at all. It wasn't at the pitch of the ball, and it was slightly cross-batted in a thick bottom part of the bat, so it bounced out into the offside. Willis came running across the field, and there's no run.
Tim Bresnan's picked up 2 wickets in an over.
Looking like a good signing.
He's good fun, isn't he?
Brezzy lad.
Aye. Won't be the same, will he, watching Yorkshire play without Bresnan in the team?
In goes Bailey, bowls, and driven again by Tom Taylor, but again, although he's nowhere near, he's not at the pitch of the ball, and he's not able quite to middle it. It runs out towards wide mid-off. Remains on his knee, having made the stop. I wonder if it just got through his hands, Croft, and thumped into the body somewhere, or the wrist, perhaps. He's okay, anyway, no runs conceded. Bailey in past umpire wide, bowls again to Taylor, slightly leg sided, tries to pull it away, gets the bottom edge, but it trickles behind down towards Davies, who makes a stop. So Taylor is swinging away, but just not really connecting with anything too cleanly at the moment. 1 off 8 balls for Tom. Haven't heard many ambulances down here. There, one goes down the new road. Bailey is in, bowls, Taylor gets a foolish delivery, goes back and turns it into the onside, and he's going to pick up a run on that occasion because Jennings has to run away to his right towards umpire Cook to field. He picks up around 10 yards or so north of umpire Cook. Single taken, 3-3-6 for the lead, 14. 9 overs to go. Most Lancastrians on the boundary. Bailey into Ackermann, who just waits on the back foot for a delivery just outside off stump and dabs it down to third man. Clever batting from Leicestershire's captain, who you won't be surprised to know is seeing the ball pretty well. 87 of 135 balls for him. He looked good. Always an aesthetically pleasing batsman, Ackermann, with his big stride. Taylor waits as in goes Bailey, bowls to him and is hit back over his head and indeed over the boundary at very straight long on for 6. So Bailey being treated after bowling so tightly for so long, he's managing to pick up a couple of wickets, but he's now conceded 3 sixes in the last 4 or 5 overs, so that his figures aren't quite as impressive as they were. They are still pretty good. 2 for 63 off 25. Taylor has 8, Ackermann 87, 343 for 4, and it's closing in on updates time.
Hampshire have lost their 5th wicket, 56 for 5. 56 for 5 Hampshire. That target was 245 to beat Sussex, and Sussex need 5 more wickets to claim victory at Hove. And just a bit more details on that. Tim Bresnan, 2 wickets in and over for Bresnan, who made a century on his debut. To Northamptonshire, 155 for 5 in their game at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. 343 for 4 here at New Road. It's on the reverse sweep by Ackermann. Just to give you some details on that difference, and Northampton still behind by 65 runs in that game against Warwickshire, so 162 for 5, trailed by 65. Here we're in the 112th over. Tom Taylor on 8, 344 for 4. Here's Hartley around the wicket, and Taylor comes down the pitch. It'll skip and then drills the ball firmly up to long on for a single. Moves on to 9, 345 for 4. Captain of Leicestershire, Colin Ackermann, back on strike. He's looking leg side, and he's slashing the ball out towards wide long off for. Oh, he wants 2. A little hesitation. Throw comes in, and they've come back for 2 and forced a second out there. Good running by Colin Ackermann and by Tom Taylor. It takes him into the 90s as well. It's a fabulous not this by the Leicestershire captain, whose kind of intent, clear intent, was his body language this morning was, even in that rain break, he was quick to come out and wanted to get on with it, and that's been reflected in the way he's batted. He looks to sweep again. The ball played into the offside, pick up and throw, and gets through for a single. Comes off the toe end of the bat and squirts out into cover where Bailey fields. So moves to 91, 348 for 4. Tom Taylor might have tried to have a bit of fun here. He's used his feet a few times to Hartley, and down the pitch he comes again. Oh, and he's hit it back towards the ball. It may have deflected off Hartley. I think it did, yes. And then picked up by Willis, the Lancashire captain, so just a single, but you could sense that Taylor was probably going to be trying aggressive there and use his feet to get at the Lancashire left arm spinner. There's Ackermann back on strike, so 91 not out. He's looking leg side. Peers over his shoulder. Hits it out through the offside, up in the air. Will it fall safe? There's two fielders running on to that. It will. Comes back for a couple more. There's Bohannon at long off and Jones deep. That extra cover and bounced between the pair of them. Scrambles a couple more to complete the over as well. He moves up to 93. With an update due for BBC Radio Lancashire listeners in the next few moments as well. Oh, it's time for a sanitising break, which is all very exciting. And we get to do the same thing in the commentary box. We like to stick to the protocols. Every 6 overs, the players go and sanitise their hands, albeit I did use a little bit of their sanitising gel, which is dotted all around the outfield, but prior to the game starting today, it is very thick and sticky. I feel as ours is a little bit more softer on the skin. I don't think Richard appreciates it whatsoever, but a nice little soft, gentle sanitizer. Oh, and the thick, gloopy one that the players are using. Who would have thought? You'd be thinking so long and hard about what the best sanitising gel is back in January. 2-5-1 for 4. So 93 not out, Colin Ackermann. Tom Taylor on 10, but he's doing just the perfect job here. He's 10 from 12. And Leicestershire trying to get as far in front as they can of Lancashire and seeing if they can put Lancashire under a little bit of little pressure on the Lancashire team. It's going to be George Balderson, I think. Yes, indeed I have. I've completely sanitised my hands. Every 6 overs the players have to do so. And it's all part of the protocols of restarting cricket, and we like to join in the commentary box with our hand sanitizer. But out in the middle, Leicestershire are playing very nicely indeed, and they've got themselves in front here against Lancashire because they're 351 for 4, and Colin Ackermann's unbeaten on 93. He's their captain. He's played superbly today. Eventually out for 172. A career best 172 was Ben Slater. It's been a tough day for Lancashire in the field because Leicestershire have played really well with the bat through yesterday and in today. So they're trying to get themselves as far in front as they can of Lancashire, who were bowled out for 322 in their first innings. Dane Willis top scoring with 90. So in reply to that Lancashire's 322, Leicestershire are 351 for 4. It is Balderson replacing Bailey. It's pulled down towards deep bat with square leg for a single. 353 for 4. So we're in the 113th over. As Balderson is into to Taylor. Worked out through the onside. Wants to come back for a second. It could be a little tight. Throw comes in and he has squeezed 2 again. That's good running. Really positive stuff by Ackermann and by Taylor. I think Tom Taylor's playing a little blinder here so far. And 14 from 14, just what's required for the Foxes.
He's an outstanding young cricketer. Long absence with injury, both actually at Derbyshire and at Leicestershire. Missed most of last season after getting injured in the 5th County Championship. We missed all of last season after getting injured.
Balderson right arm over the wicket balls and swatted out through the onside by Taylor. 3 on that leg side boundary, deep mid wicket. Deep square leg, deep backward square leg. That's a long one as well. An
outstanding young prospect as an all-rounder. If he can stay fit, needs to get a lot of cricket under his belt. Out of contract at the end of the season. Leicestershire have made him offers yet to sign. I think if he does commit, it would be hugely important for the Foxes.
Skipper Ackermann 93 not out. Waits for Balderson to deliver and guide the ball. Pat would have square on the offside, but for no run. Rob Jones fields. must be tough when you're producing good young cricketers and see them move on, but it's also equally difficult to to stand in their way of doing that and trying to
it is
develop their career.
It leads to more debate about sort of compensation and transfer fees. And
Ackermann clips a full-length delivery through the onside. Keaton Jennings comes up from deep mid-wicket. Again, he wants a second. Again, it could be tight. Throw comes in. Oh, he's been run out.
That's out.
Coming back for his second. I thought it could be tight. And Colin Ackermann has been run out in the 90s, trying to keep the score ticking on and try to edge a little nearer towards a century for him. But the Foxes skip a run out. Throw came in from the deep by Keaton Jennings. And then Alex Davis clipped off the bails, and umpire Nick Cook was quick to raise the finger. And Ackermann's gone for 94, run out, trying to come back for a second, edging nearer towards his century. But he's out, and that's the 5th wicket to fall, 3:59 for 5.
It was his call, I think, or was it actually? I'm looking at Taylor as Taylor thumped his bat as he turned and watched as he saw that the throw was going to the wicket keeper. Taylor is the one who was watching the ball. Ackermann, I guess, was running away from the throw as it came in. He had to run away to pick up to his left to pick up the ball, Jennings. So I suspect it actually might have, look at Taylor, his head is down. Oh, what have I done? Sorry, Skip.
Awkward.
I run you out before. You didn't score a century all season. You had one there for the taking, and you run your captain out. Oh. Tom Taylor, what have you done?
Oh dear. It felt like it would be tight. I think I said on commentary this could be tight. Went back for a second. It was good pick up and a good throw by Jennings.
It was on the bounce to Davies. He was a good few inches short, I think. Maybe Taylor thought he'd be running to the danger end as Jennings ran across and picked up, but good thinking by Jennings. And a good throw. Ackermann, who played the shot. Taylor would have turned at that far end and seen Jennings running to his left. But it's just the reaction of Taylor makes me pretty certain that he made the call.
Swindle's a new batsman. Balderson into him. Just drops that down through the gully region for a single. Off the mark straight away with that. Little dab down to third man for a single. 360 for 5.
So 38 ahead with 7.1 overs to go.
And this is the final ball of the 113th. Here comes the trolley. It's Balderson coming in and bowling. That hits the pad. Big appeal. He's gone. Taylor's departed for 16, and George Balderson has his second first-class wicket. He's trapped at Tom Taylor, LBW, and Leicestershire have lost their 6th now. 360 for 6. Taylor, having seen his captain run out just a few moments ago, will join him shortly on the Leicestershire balcony because he's been trapped LBW for 16. 7 overs remaining of the Foxes' first innings. 360 for 6.
Yeah. Taylor probably obviously didn't want to get out, but I'm sure he didn't want to be heading back to the pavilion quite as soon either, because Ackermann, who is a very measured young man anyway, he won't hold it against him, I'm sure, but he's probably still quietly seething. And the Foxes have got to be a little bit careful here. They have a first innings lead, but it is far from substantial at the moment. Taylor wanders off. Bat held by Blade.
It had,
Mike.
sorry Richard, it had 16 on the board next to Taylor's name, but it's now gone down to 15, so he might have been LBW for 15.
Let's have a look at the ESPN quick info. scoreboard. Has him on 15. Yeah, has him on 15 at the moment. So I'm pretty sure we will change that from 16. I've written down 16 as well. Well done for George Balderson, though. Then he was a bit not shamefaced about his wicket yesterday, was he? He was saying not what you dream of, being caught sort of head high in the covers for your first wicket, but they all count. They do, but that was there you go, proper wicket, if that's the right term.
Hartley bowling to Swindles, who just pushes out to point. There's no run. Yeah, I've enjoyed that. Spinning round, leaping, appealing for it, and seeing the umpire raise the finger. That would that felt great, I'm sure. 360 for 6. Just a reverse sweep this time, but gets himself a little tangled up, and the ball just drops back down the pitch. And Alex Davis rather tentatively comes from behind the stumps to weave a glove in between his legs to pick up the ball and lobs it back towards Hartley, who's bringing Swindles down the pitch, play back towards the Lancashire left arm. Stops the ball off his own bowling. No run, 364 6. It's the lead of 38. Hartley's left arm around the wicket and bowling to Swindles, who gives himself some room and plays a glorious looking shot through extra cover. Little in to out the shot, but he just gave himself a fraction of room and struck it beautifully through the offside for 4. Moves to 5 now, 364 for 6.
Yeah, clever shot. That he's a small man, Harry Swindles, 21-year-old from Leicester, getting his chance because senior wicketkeeper Lewis Hill has got a broken bone in his hand.
Back into Swindles, and he's been bowled by Hartley, who has his second first-class wicket. Tom Hartley. Swindles trying to improvise and manufacture a shot and going a little T20 style to ramp it over his shoulder, but you'll see his off-stump leaning backwards, and that's the end of Harry Swindles, and that's the 7th wicket to fall. 364 for 7. Lead is 42.
Yeah, if the first shot was clever, that wasn't, was it really? It yeah, he swipes at the ground as he leaves the outfield. Harry Swindles, trying, perfectly described by Scott, but well, it wasn't a percentage shot, was it? It was anything but, really. And there are still 6.1 overs to go for Leicestershire. And this sort of, the prospects of getting that first innings lead up to something around 80-90 are beginning to recede now. Dieter Klein, who will possibly feel he owes his side a few runs, but he's going to have to be, I hope he's got sneakers on, hasn't he? He's going to have to be a bit careful. He might have 1 or 2 balls thrown back at him if he's not careful.
Well, he owes them at least 5.
Yes.
He just sensed, you know, it's lacking the theatre of the arrival of Dieter Klein to boos, a chorus of boos from Lancashire supporters had they been allowed inside the ground, which I think would have been a bit harsh, but kind of pantomime villain type thing, isn't he? But you know, he's got 1 ball left of this over from Tom Hartley to face. There's Dieter Klein. So 42 in front with 3 wickets remaining and 6 overs to go after this one.
37 balls, so need to use them. Don't give it away.
Hartley to complete his 31st over. Balls to Klein. Bottom edge that one. That's disappeared past the stumps and down towards the boundary. Won't reach the rope. He'll come back for 2, but a little streaky start for Dieter Klein. End of the over. 366 for 7.
Yes, that was not a shot from the textbook, from the coaching manuals by Dieter Klein. He went back and sort of horizontal bat jab at the ball. Wasn't quite sure where it was going. Fortunate indeed to get the bottom edge past Davies and pick up a couple of runs. So Ben Mike is chatting away to Dieter Klein. Young Ben Mike, he too is, he says, thinking. I think he's only 21 as well. getting an opportunity ahead of Will Davis. Wasn't able to pick up a wicket. Can he strike a few runs? Show that he's a genuine all-rounder in the making. It's going to be Balderson to continue, of course. 2 for 51 for his name now. Goes in and bowls to Mike. Good delivery, just short of a good length on off stump. Mike goes back, gets up on his toes, drops the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. Then wanders down for another chat to Dieter Klein. And then a little indication with his hand that the ball might be doing something. It is still quite new. They took it, Lancashire, not after 90 overs, after, I can't remember exactly, it was after about 100 as Balderson goes in, bowls again to Mike, pushes out into the offside, takes 3 or 4 quick steps down the wicket, is sent back by Dieter Klein as Rob Jones closes on the ball from point and picks it up and sends it back into his ground, scurrying, and there is no run. 366, 34, 22, 66 minus 22 is 44. In goes Balderson, bowls down the leg side, tries to flick it on its way. Mike misses. Not always easy to get a bat on those. They're sharpish, these bowlers in first-class cricket. Tried to help on its way, didn't get anything on it. Beautiful blue skies overhead, still a few vaguely threatening clouds, but they're away, deeply away to the south, and no prospect of any problems in that respect as Balderson bowls, and waiting for it, Mike just dabs it off outside off stump down towards third man and takes a single. 367 for 7. Might get a Yorker or two perhaps. Dieter Klein.
Get Danny Lamb on.
He did.
Change of bowling. Lamb comes into the attack straight away as soon as Klein comes out and there's a bat.
Balderson looking for a third wicket, comes in, bowls to Klein, who is pushing outside off stump again. Not the prettiest shot, but a nice sound, nice mellow sound as it comes off the middle of an essentially defensive bat, picked up by Willis at extra cover, and there's no run. 367 for 7. 45 then the lead. 5.1 overs to go. Balderson in, swing from Klein, thick inside edge, sees the ball run down towards long leg, should be comfortable too, and there is a comfortable too. It's quite a long way for Croft to run around from deep backward square down to long leg and made his ground comfortably. Klein in the end. He moves on to 4 off 3 balls. Mike has a 1 off 4. And Leicestershire 369 for 7, 5 overs to go. Well, they could have ambitions of still getting 80, 90 ahead. Difficult when you've lost such a flurry of wickets. They went from, let's see, what was the score when Ben Slater was out? What was the score when Ben Slater was out? I made a note of it.
Let's find out for it.
313 for 2 broke the record, but it was about 320 something, wasn't it? Hartley is in, round the wicket to Mike, a little sort of paddle around the corner. It's running away quite fine down towards fine leg, a long way for Balderson to run around from. Long leg does so. Mike picks up 2.
Slater out with a score at 321 for 3, then 333 for 4, 359 for 5, 360 for 6, and 364 for 7.
In goes Hartley, bowls, pleasantly driven by Mike, back past him, out towards long off. He's going to take 1. So 43 runs, 5 wickets.
Yeah, 5 wickets.
2 to 7.
Yeah.
In goes Hartley, bowls, a slog across the line from Klein that misses and whipped the bails off Alex Davies as it bounces up outside off stump. Klein had his back foot in the crease. No appeal from Alex Davies. Hartley in again, outside off stump, chopped away down towards backward point, makes his ground. It went straight to the man at backward point, but it didn't go particularly, it needed it to go towards him a little bit more quickly, almost really. It rather bobbled towards him, Edwin Moulton there, and got his throw away. Nice sideways throw above the stumps, and Davies whipped off the bails, but Klein had made his ground. 373 for 7. Beg your pardon, Mike had made his ground. He's having a bit of trouble getting the stumps back in order. Alex Davies, umpire Cook is... Oh, he says, wait, please. Hartley was ready. Umpire Cook wasn't. Hartley is coming in now and bowls to Mike, who drives mightily out too long. Gone. Is it a catch? No, it's gone over. I think it bounced first. I think he got two hands to it. I think it's Tom Bailey down. No,
Danny Lamb.
No, it's Danny Lamb. He got two hands to it and stopped it, half stopped it, but he couldn't hang on. And I think it bounced before going over the ropes. The signal was 4, I believe.
Yeah, I think he gave it 4.
So he saved 2, but couldn't hang on to the catch. Attempted reverse sweep, and he's got that one, if he got anything on it, very fine. Ben Mike, he's going to pick up just 2. Shout of no from Klein, sends him back. So Ben Mike moves on to 10 off 8. Klein has 5 off 5. Leicestershire on to 379 for 7, and we have 4 overs to go.
Been a pretty spectacular catch from Danny Lamb. Had he managed to get enough on it to keep hold of it?
Two-handed above his head. He got plenty on it, I guess, to have stopped it, but it was a mighty leap.
He was. What we need to see is Danny Lamb bowling to Dieter Klein. That's what we need to see.
Without being daft, I don't think there's any bad feeling.
No, I'm sure there isn't.
Between the sides. In goes Balderson, bowls, and a sort of flat-footed pull almost off the front foot by Dieter Klein out towards backward square, but it's Lamb, his sparring partner of yesterday, who does the fielding down there, and it is just a single. You mentioned, I think, one of your Lancashire colleagues that mentioned that a few pros had weighed in yesterday. In goes Balderson, bowls. Mike tries to ramp it, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Davies, and there's no run. That had weighed in by saying that, look, Klein's actually a very nice man and wouldn't have done it sort of out of any sort of maliciousness or with malicious intent. And he is, he's a lovely chap, Dieter Klein, off the pitch. Self-effacing in the extreme, which most fast bowlers aren't, by and large. Balderson continues in to Mike, a nice flowing shot. Slightly opened his stance as he crashed it away through the offside, and only as far as wide-ish long off. Takes 1, moves on to 11. 381 for 7. Lead creeping ever upwards. Balderson in, a little paddle sweep round the corner for 4. That wasn't a great hit, this ball that Balderson has bowled. He, I think, just tried to deceive Klein with a little reduction in pace, but he got it wrong, and it rather floated down towards just outside leg stump, and Klein stepped forward and just helped it on its way. Essentially, there isn't a fine leg, and picks up 4.
Somerset have declared, just looking elsewhere, 290 for 8, that declaration. That's the lead. 455 runs over Glamorgan.
Oof, might be enough, you would have thought. In goes Balderson, bowls, Klein drives hard, down too long on off the front foot. There is a long on, Bohannon, so just a single. Klein joins Mike on 11. Leicestershire 386 for 7. The lead then 64 as Balderson is in. Mike tries to ramp again, does this time successfully connect, and it runs away for 4 down. 2 fine legs, stepped across to the offside. Balderson didn't quite read his intentions, delivered just the ball that Mike wanted, sort of length delivery on the stumps, and just helped on its way around the corner by Ben Mike. Players rather good at doing that these days. Mike moves on to 15, Leicestershire on to 390 for 7.
I said to you, I think 400 would have been a very good effort this morning when we were chatting about what perhaps Leicestershire might finish on. Well, it's north of 400 at this point. They're 390 for 7 with 3 overs left, so they've been terrific for Leicestershire. And yes, on this particular pitch, I'm certain that Lancashire will feel that they won't get into much trouble, and they'll be able to bat and make the game safe. But with a lead, if it in the thick end of 80, 90 runs, that allows, or at least it gives the possibility of the side batting third in the game to be a little under pressure potentially, certainly if they lose early wickets. So the way that Leicestershire have played, they've got themselves into a position where they can at least entertain that idea of putting some pressure on Lancashire when they come out to bat.
Updates time with just 3 overs to go.
It will be Hartley to bowl his 33rd. He comes left arm around the wicket to Klein. It's swatted out through the onside for 1 run. Moves to 12, 391 for 7. And just looking at that Somerset declaration, Matt Fisher's taken a few quick wickets for Yorkshire. In fact, he's taken 3 of them. In fact, 4 of them now. So Durham are 229 for 7. Leeds just 130 runs. So Yorkshire potentially in a very good position there. 3 wickets to get to wrap up that innings. As Mike goes to reverse sweep this one, but didn't get much timing on the ball, but it's enough for him to scramble through for a single. Moves up to 16. Score moves on to 392 for 7. So Durham 229 for 7, lead Yorkshire by 133, but 4 quick wickets, 4 wickets in 4 overs in fact for Matt Fisher. Klein sends this one down towards the third man, going back and looking to cut, and it disappears down towards the rope, and they're edging nearer towards 400, and these will be frustrating runs for Lancashire to concede, but good runs for Leicestershire as well, as they try to finish well, try to finish with a bit of a flurry. Certainly finish with a first innings total in excess of 400 and a lead of over 80. Hartley has his field well spread. Long on, deep mid-wicket. This has gone high through the offside, and Jones will try and get round to pick it up. Wide long off. Didn't have a clue where that had gone to, and I'll be honest with you, I lost it as well. But Jones spotted it, landing through extra cover. .398 for 7, so 1, 2, 3, 4 on the leg side boundary. Jones sweeping around on the offside boundary. Long off as well. Batley at extra cover, just marching backwards now. Lancashire guard the boundaries. Klein on 18 works it along the ground through mid-on for a single. .399 for 7. Final ball of the over, and then 2 overs remaining in this Leicestershire innings. As Mike thumps the ball back over the bowler's head, down towards long on, and he's been caught out in the deep by, I suspect, Stephen Croft. No, it's Josh Bohannon. Out in the deep. It takes the catch. And Mike departs for 16, so 8 wickets down now. 399 for 8. 399 for 8. Leicestershire, they have 2 overs remaining in their first innings to try and get as many runs as they can. They already lead Lancashire by 77 runs. And what has been a frustrating day for the Red Rose, dominated really by 2 Leicestershire batsmen. Ben Slater ended on 172, a career best score for him, and Colin Ackermann on 95 not out. So Leicestershire 399 for 8, lead Lancashire by 77 runs. Caught out in the deep there, so doing what is required for the team, trying to hit out, trying to see how far in front they can get. Another run gets them up to that 400 mark and puts them 78 in front. 12 balls left and a couple of wickets to see what the Foxes can finish on. But it's been a good 2 days for them. I'm pretty sure that Paul Nixon will be a pretty happy chappy with the way his team have applied themselves throughout the course of the last couple of days in particular. George Balderson will bowl the penultimate over of the Leicestershire first innings. And by the looks of it, it's Parkinson. It is Callum Parkinson who is taking guard. He's not got many people for company, Callum Parkinson, because everybody's edging deeper and deeper towards the boundary rope.
Yeah, not got a great deal to gain, bless him, either, has he? Coming in at number 10. Just Chris Wright to come after these 2. Just got to make sure they use these last 12 balls. Just work it around, try and pick up 12 or 15 runs.
There's Balderson over the wicket to Parkinson, just drops it into the offside and scarpers through for a single. It's about all he could do really, I think, with that. Just drop it and go. That does bring up the 400 for Leicestershire, though. 400 runs on the board for the first innings there.
78 in the lead. Yeah, we talked about it, didn't we? I guess if Ackermann and Slater had stayed in, then they might have got 430, 440, but they've got something to bowl at now.
Yeah.
Bit. They were able to pick up a couple of early wickets.
Decline on strike. There's George Balderson for Lancashire, trotting in, bowling to him. Bends his knees and just steers the ball down to third man for just the single. Moves to 20 not out, 401 for 8, 79 in front.
The game's point of view, objectively, if Lancashire were to get, say, 150, 160 ahead, be bowled out, but because the wicket's starting to turn.
Oh, yes.
And have 150 to bowl at over the last sort of session and a half.
Well, that'll be fun.
Do you know, it could be really
could be fun.
A great finish.
Balderson to Parkinson. He's at his feet down the pitch and drives into the offside. Doubles his total from 1 to 2. And the score to 402 for 8. There's not been any sign of that happening, but you never know.
No. No.
Could see something.
3 wickets for Hartley, though, from his 33 overs. He'll have learnt plenty, won't he? 33 overs. 117 runs conceded, 3 wickets taken though. Balderson likewise, 2 for 68. Great experience for the youngsters.
Fantastic, yeah. Back into Klein, he's full of length, and a Yorker length. Brings his bat down and just squirts it into mid-wicket, goes charging through for 1. Parkinson hurries through as well, so he's back on strike. Klein moves to 21. 403 for 8. Yeah, it must be a fantastic experience. Speaking to George Balderson last night, big, broad, beaming smile on his face, just loving the idea of being in and around the first team. And Picked up.
He's a Lancashire cricketer now.
Yeah, indeed. 20 overs to bowl in the game. He got chipped in with 30 runs as well. Into Parkinson, who looks at trying to ramp it, then rehearses the ramp. Playing a miss through to the keeper, no run.
He's on a very illustrious list. Great Lancashire cricketers over the years. It's a big thing, isn't it, to play for your county, especially as a Lancastrian. Whatever happens, no one's ever going to be able to take that away from him. I hope there's hundreds and hundreds more wickets and runs to be taken and scored by him. But whatever happens, he's a Lancashire cricketer.
This the final ball of his over. Parkinson strikes this wonderfully through the offside. That's gone for 6.
Wow.
It might not be quite the way that Balderson was hoping to sign off in the first innings with his bowling, but Parkinson enjoyed it. Little skip down the pitch, and what a beautiful lofted drive over extra cover for 6. He moves to 8, 409 for 8.
Hit it wonderfully crisply. Why are we all running? Hang on, we've got an over to go, haven't we? Is it
well, no. They've declared.
No. What would be the
point?
Well, I suppose they'll get an extra over.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm slightly baffled. I just checked, we have declared.
Well, yeah, unless the scoreboard is wrong. That says 119 overs on the scoreboard. Just check with, yeah, I think they've declared with an over remaining there, I think. And if that is the case, then the declaration has come with Leicestershire 409 for 8. Yeah, just confirmation of the Leicestershire declaration at 409 for 8. And they signed off in style with that Parkinson 6 over extra cover.
I'm just slightly baffled by that. There
was a slightly quirky declaration in the Middlesex game as well. They declared halfway into the 112th over at 347 for 6. So obviously they got beyond the 110 for bonus points. They'd missed out on 350. They went on for another few deliveries and then declared. So yeah, the Leicestershire have
the logic of this would be what, I wonder. We'll find out in due course. But yeah, so the lead then, 409 minus 322 is 87?
87 runs, yeah.
On first innings, key for Leicestershire now is can they take some wickets with the new ball? They managed to do that in Lancashire's first innings, 93 for 4, I think. They had Lancashire at one stage before Willis and Croft put together a splendid century partnership for the 5th wicket.
Well, that's what they have to look at again, don't they? If they can do something similar, get Lancashire at 90 for 4, then they're effectively 3 for 4 and in a bit of bother.
Interesting day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dieter Klein finishes 21 not out of 14 balls. Redemption of sorts, I suppose, for Klein, but he'll feel more that wickets would redeem his standing with his teammates. Not that has fallen. That has fallen. I think the general feeling in the Leicestershire camp was that he was justified in hurling the ball at the stumps. However, he will no doubt have been beating himself up a little bit because he's that sort, really. Should we have a little 5-minute break before?
I shall run through.
Or do you want to do the scorecard?
It's okay. You have a little break, and we're still on the medium wave frequency back up in Lancashire, so I shall run through the card.
I'm not sure that's right. They've put tea break up on the card. Hello there. I'm not sure that's actually correct. I don't think 41 overs run. Maybe it is in early tea. Don't think so though, given the way Leicestershire are warming up. Again, we'll check that.
Well, here's how it looks, the Leicestershire card. 409 for 8. Declared. Azad was caught by Jones off the bowling of Hartley for 58. Slater caught Bohannon, bowled Bailey for 172. Dearden caught Willis, bowled Balderson for 8. Ackermann run out by Keaton Jennings for 94. Richard?
Right, well, I can shed a little bit more light on the declaration and the timing thereof, courtesy of Fango Fox. Apparently they've declared so that the sort of tea is taken early and 10 minutes isn't lost between 2 overs, isn't lost in between the change of innings. Does that make sense?
So we are at tea then. Excellent. Thank you.
I believe so.
I'll finish this card because I've started it. There's a saying in there, isn't there? There's Ackermann was run out by Keaton Jennings for 94. Rhodes was caught by Villas after bowling of Bailey for 11. Taylor LBW off the bowling of George Balderson, his second first-class wicket, for 15. Swindles bowled by Hartley for 5. Mike caught Bohannon, bowled Hartley for 16. Klein not out 21. Parkinson not out 8. 9 extras with Lancashire 409 for 8 declared.
Hang on, they declared so tea wasn't taken because if one more over had been bowled it would have gone past 10 past 3. Okay, so they get to bowl before tea, so they have a little go.
Dart either side.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So 409 for 8 declared, Leicestershire, from 119 overs, as we piece together the reasons behind the declaration. And Lancashire's bowling figures: Bailey 25 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 63. Ed Moulton on his first-class debut, I think, was a little unlucky. In fact, yesterday in particular, I thought he bowled well yesterday, and perhaps a little unfortunate not to have picked up his first-class wicket, but he'll try again second time round. 25 overs, 4 maidens for 94. Tom Hartley, 33 overs on his debut, 5 maidens, 3 for 117. Danny Lamb, 15 overs, 1 maiden for 53. Balderson, George Balderson, again another debutant, 20 overs, bowled, 1 maiden at 2 for 75, and Stephen Croft just a 1 over, which went for 6. So Leicestershire 409 for 8 declared. So they have got themselves a lead of 87 runs over Lancashire on first innings, and we'll have a chance to see if they can put Lancashire under a wee bit of pressure, because as Richard mentioned, in the Lancashire first innings they were 97 for 4. So if they can repeat that, or at least something similar to that, then Lancashire would be in a bit of bother. So we shall see what they can conjure up.
Confirmation from the ECB, maybe the final word on the Klein incident. Confirmation he's been handed a 3-point penalty and a reprimand following what occurred yesterday. It's his first 3-point reprimand, so no automatic suspension as per below. Penalties remain on player records for a period of 2 years, the accumulation of 9 or more penalty points in any 2-year period resulting in an automatic suspension.
And we do see the arrival of the 2 umpires. White and Nick Cook on the way out, so Leicestershire going through their warm-up, eager to get out there and have a little go at Lancashire either side of the tea interval. Then see what pressure they can apply on the Red Rose top order. This is how it looked in the first innings for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings made 5, LBW to Tom Taylor, Alex Davis 21, Josh Bohannon 44. Rob Jones got a terrific Yorker from Dieter Klein and was bowled for 12 before Villas and Croft came together just to settle any nerves, and certainly would have been a little bit of a wobble there for Lancashire. 4 down with 90 on the board, but then Willis and Croft put that partnership together of 130 to dig Lancashire out of a little bit of an early season hole. The ground staff have done their bit, the rollers slowly creeping off. Oh, it's accelerating. You can hear the engines rack up there as it gains a bit of momentum.
Just to confirm then that the sign on the stream at the moment is actually not, strictly speaking, correct. We haven't had the tea break.
We've got that to come. Yes.
39 overs to go, so we'll have the tea break with presumably 30 overs to go. So Leicester will have 7 overs to roar in.
Awkward, that, isn't it?
At Lancashire, and that's, I guess, their thinking. The thinking behind the declaration. 87, the lead. Bonus points 6 to Leicestershire, 4 to Lancashire. If the match is drawn, then 14 points to Leicestershire, 12 to Lancashire. At the moment, both sides will have ambitions to see if they can force the win. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davies to open the innings, of course, for Lancashire. Tom Taylor is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire. Stung, having run out his captain for 94, hoping to redeem himself by picking up a couple of early wickets. 3 slips for Taylor. Is going to come in from the Diglis end. In he comes. He's going to go round the wicket to Jennings, and it's outside off stump, quite wide, and taken by Harry Swindells, hopping across to his left in front of first slip. Ooh, lots of noise, as you would expect really from the Leicestershire fielders. Callum Parkinson down here in front of us at long leg, Ben Mike I think it is at first slip, Colin Ackermann at second, George Rhodes wide and close at third, as Taylor is in again to Jennings, who is studiously forward, almost letting ball hit bat rather than striking the ball. Back close to front pad, just waiting. Ball runs out towards Rhodes. He's not really third slip, just from this angle he looks fairly close to Ackermann, but looking at the stream he's wider than that. Almost gully. Taylor in again, bowls a straighter delivery, pushed back past him by Jennings, and he's going to pick up a run there. Reached across to his left, Taylor couldn't quite get there, and it ran fine of mid-on. Right had to jog back a few feet, and by the time he picked up the ball, Jennings and Davies had completed a single. Lancashire's bid to knock off the deficit and build a lead of their own is underway. They're 1 without loss.
Yeah, Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings, a opening pair that batted together last season for Lancashire. Started last season with Jennings, Davis and Hamid as their top 3, but Alex Davis now has opened the batting for a couple of seasons for the Red Rose. Had a terrific year a year or two back.
He waits, just tapping his bat. It's raised high now as Taylor over the wicket comes in, bowls from outside the off stump, steps forward, lets it go through. 21 in the first innings for Alex Davis. Was looking good, hit some lovely shots. I think of that 21, I think 20 were scored in boundaries, 5 boundaries. And then caught low down by Rhodes. A good catch, wasn't it? Got just
yes, it was.
Two-handed underneath it at mid-wicket off the bowling of Klein. Jennings went leg before wicket to Tom Taylor, just an in-swinger for 5. Davies waits, Taylor is in, bowls, driven firmly down into the ground and through mid-on for 4. Lovely shot. Effortless, almost, from Alex Davies. Just over-pitched. Tom Taylor and Davies, without fuss, with a nice swing of the bat, put it away through wide-ish mid-on. continues to deal largely in boundaries then, Alex Davies. 25 runs in the match, 24 of them in boundaries. 4 not out to him. Taylor is in and bowls to him. He's forward solidly, fending the ball off stump out towards Ben Mike, who's now at extra cover. It's not Ben Mike who's at first slip, of course, it's Hassan Azad who's at first slip, which is ridiculous.
Early season form, that's all, Richard, you know.
Yeah. Got to get used to these, I will, very quickly, the new fielding positions. Azad didn't field at all in the slips as far as I recall last season. Now looks an established figure at first slip.
Opening bat, first slip, ideal, that, isn't it?
Yeah. 5 without loss. Took a decent catch in the first innings. Hassan Azad. Of Willis in the end. Into the midriff, going for the drive, the Lancashire captain, having scored his 90. Right. We'll start from the new road end, and he has the left-handed Jennings to bowl at, outside off stump. Bowling from over the wicket, goes across Jennings, but quite wide, and Jennings doesn't swing back. Jennings has nothing to do with it, lets it go through. Umpires have changed ends, of course. Cook down here at the new road end is now fiddling with the stumps. He's not quite happy about them, one way or another. Is now. Right turns. Runs in past umpire Cook and bowls to Jennings. Hurries him slightly, has to adjust. Wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. In the end he stayed on the back foot, played it off stump quite up at his toes, but it was rising. Dropped it out into the offside towards point. Klein, it is out there, comes into field, no run.
Sussex closing in on victory against Hampshire. They've got them 7 down now, 117 for 7. Hampshire still require a further 128 runs to win.
Right, in bowls Jennings forward solidly, bat very close to front pad, plays it back down the wicket. The ball trickles into the stumps that umpire Cook has just spent a few minutes arranging. He has to pick up the bails and rearrange them again.
And Somerset have picked up a Glamorgan wicket after declaring on 290 for 8. Glamorgan 10 for 1. Need 446, so to try and bat out a couple of, well, a day and a half.
Yeah, I don't think I've put my mortgage on that one, on them doing that. In goes right, bowls onto leg stump this time, played firmly, slightly on the walk by Jennings, off his legs, didn't really get up too high, pushed out to Mike, who's at a wideish mid-on position, no run.
Durham are 8 down at 235 for 8. So 4 wickets in 4 overs from Matt Fisher, really putting Yorkshire into a good position there, because Durham 235 for 8, and the lead is 139 with just 2 wickets remaining.
Looks like they're going to get off to a good start. In goes right, bowls, ooh, and beats the outside edge there of Jennings, his bat, with a ball that was slightly short of a length, may just have straightened. We'll have a look at the replay. I don't think he played. I don't think he tucked the bat inside the line of that one. Reaction of the wicketkeeper and slips suggests he didn't. Life there from right, as you'd expect with the hard, shiny new ball. In he comes and bowls again to Jennings, thick outside edge, and he's going to pick up runs, 4 of them in fact. He leant forward and played with an angled bat, fairly deliberately I would suggest, and the ball ran away through the slips, not between the slips, through the sort of vacant area between third slip and gully, and Hassan Azad runs after it, but only with a view to retrieving it. 4 runs to Jennings, and the runs coming nicely as far as Lancashire are concerned. he moves on to 5. Davies has 4 on Lancashire after 2 overs, then on 9 without loss as updates time approaches.
Nottinghamshire 265 for 8 against Derbyshire to lead by 350 runs. As Taylor continues, and Davies plays forward in defence, and Notts 265 for 8, lead by 350. I guess in terms of the North group, on paper, you know, you're looking at probably Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire, and Lancashire as being the strong favourites for the North group. Taylor to Davis, forward defence again, and there's no run. Well, Yorkshire are in a strong position against Durham, and you would back Notts, albeit it's not strong as looking at an attack as you'd expect from Nottinghamshire. Their batting looks strong. Their bowling perhaps not so, but still dismissed Derbyshire for 240 in the first innings. But both those sides, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, from that position, you would probably back them to probably go on to win those games. Here, and we've got a little issue with one of the Leicestershire players. It might be a little problem, little injury of some description. Decline has made his way off. 12th man coming on for Leicestershire. Not quite sure what's wrong with Decline there, but he's disappeared back up towards the dressing room. We'll be joined by BBC Radio Lancashire listeners in the next few moments. Here's Taylor into Davis, who thinks about playing, withdraws the bat. Flirted and teased the bowler there. Into the gloves of Harry Swindles. And there was no run. 9 without loss. Well, an eventful last hour since you were last with us, because Leicestershire eventually declaring their first innings on 409 for 8. And a very handy, potentially very handy lead over Lancashire. 87 runs the difference between the two teams on first innings. And Leicestershire grateful to 2 batsmen in particular, to Slater and Ackermann, their captain, who made 95, but Ben Slater, who made 172, as well as Hassan Azad's 58 yesterday. So Leicestershire in a position where they can apply some pressure on Lancashire. 409 for 8 declared, lead of 87. So Lancashire batting second time round. They have Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings opening up for Lancashire, with a little awkward spell just prior to tea. So a little tricky period this for Davis on 4, Jennings on 5, and Lancashire 9 without loss. It's a nice delivery from Taylor. Has been left and through to the keeper. And there is no run. A Bob Willis trophy across the BBC, on the BBC Sport website and app, and the live stream available for you on the Lancashire and Leicestershire websites for the members, as this one is a little too wide for Davis to be tempted into playing a shot, and the width of that delivery confirmed by the fact that Swindles, the keeper, took the catch and then rolled in front of first slip. That completes the over, so 9 without loss. Jennings 4 and Jennings 5 and Davis on 4. 36 overs, I think, remaining in the day. We got a little while to go till tea, which, yeah, just backing up that, or confirming the decision by the Foxes to declare, with the chance to have a little go at Lancashire either side of tea, make the batsmen have to start twice. Chris Wright conjure up 3 slips, of which the third is quite tight in. Comes over the wicket and bowls to Jennings, who plays forward. The ball angling across, tall left-hand batsman Keaton Jennings, and gathered by Swindles. fact, the captain spotted something. He has. Colin Ackermann sprinting up from second slip to have a word with his bowler. He picked up 2 wickets right in the first innings, 2 for 52. Dieter Klein with 3, Tom Taylor with 2, Parkinson with 2 as well. He's right to Jennings. Leans into it. Tall man that he is, top of the bounce, easing the ball into the offside. There is no run. Also 1 for Colin Ackermann as well, who both 5 overs, 1 for 21 wicket takers for the Foxes. First time round. 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg with the ground staff watching from the seats behind him. Right balls to Jennings. Half a little shuffle forward and drops the ball down into the offside. And there is no run. Wandering back towards his mark from the New Road end of the ground. The hotel tucked away in the corner as Richard and I look from our commentary position. We're at kind of extra cover here, staring directly at Keaton Jennings, who's tapping his bat and settling into his stance now and waits for right. He brushes past the umpire. He's back and works the ball just down towards fine leg just for 1 run. It'll flick off the hip for a single for Keaton Jennings. He moves to 6 and Lancashire 10 without loss.
Decent-ish season, but nothing spectacular last year for Keaton Jennings. In fact, I'm sure he was probably rather disappointed with it in the end. 588 first-class runs at 31. 650s, but never quite managed to go on. Didn't manage to go on and score a 3-figure score. Time at the crease now. And doing him the power of good. Lots of noise from Leicestershire. Scoreboard remains uninformative, i.e. blank.
Yeah, we've got the one to our right. He's working. His right balls to Davies, who isn't off for a shot through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, it's the side of the Graham Hick Pavilion is operational.
We just have to bend and sort of twist a little bit to see that one. It's not immediately in line of sight.
Come on, righty is the cry from his Leicestershire players. Final ball of the over. Davies stands upright in the crease and defends. Plays it back towards Chris Wright. Fields off his own bowling. And there's no run, so 10 without loss, Lancashire. 87 behind on first innings is where they started when they came out to bat second time round.
Yeah, no alarms for these two, really.
No.
Looks placid out there, doesn't it, the pitch. Leicester's opening bowlers, Taylor and Wright, really bending their backs. They're not really flogging any life out of the pitch. Everything behind it as far as Davies and Jennings are concerned.
Three slips settle into position. Here's Tom Taylor. Balls to Jennings. Again, flirts with the idea of playing with it to the front foot and then whips the bat away. Swindles takes it. The Foxes keeper mops his brow with his sleeve on his right forearm. He's got 3 mates to his left. First slip, second slip and third slip, of which third slip he's quite tight in. He's sharp angle on those slip fields. That Rhodes, I think.
Rhodes, yeah.
To Jennings, forward in defence, no run.
He looks like third slip from here, doesn't he? But if you look at the feed, he's kind of fourth, really.
Yes, he is, yeah.
He's that little bit wider.
Yeah, it's that at first, Ackermann at second, then the gap isn't there to Rhodes.
Just.
Callum Parkinson down at fine leg below us, removes his hat and scratches his forehead. Taylor balls again, ignored by Jennings. A couple of wickets for Callum Parkinson in the first innings. he's anything like his brother, which I suspect he will be, because they're twins, he'll be chomping at the bit to get on even now.
Well, why not an over or two before tea? That nice hard ball, see if there's a little bit of bounce. Jennings is left-handed, he could come over the wicket, get a bit of turn out of the footholds.
Taylor to Jennings. Parkinson now having popped his cap back on his head, having to come up from fine leg to field. Jennings is turning the ball off his pads down to fine leg for 1 run. And he moves up to 7, 11 without loss, Lancashire. Brings Davis back on strike, his left-hand, right-hand combination. Not just that, the difference between left and right, but also in height as well. You speak to Alex Davis about it, he thinks that potentially could work in their favour, not just being left-handed and right-handed, but the height of the two batsmen.
Bowlers have to adjust their length as well as direction, don't they?
Waits for Taylor, who's over the wicket to Davis, again content not to play.
Charging in Taylor, isn't he? He's not holding anything back.
He's 15 with the bat, and Tom Taylor picked up the wicket of Keaton Jennings on the first day. An LBW for 5. Back in again to Davis, who does get a bat on ball this time, going back and easing it into the onside. And there's no run. Umpire calls over. So 5 overs into the Lancashire second innings. 11 without loss.
It's back. The scoreboard.
Ah, not spotted.
As well as the pigeon, the trolley, the aeroplane.
That looks busy, isn't it? Busy at New Road. Lots going on. Pigeon's having a snooze, I think, in its nest. So Chris Wright drags up his sleeves over his arms and scrapes back his hair. Comes pumping back in. He's got Jennings on strike. Over the wicket to Keaton Jennings, up onto his toes and playing it nicely down the ground. Calling Davis through as the throw comes in. Ooh, having to leap forward. Goodness me. Alex Davis, it was his best Superman impression, that. He leapt forward to try and make sure he was in his ground.
Didn't do him any favours there, did he? Jennings, he went for the run. Davis had to go back into his ground because it was hit fairly straight, just in case it was deflected onto the stumps. So it wasn't just a standing start, he was almost moving in the other direction. He had to sort of reach back, put his bat in and then turn and run.
To readjust himself now is Alex Davis.
The throw was a high one though.
It was, yeah.
From Taylor. Had it been over the stumps, right over the stumps, perhaps he would have had to hit them.
I thought with the throw, without seeing the replay of it, I think he had to go high to make sure he got it over Davis, I think. Or perhaps not. No, he didn't know. He was
just slightly overcooked it.
Good leap.
Yes.
By Davis. He's sorted himself out. He's dusted himself down. Right back in and balls to him. That's shot. It could be 4. It will be 4. Timed superbly, just in front of square by Davis, off the pads. Clipped beautifully away, and that rattled out towards the rope. Callum Parkinson from deep back with square leg trying to cut the ball off, but 4 runs for Davis. Moves to 8, Lancashire 16 without loss.
Sweetly timed, just used the pace of the ball as it came on. Turned his wrists on it, and he raced away.
Right again, sets him. Davis on 8. Just drops it down through third man, just waited for it, but he played it late. Very clever shot by Davis, really. With nobody down on the third man boundary. Just able to steer it nicely through third man for 4 runs. 2 glorious shots, with different types of shots. Second one was a very clever shot. First one was a beautiful piece of timing off the pads through square leg. Davis moves up to 12 and Lancashire 20 without loss.
Again, he's just dealing in boundaries. Three boundaries for Davies to go with his 5. So 8 boundaries for Davies and a single in the match.
Right back into him. Drives down the ground this time. Tom Taylor does well from mid-on to come across, actually, to stop the ball. Davies trying to arrow it between mid-off and mid-on, but Taylor did well coming round to stop that ball. I think it got underneath his body. It's probably another boundary for him there. Remains on 12 from 16 now. Alex Davies rests the bat on his right shoulder and a little fiddle around with his pads. Taller Keaton Jennings leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Right arm on his hip as he watches right come in and bowls to Davis. Shuffled away through the onside, through mid-wicket, and Parkinson again will try and come round to cut it off, and this time he does. And Davis jogs back for a couple more. 14 not out. Lancashire 22 without loss.
Looking in good order, both these two batsmen. Davies in particular, but as I say, he did in the first innings. He just mistimed a pull a decline shorter ball just onto him a little bit more quickly than he thought it was going to.
And it took a very good catch, didn't it, by George Rhodes?
It did. So he'll be anxious to make up for that. Will Davis is on at mid-wicket. I don't know who's gone off. I'll have to check.
I saw Dick Decline go off.
Dick Decline.
He's right to Davis, wide of off stump, and through to the keeper. That concludes the over. 22 without loss Lancashire. Jennings on 8 and Davis on 14. There's 3 to go until we get to D.
I wonder if he's going to get his bowling boots or something like that. Have a little overall before tea. The time being, though, it's still going to be Taylor from the Diglis end. 87, Leicestershire's lead on first innings. Well, Lancs have reduced that already. Down to 55. 65. Beg your pardon. Taylor, number 16 on his back. Ready to go now. Sun goes behind cloud as he comes in, bowls round the wicket full to Jennings, who calmly just waits for it and on the front foot guides it out towards Mike, who's at mid-off. No run. Long sleeved shirt for Keaton Jennings, short sleeved for his smaller man. The smaller man at the other end, Alex Davies. Slightly wide stance, Jennings. Flexes his knees, bobs down quite low as Taylor comes in and bowls to him, tries to turn a delivery off leg stump that was going down the leg side, off his legs, thumped into the pad, trickled down towards short fine leg. So although Swindles got to the ball, had a long way to go to get there, running across, and a single, an extra, comfortably taken. 23 without loss.
Glamorgan 2 down, 10 for 2. Another wicket for Craig Overton. 7 in the match for Craig Overton.
Might finish today, that one, might it? Taylor is in, bowls on the off stump and solidly forward. Goes Alex Davies, didn't quite middle it as he stretches forward. Sounds just a fraction. Tinney as he pushes it out into the offside. Ackermann applauds at second slip. Rhodes is at a fairly genuine third slip now, but that good couple of yards, he's almost within, you would have thought, the 8 metres rather than yards these days.
It could be metres, yeah.
Limit as Taylor is in. Bowls, Davies drives pleasantly. I think that's going to go all the way. It might just have got half a hand on it, Will Davies, to slow it down, and it is going to trickle over the ropes at wide extra cover. Did and continued the pursuit until the last, but he was about 3 or 4 yards behind the ball as it just bobbled over the ropes. Davies continues to prosper, 18 off 20. He can do a lot of damage pretty quickly, Alex Davies. Scores his runs always at a good rate. .60 his strike rate last season in first-class cricket. As Taylor turns, sun bright as he comes in and bowls to Davis, who picks up 4 more. Delivery outside, off stump. He had room to just, his front foot went forward, then he just leaned back and cut it with all the time in the world through the vacant gully area down to third man for 4. Super shot from Davies, who's scoring his runs quickly. As I say, he's moved on to 22 now of 21 balls, and Lancashire have raced on to 31 without loss, making that first innings lead look increasingly insubstantial.
Samit Patel's having a bit of fun batting for Notts as well. He's 77 not out. Nottinghamshire's lead stretches to beyond 350. The 271 for 8 against Derbyshire.
Declaring soon, you would have thought. Taylor is in, bowls to Davies, who turns through mid-wicket this time, and it's going to be a chase for Ben Mike. Is he going to get there? He isn't. So Davies picks up another 4, and that, I believe, is tea. Well, that was an interesting little session during which Alex Davies made a statement, really, without going over the top. He just picked off the Leicestershire bowling and hit some super shots in racing to 26 off 22 balls. Jennings at the other end, slightly more circumspect, though he hit a couple of sweet ones as well. He's on 8 off 20, and Lancashire, having conceded a first innings lead of 87, are now 35 without loss at tea. 32 overs to go. So
he didn't score too many runs in the warm-up matches, Alex Davies, but it doesn't really matter when they're warm-up matches. But he looks in terrific form, as Richard mentioned yesterday. Looked really good for his 21 before. That's a good catch from Rhodes to dismiss him, but he's played some lovely shots there. So he gets to tea on 26 and Jennings on 8, and quite a lively little session by Lancashire. That's exactly the start that would have hoped for, because 87 runs behind. Well, they've chipped away at 35 of them. 32 left in the day's allocation. We are at tea on day 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture at New Road between Lancashire and Leicestershire. And we'll be back in around about half an hour's time. Catch you then. The final session on the third day. This opening Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Leicestershire, with BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Leicester as well, and following the pictures on the live stream, with beautiful blue sky. Look at that, right above us. Just the odd cloud above New Row, but looks terrific, doesn't it? You can see the hotel there to the left of screen and the cathedral tower in the distance, and the arrival of the players as well. That's umpire Nick Cook officiating from this New Road end. He had a few troubles with those bails and stumps. There's Nick Cook in this Lancashire second innings, but he landed them nicely on the top of the bails. Our friend the pigeon's back here. Look at this, he's eyeing me up as his pigeon here. Goodness, a little bit cocky is this pigeon. It's peering into our commentary box, and now it's landing on the roof of the scorer's box. And we're having a little peck on the old effects mic, is this pigeon. Here we go then, first ball. There he goes, the pigeon. Is right in to Keaton Jennings. Forward in defence, and there's no run. He likes to be heard, this pigeon. He's not shy. Likes to make his presence felt. 35 without loss, Lancashire in their second innings, so 52 runs behind. Oh, do be quiet. 87 runs was the lead that Leicestershire were able to eke out over Lancashire. On the difference between the two teams on first innings. Right comes over the wicket to Keaton Jennings, it dabs forward, drops it into extra cover where Harry Dearden fields, and there is no run. Three players mainly responsible for that. Azad's 58, Slater's wonderful 172, a career best 172 for him, and Ackermann's 95, run out on 95. The Foxes skipper could do with a couple of foxes to chase off these pigeons. 409 for 8 was the declaration, with 1 over left of their allotted 120. Check drive by Jennings sees the ball run up to mid-on, and there is no run. So 87 runs lead for Leicestershire. Didn't quite get to 350 in time for the additional bat-in bonus point, but a very good effort with the bat for the Foxes. And then Lancashire came out and played some lovely shots. It was actually turned out to be quite a tiny little session, 7-over session for Lancashire, just approaching tea as right balls to Jennings, turns it into the onside. There's no run. The declaration from Leicestershire, we think, with the idea of having kind of 2 goes at Lancashire, making them start twice. Obviously, that 7-over spell before tea, then breaking for tea, and then now having to start again. Well, Jennings and Davis made relatively light work of the 7 overs. Davis, in particular, played some lovely shots for his 26. Right to Keaton Jennings. Oh, that loops out towards third slip. Oh, yes, he's come off a little inside edge of the bat, I suspect. Just trying to shape to play it through the onside, Jennings. Caught at third slip. I think he's given that for a little inside edge, which has ballooned to third slip, unless he's given it for the LBW. It's difficult to tell from where we're situated here, so we'll have a look at the feed as to what the official decision was. He's given it out LBW or Court Roads. On the scoreboard says Court Roads bold right, but it could be LBW he's giving it out for. I don't. We'll waiting for to see the replay of this. Here we go now. We're about to see the replay.
It can't have been leg before, because I think it was outside the line of leg stump. Let's have a look. See. I think Rhodes is peeling for the catch. I think it was inside edge onto the pad. It was going down the leg side and somehow flew through the air towards Rhodes. That's my initial reaction, because I'm pretty sure that couldn't have been out leg before wicket.
Yeah, on the
Does the scoreboard agree?
The scoreboard does say Court Road's bowled right, yeah.
Because it not only pitched outside leg stump, I think it was more close to leg stump. I think it bounced and swung back in towards Jennings, and he was in inside edge as he looked to turn it on the leg side. How it worked its way towards
that's what
is beyond me.
Yeah, that's
actually.
what the reason why I was kind of second guessing myself, because I thought, how's the ball's ended there?
Get there.
From if he has inside edged it onto his pad, but I'm pretty sure Rhodes would have put in for the catch.
Yeah, likewise. If either way, I suspect Jennings was extremely unfortunate there. It was just one of those things, and the sort of breakthrough, Leicestershire, well,
yeah,
have been handed by a kindly god.
So,
Josh Bannon.
Josh Bannon, indeed. So this is the final ball of the first over after tea. Well, it's just a perfect breakthrough for Leicestershire to have got rid of Keaton Jennings in the first over. Bannon leaving this ball through to the keeper. End of a pretty eventful over. Lancashire 35 for 1.
Indeed, I'd still like to see that about 8 more times. I looked at it from the back as well. If I don't know whether our director can oblige with a few more replays, but it was a slightly odd one. But as soon as they realised it had carried, Nick Cook gave it. He was absolutely adamant. So I think we can only assume it was an inside edge onto the pad that somehow flew out to George Rhodes from leg stump, the left-hander. A break for Leicestershire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keith Jennings hasn't had too many of late, has he? So I just feel that's the way things are going.
The life of an opening batsman.
Yeah.
Well, Bohannon looked good for his 44 in the first innings, but Davis is preparing to face Taylor for the first time, and he's defending back towards the bowler. No run. 35 for 1.
A few slightly sarcastic comments on the feed, on the stream feed. When did Leicester last hit what 400? Was Ray Illingworth playing? Asked Philip Sherwin. Or when W.G. Grace was bowling.
Taylor pulls wide of off stump, left by Davis.
I can assure you I've seen a few 400, well, just a few, but I have seen a few 400 innings.
Well, they can be a rare breed in first-class cricket these days when teams are playing through April and early May. Davis, that's nicely driven, but to mid-off, and there's no run. Rich is going to thumb through the scorecard books from last year.
Pretty sure they made 400 at Durham last year. Paul Rogers, Leicestershire scorer, sitting frustrated in Leicester, will be able to tell us.
Taylor to Davis, through to the keeper. No run. Yes, the scorers are not, well, because this is effectively Lancashire's home game, but with it being a neutral venue, effectively, the scorers are Worcestershire scorers. So Lancashire scorer Chris Rimmer and his counterpart from Grace Road having to listen and watch back home. The away scorer doesn't travel in the Bob Willis Trophy this season. Marooned. Required for home games only. 2 slips waiting, 3rd man in place now. Davis turns the ball to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Well, they made 487 against Gloucestershire at Grace Road back in June. 137 for Azad, 180 for Dexter. 211 without loss in the second innings. Whether there was anything subsequent to that, I don't think so.
Final ball of Taylor's opening over after tea. Bohannon facing him for the first time as well now, isn't he? So an extra slip in place. Taylor comes over the wicket to Bohannon. It's off the inner edge of the bat and down to backwards square leg. Davis having come back, and then Bohannon sends him back. Davis turned, thinking there was a second. Throw comes in from the deep end of the over. So 9 overs bowled of the Lancashire second innings. We have 29 remaining in the day's play. 37 for 1. Lancashire. Davis on 27, Bohannon on 1. Smart money would probably favour the draw, but as we've mentioned a few times, these things, you think they're going one way and you're kind of predicting how a game will unfold, and it can quickly turn.
See how wickets fallen in clusters in the game for different reasons. So you never quite know, but the pitch isn't doing anything special at the moment.
Right into Bohannon, taken by the keeper, no run. Everyone's back up and running after tea in the Bob Willis Trophy. And Nottinghamshire batted it until they were bowled out eventually, so they're all out for 279 knots. So Derbyshire are batting second time round, 6 without loss. They need 359 more runs to win. And Durham have been bowled out by Yorkshire for 266. So Yorkshire have been batting the 4 without loss, and they require a further 167 runs to win. Right to Bohannon, and he leaves. Through to the keeper, no runs. So both Notts and Yorkshire are in pretty strong positions in their respective games.
Yeah, Somerset are going to win. Looks like Notts are going to win. Looks like Yorkshire are going to win.
Somerset have reduced Glamorgan to 29 for 3. Actually, they're at tea at Taunton. So 7 more wickets for Somerset. Glamorgan 427 more runs to win, and Sussex on the brink of victory. Just need 1 more wicket to beat Hampshire. Right to Bohannon. He'll shuffle forward, times it nicely. Good stop at extra cover, no run. Hampshire need 107 more runs. But Sussex 1 wicket away from becoming the first team to win a Bob Willis Trophy match. That'll be a quiz question in years to come.
If you lose your first game, you've got to win your next 4. Really, not draw. If you lose your first game, and so only pick up whatever bonus points you picked up.
Right balls, but wide of Bohannon. Watches the ball into the gloves of the keeper.
To have any chance of qualifying for the final, you have got to win your next 4 games at the end.
Yeah,
it seems to me.
I think you're probably right.
8 points for a draw. To lose those 8 points as well, to come out of a game with 2 or 3 bonus points, if that, in a 5-game competition.
Mm-hmm. Leaves you a bit to do that, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you have to win your next 4.
Right over the wicket to Bohannon. Almost a carbon copy that. He just bends his knees behind and lifts his bat to about his shoulder height, and then watches the ball into the gloves of Harry Swindles. And they come round quickly. I mean, you've not got time to take a breath, really. Back-to-back games through August. There's a little break, isn't it, at the end of August for the start of the T20 before the final round of Bob Willis fixtures. Could try and hit the ground running as best you can. Right balls, and Bohannon leaves again. Not playing at those final 3 deliveries. On 1, Lancashire 37 for 1 in their second innings, and 50 runs behind.
Can't afford to waste the new ball, Leicestershire. Got a little break. Slightly fortuitous dismissal of Jennings. Can they exploit it? Taylor just adjusting his marker. Not many. Well, some bowlers use a marker, don't they, these days?
Here's Taylor bowling to Davis. Punched down the ground. His body's everywhere here. I think Taylor tried to stop the ball off his own bowling, and then
he tried to deflect it onto the stumps.
Right.
It didn't miss by much. Now, whether Bohannon was back in his crease, Taylor's reaction, just like a striker whose shot has hit a post that it didn't quite go in, but I suspect Bohannon was actually in his crease, or had got his bat back anyway.
A little cuter than I thought, Taylor, trying to deflect that onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Davis off the back foot, playing it neatly, just in front of square, a fraction in front of square through the offside. And he's going to come back for a third. Dearden out on the deep point boundary, sliding down and scooping the ball up, and Alex Davis does run 3, moves to 30, and Lancashire are 40 for 1.
Such a dangerous player from the opposition's point of view, Davies, because he scores his runs so quickly. And it's often quick runs that can really change the course of a game. A quick century, worth its weight in gold, really, because it gives you time.
And comes Taylor again to Bohannon. And through to the keeper, and there is no run. Yes, there's no issues with a restricted number of overs in the second innings of matches. That's that 120 applying to the first innings of these Bob Willis Trophy games. But yeah, Davis is 30 from 29 deliveries. Taylor to Bohannon. Not really made Josh Bohannon play too often since replacing Keaton Jennings. Like when he was facing Chris Wright, content just to not have to play at it. 2 slips and a gully. There's that at first slip, then there's what would be a second slip position, which is empty, and then Ackermann stood where a third slip fielder would be. Rhodes a few yards to his right, whereas Bohannon plays it back down the pitch, and Taylor fields. There's no run.
Makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, but I suspect Leicestershire's players, or Leicestershire bowlers, will be more circumspect in the second innings. For those who haven't heard, penalty has been imposed on the Foxes.
Final ball of Tom Taylor's 6 over. Just squeezing this one through gully is Josh Bohannon, playing a little forward press, but just opened up the face of the bat a fraction, steers it into the ground and rolls towards, halfway towards the boundary, gathered by Dearden, who comes round from point to complete the fielding. And Bohannon, he gets a run, and he also keeps the strike as well, because that's the end of the over. Lancashire 41 for 1, Bohannon 2, and Davis on 30. Is Dieter Klein back out there? I noticed he went off.
He was there after tea. He was down here in front of us, so let me just...
is this him out at deep square?
Pick him out. It is.
Right from the new road end, past umpire Cook, and Bohannon driving, but not with any timing on this occasion. Rehearses that front foot drive, Josh Bohannon, gathered by Chris Wright off his own bowling. New road again in sunshine, which has been largely the case for most of the day, albeit we've had a little bit of cloud cover here and there, and we had that little rain break, didn't we, this morning? 15-20 minutes. Well, it rained. Patches of blue sky above us. Shadows of the players as Wright moves in and bowls. And Bohannon with an angled bat, turning it into the onside, but off the inner edge of it, really. Stopped at mid-wicket, no run. Got a bit lively behind the stumps then. Testing period for Lancashire. They're still behind here. Still 46 runs behind. So just need to be a little careful. 90 for 4 in the first innings. Right to Bohannon, moves into it. A very correct looking forward defensive into or back down the pitch, and there's no run. Leicestershire will feel, having carved out the thick end of 90 runs on first innings, even with a good start in that first little mini session for Lancashire in their second innings, that another wicket or two pretty quickly. Lancashire will need to be very careful indeed not to get themselves into a mess. Behind and bottom edge in this one through the offside. It bounces out to point. And there is no run.
Been a better over from Wright, this, hasn't he? He's making Bohannon play now. Bohannon just a little tentative, a little uncertain at the start of his innings. He's playing himself in. Davies has looked $1 million from the first ball, hasn't he? As he often does, 30 off 29 for him.
Right. And then balls again to Bohannon, defends. Neatly up to Tom Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run. And he's slowly edged his way up the batting orders, Josh Bohannon, since making his first-class debut for Lancashire. Should have been 2018. When we had pink ball, day-night county cricket for a season or two. I think he came out to bat about 8 o'clock at night, facing Morley Morkel, the floodlights on, and the pink ball. I think that was his first class debut. It was right balls to him. Right in behind to defend his Bohannon. End of the over, 41 for 1. And he got through that little period and then went on to make a 50 the following day. And he slowly edged his way up the batting order, finishing last season at 3. And starting this season rather, at 3 as well. Two batsmen meet halfway down the pitch, punch gloves. Davis scratches around inside the crease, twirls the bat around a little, taps his pad, left pad, right pad. Taylor from the digless end to Davis. Defending into the onside. And Ben Slater, a wonderful centurion from the first innings, is there to field. And there's no run. 172 Ben Slater made. Career best score for him. Debut for Leicestershire. Could just be 2 games he plays. This one's dropped out to point where Dearden fields. And there is no run. Set up by Hassan Azad. Continue by Slater and Ackermann this morning. And leading on his bat at the non-striker's end. And Taylor charging in. Forward goes Davis. Pushes the ball along the ground up to Ben Mike, mid-on. And there is no run. Little chat between Dieter Klein and Tom Smith on the boundary rope. Just down below us. With the sun shining at New Road and the banks of the River Severn, it looks a picture, and Lancashire are working hard here because they're still behind in the game at 41 for 1 in their second innings, still 46 runs behind, because Leicestershire made 409 for 8 and then declared with a lead of 87 runs. And the pick of the batsman for Leicestershire, Ben Slater, on his debut with 172, a career best score of 172. A couple of debut wickets for Tom Hartley and for George Balderson as well. The 1 second innings wicket to fall for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings caught by George Rhodes off the bowling of Chris Wright for 8. So Davis and Bohannon are batting. Lancashire 41 for 1, they trail by 46. One ball left of this 13th over of the Lancashire second innings. Taylor's 7th. Two slips awaiting. Dearden at point, creeping in. Davies plays it back towards the bowler. And tries to deflect it. In fact, I think he did so successfully this time, deflecting it onto the stumps at the non-strikers end, very nicely angled off the palm of the hand that Bohannon was in. Oh, it's sanitation time. Bohannon was in, so no danger. Players disappeared at various parts of New Road. Richard and I sanitise our hands. And a steady start, but it's a nice tight little period of the game, I think.
Yeah, it's settled down a little bit, hasn't it? Leicestershire were almost perhaps striving a little bit too hard in those 7 overs before tea. And they gave Davies in particular too many deliveries off which he could score, and score he did in some style. They're bowling a little bit straighter now, making Bohannon and Davies play. Davies 30 off 35. Bohannon just the 2 off 18 deliveries, 41 for 1. Patience, I think, is the key on this track. Hassan Azad has run down, has taken the opportunity of the break to run down to the boundary in front of us and put on all the padding that he needs to go in at short leg, which suggests the spinner's going to be coming on before too long. Rob Jones, who entertained us royally with his lime green socks and today buttercup yellow socks, well, Hassan Azad just has white skins on underneath his whites, so nothing too colourful. Josh Bohannon has got a new shirt. He was topless for a moment or two there.
Change your shirt.
Must be hot and sweaty out there. Lancashire's 12th man with a mask on, which is admirable. Came jogging out with a new shirt, whoever that is. It's been Liam Hurd, but
that's Luke Wood.
Isn't at the moment. Okay, it's Mr. Wood who's doing duty today. It's going to add a little bit of time to play these sanitation breaks, if that's the right word for them. But Callum Parkinson, we are going to see Eftoons right speedily. But first, one more over at least from Chris Wright. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16 for the former Warwickshire man. In he goes and bowls and turned off the straight by Josh Bohannon, but firmly out towards mid-wicket. Callum Parkinson tumbles to his right to make the stop, then bowls the ball to Tom Taylor, who throws it back to him so he can bowl another one back to Taylor and just get that left shoulder rotating nicely in preparation for his bowling spell, which may be about to start from the Diglis end after this over from Wright. I say former Warwickshire man, former Essex man as well. Chris Wright. Sterling service wherever he's been, and he gave it to Leicestershire last year. Top wicket taker, 47 first class wickets to him. And in he runs and bowls, and Bohannon is going to pick up runs this time because that one was more leg side and he turned it. Well, it could have been just thigh pad. It sounded a little bit odd, didn't it? He tried to turn it down to fine leg and the ball did run. It was just thigh pad. It ran quite slowly. So Dieter Klein was able to run round from deep backward square to cut the ball off. 2 runs were taken. As it turns out, they were extras. But they've gone on to his score, I think. There they go, off this score. He's gone back to 2 from 4. Lancashire score remains, though, unaffected. 43 for 1. 87, remember, was Leicestershire's first innings lead as Wright is in and bowling, and Bohannon solid defence on the off stump, almost up on his toes. He's not particularly tall man. Defends that one out into the offside. No run, lovely righty, says. So I think that's George Rhodes at 4th slip. There isn't a 3rd slip. There's Azad at 1st and Ackermann at 2nd, and Rhodes a long way in front of either at 4th. Wright is in, bowls, and Bohannon lifts his bat for the first time for some little time. He gets a delivery at which he need not play, and at which he does not play. Lets it go through.
grateful for Callum, who sent me a little link to a story. He said, all this talk about pigeons at New Road. Have you seen this story? And the headline is in The Guardian. The headline is Scandal
You're not
Strike.
saying pigeon attacks, are you?
No, I'm not. This is in France.
Okay.
And the headline is Scandal Strikes Tour de France of Pigeon Racing.
In goes right and bowls, and it's straight, and there's hesitation for a second between the batsmen, but seeing it was well wide of Parkinson, in the end they do decide to go through for a single, and they make it comfortably.
Dear, so this is the Tour de France of international pigeon racing has been rocked by the scandal and acrimony after 11 French birds were found dead on the eve of the competition in a suspected poisoning. Crikey. Dear
All in the
me.
same loft or different stable or lofts.
And a further 7 seriously unwell. Dearie me.
In goes right and bowls, and Bohannon plays nicely off his hip, but straight out actually to Klein, who is a good 60-70 yards from the bat. Harry Swindles just holds his gauntlet up above his eyes to shade his eyes as the throw comes in from the west. Single taken, Bohannon keeps a strike, moves on to 3:45 for 1.
There's big money at stake as well for this.
Yes, yeah.
The race is the Grand Marquis event of the year for European pigeon racers, with nearly 15,000 pigeons registered to race across 1,062 kilometres.
Where are they released then?
From Barcelona.
From Barca?
€200,000 prize.
Jeepers. And it's kind of speed per mile, isn't it? That obviously they go to different lofts. Minimal distance. They have to travel.
Not sure if these pigeons are equipped for racing. These ones that's keeping us company this week.
I was going to say, if they were released over the winter months, most of them would be shot, I would imagine. But judging by the proclivities of the Spanish hunters, not many birds would get away from Barcelona. Callum Parkinson's coming on from the Diglis end. No, he's not, because, well, he is coming on, but he's not coming on quite yet, because Davies, as he came running up, stepped back and held up an admonitory hand, saying, I'm not quite ready. Now I'm ready, you can bowl. In goes Parkinson and does bowl. Forward goes Davies, just about getting to the pitch of it, almost slightly stumbling, almost fell over himself slightly as he went forward there, pushed it out into the offside, picked up by Rhodes, who was at cover, but he's gone a little bit straighter now to extra cover. Parkinson in again, bowls, back goes Davis and tries to cut. It went on with the arm, so slightly risky shot, thick bottom edge, and it bounced down towards Taylor at backward point. Didn't really turn, maybe expecting it to just turn a little bit, Davies. It didn't really. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Davies is forward carefully, pushing it out to Rhodes at that straightish extra cover position. No run. Just mustn't get overconfident, really, Alex Davies. He's got a really good start. Can he go on? In goes Parkinson, bowls. Davies solidly forward, pushing the ball back up the wicket to his, I was going to say fellow Lancastrian, but I'm assuming Davies is a Lancastrian.
He is,
yeah.
Yep.
So he is a fellow Lancastrian. Assuming that is that Bolton counts as being part of Lancashire rather than greater somewhere or other. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Davies, pushes the ball out to Rhodes. That sounds more police car than ambulance, doesn't it? Don't know. Yeah,
it does.
Maybe. Going down New Road. Parkinson is in. Bowls. Forward goes Davies. Very good start for Callum Parkinson. On the money. No great obvious turn for the young left arm spinner. But every ball asked a question of Davies. Davies had an answer for all those questions. But a good contest between the two men. 45 for 1. Josh Bohannon has 3. Davies 31 off 42. It's all sort of beginning to settle down a little bit now.
Yep. But I suppose Leicestershire will be saying amongst themselves that Lancashire still 40 runs behind. couple of quick ones and back in a situation where Lancashire back under pressure a bit.
Writing a few features about pigeon, about 2 or 3 I think, for pigeon racing in my time at the Yorkshire Post.
Oh, okay.
Chris Wright continues from the New Road end down the leg side, flicks the pad of Bohannon. He's going to run away to the fine leg boundary. Did he play a shot? Yes, says Nick Cook. He tried to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it, flicked the pad, goes down to fine leg, so 4. I think he kind of lifted the bat, but it was the action of a man trying to play a little clip away. So 4 more onto the Lancashire score, 49 for 1. Bohannon remains 3. Davies 31. Yeah. An insular world, pigeon racing, but as you say, a lot of money in it. Some of those top pigeons change hands for plenty.
Do they?
Ooh, yes. Ooh, yes.
Can have a little look.
Many thousands of pounds.
Oh.
A quicken. Right turns. And he's charging in and bowling to Bohannon very straight, solidly forward. Goes Bohannon lime green. Handle on his bat, or cover on the handle of his bat. Davies are more... Sorry, mate.
No, I'm talking about pigeons. You carry on with the cricket.
Go on, top price paid for a racing pigeon. Is that what you got?
I've got. This is in the Independent from March of last year.
Right.
When a racing pigeon, described as the best long-distance pigeon of all time, has been sold in an online auction for a fee of more than £1 million.
In goes Wright, bowls driven pleasantly by Bohannon, doesn't really time it. There was a nice looking shot. He was reaching, I suppose, for it to touch, and so didn't get it quite off the middle. And Mike, moving to his left at mid-off, made the stop. £1 million.
More than 3 times the previous world record paid for a racing pigeon. The Belgian bird, named Armando, was sold at auction to 2 Chinese bidders. Goodness.
Wouldn't it just fly back to its Belgian yard, though? Or Belgian loft, I should say.
It's been described as the Messi or Ronaldo of the pigeon world.
Well, many a messy pigeon I can think of. In goes Wright and bowls, and again looking for the drive, but it straightened over. It was a little bit too straight for that one. A thick inside edge from Bohannon, who is just struggling a little bit to get going here. He looks as though he's anxious to start picking up runs, but Wright is just pinning him a little bit at the moment. 3 off 27. And, they can sense it, the Leicestershire fielders. They can hear the volume ramping up out there.
According to the auctioneer, it's the Ferrari of the pigeon world, is this particular bird.
Okay.
I never knew.
Rather more fragile, though, you would have thought. That's the only, you know, that's the danger, isn't it? With some grotty kid with an air gun. In goes Wright and bowls down the leg side. Bohannon does lift his bat out of the way this time, doesn't try to help her on its way, just steps across and swindles behind the stumps, makes the stop. Presume it's be insured. Well, it's somewhere in China then. Armando. I bet its real name isn't Armando. I bet it'll have a, you know, long pedigree name or something. Pigeons have pedigrees.
The previous most expensive pigeon was one called Mr. Fantastic. He was sold for €500,000.
Wow. So the continent it's always been biggish certainly in the north, hasn't it? But obviously a huge thing on the continent. Square leg has gone back as Wright comes in again to Bohannon, who drives again, or looks to drive, but again doesn't quite time it, and it bounces up down towards Ben Mike, who's at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. Runs came from it, extras, that is. Lancashire moved on to 49 for 1. They didn't accrue to Bohannon, however. He remains on 3 off 29 balls. Davis, 31 off 42. Jennings, the man out, caught. Unluckily, from Jennings's point of view, somehow inside edge onto the pad that somehow flew to third slip. Caught for 8. Complete a unfortunate first match for Jennings, really. 5 in the first innings, went leg before wicket, and 8 in 2 single-figure scores for Jet Jennings. Parkinson to continue from the Diglis end. Mike beginning to warm up. In he goes, Parkinson, and is stroked firmly back to him by Davies. Parkinson does a little dance having fielded that. Whether the ball just caught him on the toe or something, I'm not quite sure, but he's fine anyway, and he's ready to go. And he's in and bowls, and again firmly hit by Davies, slightly on the move, stepped into that one and sort of on-clipped it down towards mid-on. But can't get past right. Parkinson is in, bowls, back goes Davies, and he's got his first run off Parkinson because it just drifted on towards leg stump, just turned the face of the bat onto it, closed the bat face, and calmly turned it out towards deep backward square. Hesitating because the field down there hasn't got a number on his back, which would suggest it might be that, well, of course it's not, it's Ben Slater, isn't it? Who hasn't been allotted a number. In goes Parkinson, bowls, Bohannon reaching for it, solidly enough behind it, but his bat was quite a long way in front of his pads. Just a whiff of a man still searching for a little bit of timing and rhythm in the innings. Parkinson is in, bowls, Bohannon stretches forward, that one hits the middle in defence. Always a slightly encouraging feeling for the batsman though when it comes right out of the middle, whether it's in defence or attack. Short leg and slip goes down as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him again solidly behind that front foot defensive, a forward defensive. Again a respectable over in terms of line and length from Parkinson, 1 run conceded from it. Lancashire 50 came up with that little tickled single around the corner by Alex Davies. Bit of responsibility on his shoulders though, and he'll want to hang around now and make the most of the good start that he's made. 32 or 45. 50 for 1 means that the deficit now just 37 on first innings.
Congratulations to Sussex, the first winners of a Bob Willis Trophy match. Sussex have beaten Hampshire by 94 runs and bowled them out for 150. Ollie Robinson with 5 wickets, 5 for 29. So Sussex, the first winners on the opening round of the Bob Willis Trophy. But the 1 or 2 counties not too far behind. Saying that, Yorkshire have lost a couple of early ones that they're chasing. A relatively modest target. They're 20 for 2, Yorkshire, and they need a further 151 to beat Durham. And Derbyshire 38 for 1 require another 327 runs to beat Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan are 57 for 3 up against it, against Somerset, still needing 400 more runs to win that game.
Results, wickets needed, and there was one I think then at Hove. Ben Mike, perhaps slightly surprisingly, comes on ahead of Dieter Clyde, comes in and bowls very straight to Alex Davies, who's on the move as he plays firmly in defence. Back down the pitch on the on side, picked up by Chris Wright, and there's no run.
Kent are 78 for 4 in their second innings, but do lead Essex by 167 runs.
In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump, tries to turn it down to the slips. There's a massive appeal from Leicestershire, and umpire Cook is not interested. Ben Mike cannot believe it, and neither can some of the other Leicestershire players. They are making it clear that they think that the attempt just to deflect it through the gap in the slips ended in a simple little edge, to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, but goodness me, well, they were pretty sure there, Leicestershire. Umpire Cook wasn't, didn't give it.
I suspect the Foxes are reviewing that if if the technology's in place. I mean, you can't tell, can you, from that replay as to whether he's hit it or not, but you would need the old snicker, wouldn't it, the old ultra edge to see whether he's got something on that.
You would. Stayed a bit low, died a little bit. In goes Mike and bowls again to Davies, who whips it away through the leg side for 4. Dismisses it. He was on towards his leg stump and he whipped it away. Mike said something, Davies said something back, and Mike turned and said something else. And Nick Cook's having a word. He's not steaming Ben Mike, but he's wound him up a little bit. He was utterly certain that Davies had got a little faint edge on that one.
He wasn't on his own, was he? I mean, everybody was pretty much.
He wasn't, was he, in fairness? The man who mattered, Nick Cook, wasn't convinced. Mike turns. And he comes and bowls again to Davies, hits him on the pad as he tries to turn it into the leg side, going on down the leg side. The appeal was choked off. Swindles claps his gauntlets together. Encouraging Ben Mike. Certainly he's made a better start to his bowling in this innings than in the first. A little inconsistent. In he goes, bowls, Davies forward, plays it firmly down into the ground. It bounces very high into the air off a used pitch, and then a second time before reaching Harry Dearden, a backward point. 54 for 1 with that clip through the leg side by Davies.
I mean, you could slow that replay down frame by frame and you wouldn't know, would you? No. You would need the...
You would need the snicker, for sure. Can say if there was a noise, I mean, it was nowhere near the pad, nothing, there was no bat on pad or anything like that. It either clipped it or it clipped the edge, or it didn't. If that makes sense, it didn't clip anything else. In goes Mike and bowls, and again clipped away through the leg side, a foolish delivery onto middle and leg. A long chase for Callum Parkinson, who gets there and uses his left foot to good effect, with, in fact, to better effect than his beloved footballers at Bolton Wanderers last season. And manages to save a run. Davies takes 3, however, and moves on to 39, keeps the strike. Lancashire on to 57 for 1.
Dave Taylor has been in touch regarding pigeons. And he writes, there was at Headingley one year a pigeon that was obviously distressed and resting in the square during play. Now, many people got involved, and an expert rang in to say that if you spread the wing of a racing pigeon, you would find a telephone number. The public address announcer at Headingley had some fun with this and added to the menu that they used to display on the scoreboard that pigeon pie was being served for lunch. A Yorkshireman with a sense of humour.
Parkinson is in, bowls, Davies is forward, just stroking the ball out into the covers. Picked up by Rhodes, and there's no run.
Thank you, Dave, for the message.
Parkinson in again, bowls, and Davies all movement out there. Gets to the ball on the pitch, just turns his hands on it as he defends it out towards Dearden at a straightish mid-wicket. Parkinson in again, bowls, Davies forward. That's a calmer defensive shot. Push it out to Rhodes, no run. Just the single conceded by Parkinson so far of 15 deliveries in this spell. In again, bowls, back and cutting. Davies is going to pick up 4, I think, or can Klein get there? He can. Good work by Dieter Klein. sliding away to his left, running across from deep cover to deep backward point. Davies picks up 2, however. Score moves on to 59 for 1. Davies on to 41. Short extra, short-ish cover. Almost silly mid-off has gone in as Parkinson goes in and bowls to Davies, who goes back and with exaggerated care keeps the ball off his stumps, defends it out into the offside where that man is fielding. I think Ackermann has gone in there. I think it is. Takes a step or 2 back and he bowls again. Parkinson again back on his stumps. Davies played those 2 last balls going back deep onto his stumps, not necessarily because of the length of the delivery. Both defended, however. End of another good over from Callum Parkinson. A couple of runs conceded from it. Both to Davies. Parkinson 3 overs for 3 runs. Ben Mike 1 over for 7, but I think he'll be convinced till his dying day that it should be 1 over for, well, 1 wicket taken in that 1 over anyway. 59 for 1. Was that they were the sound of the bells, was it? That sound of 5
Indeed,
o'clock?
yeah, 5 o'clock.
Time then.
Thank you to Alan, who sent me a tweet. To the pigeons you have at New Road are wood pigeons. They have a very distinctive cooing sound. A pair wake me up every morning. I think that would drive me absolutely crackers. Thank you, Alan. And thank you to Dave and to Callum. Different messages today. Yes, as the clock strikes 5. Here's Mike bowling to Josh Barnum. And jabs that down into the offside, and there is no run. We have 20 overs remaining in the day's play. Barnum 3 from 33. He got his eye in against Yorkshire in a warm-up match to Josh Bohannon. Coming in at 3 and batter for a decent amount of time. Lancashire quite enjoy playing that friendly against Yorkshire. Mike into Bohannon. Oh, I've wrapped him on the pad, and the umpire straight away, very little hesitation, raises the finger, and Bohannon's gone LBW. Mike thought he had a wicket in the previous over. He does have one in the next over. This time it's Bohannon who's gone. LBW, and the way that Nick Cook raised his finger and the speed in which he raised his finger, you would detect or deduce from that that was pretty plumb. Having not been in line, we wait for replays, but Bohannon has to make his way back towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. Out for 3, LBW off Ben Mike. So 59 for 2. Lancashire still 28 runs behind. And they've lost a couple of wickets. Barnum made 44 in the first innings. But just the 3 second time round. And Mike might be feeling, I'm sure he will be feeling, he deserves that wicket, because he probably felt, clearly he felt as though he managed to get the edge of Alex Davis's bat. And bearing in mind he was searching for it, I think a little would be fair to say, in the first innings, searching for a bit of rhythm. Bowled 17 overs for 55. The only bowler not to pick up a wicket for Leicestershire in the first innings, with Wright and Taylor and Klein and Parkinson and Ackermann all in the wickets. And he'll be thrilled to have got his first one of the season. So 59 for 2, which means that Rob Jones will be coming out to join Alex Davis. With time just after 5 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. On a bright, sunny, if a little breezy day on the banks of the River Severn at New Road, Blackfinch New Road. Jones out for 12. He got a terrific Yorker from Dieter Klein in the first innings. So he scratches around and takes his guard. And Ben Mike stood at the top of his mark, eager to come back in again. Here he is up to the stumps. And Jones is in behind it. And dropping it out into the offside. And there is no run. One slip in the gully and a point. Extra cover, mid-off and mid-on the mid-wicket. Long leg and a deep backward square leg. That's Callum Parkinson. A deep backward square. Just lost their second wicket as well. Bolton's Josh Bohannon, the man out, trapped LBW for 3 off the bowling of Ben Mike. Alex Davis is 41 not out. Rob Jones on naught. Lancashire 59 for 2, but still trail by 28 runs. So yeah, a little extra chat, and why not? Plenty of nice spirits amongst the Foxes players. They've enjoyed a good couple of days. I think they've been terrific, Leicestershire. Enjoyed a good day with the bat yesterday. Lancashire plugged away at it. A couple of them, well, look at such a young attack, of course. 3 lads are making their first-class debut, and Danny Lamb's barely played first-class cricket, so there's a lot of young guys trying to settle into life in first-class cricket. And Lancashire plugged away with the ball as Mike comes in to Jones, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. But having got themselves a thick end of 90 runs, they've got Lancashire a couple down with 59 on the board second time round.
Never quite settled Bohannon, did he, in that innings? It was curious. He looked so fluent in the first innings, but he never quite found his timing or rhythm.
Probably similar to actually Rob Jones battering in the first thing as well. He never quite really settled in, didn't Jones? But he has a chance now. Happy to allow that final ball of Ben Mike's second over. Go through to the keeper, and at the end of a wicket taking over for Ben Mike, and he didn't manage to prize a wicket out in the first dig, but has one nice and early second time round. Lancashire 59 for 2.
He got a good Yorker, didn't he, in the first
He did,
dig?
yeah.
Rob Jones. It wasn't a bad ball from Dieter Klein, whom we have yet to see bowl in this innings. But Ackermann's decision to go to Ben Mike has been justified. He's made a second breakthrough for the Foxes.
Derbyshire 43 for 1 against Notts. Yorkshire 31 for 2. That Derbyshire need 322 more runs to win. Yorkshire 31 for 2, need 140 more runs to win.
Did Notts declare in the end, or was
no,
it
just this battered till they got bowled out? Yeah,
okay,
279.
It's not an entirely foregone conclusion that they go on and forward. They're not a strong bowling side.
No,
this year.
Looking at the team, it does look a little light, doesn't it, the bowling compared to the batting?
Yeah.
But they knocked Derbyshire out for 240 in the first innings.
It was one huge knock, wasn't there? A big century for one of the Derbyshire. I think I've forgotten his name now, but
Duploy.
Duploy, that's it.
Duploy, 130. Oh, change of bowling. It is Dieter Klein for the first time. He bowls left arm over the wicket to Alex Davis. Shoulders arms through to the keeper, no run. Parkinson out of the attack, and Dieter Klein replacing him.
3 points on his record, like a driving licence.
Yeah. So how long does that stay?
You've got to
for
get
then?
9.
Right,
2
okay.
years, I think
2
it
years.
stays, and then don't know what it is in a driving licence.
I think it could be 2 years. Klein to Davis, gathered by Swindles. There's no run. Yes, he got much chatter and excitement. Caused plenty of debate. The incident, which makes it sound a little more dramatic than what it ultimately turned out to be yesterday.
It was a first for me. I hadn't seen 5 runs added to the opposition previously.
Davis again right forward.
Apparently there is a special signal which umpire Cook forgot to give. He sort of held up 5 fingers or whatever.
Okay.
But apparently the official signal is the umpire is supposed to touch his the heart really, or put his hand over his heart, something like that, to indicate with the fingers spread. It's a 5-run penalty, which apparently Nick neglected to do.
Forgot, man. He just forgot. Klein to Davis. A very dramatic leave. Brings his bat up above his shoulder and throws to the keeper. Yeah, we knew something was going on, didn't we? Because the 2 umpires were having a good conversation. And there was a very lengthy conversation with the Derbyshire skipper and the umpires. So something's developing. Nick Cook, he's wafting away something, maybe a little bit of a fly buzzing around his face there. He's just waving his left hand in front of his face.
Could have been that.
As Klein is in, and Davis working a ball out through square leg for 1 run. And he ticks along neatly to 42 not out, and Lancashire to 60 for 2. Brings Rob Jones on strike. I get a solid year. Rob Jones last year for Lancashire. It's 624 runs. Average of 36. A century in 450s. Top score of 122.
Taylor reminding Klein probably that, look, you got this guy first innings, another of those Yorkers.
Well, he served one up into Jones, who leans into it and turns it across his front foot through the onside for no run. Yeah, Colin Ackermann's decision to bring Klein straight into the attack when Rob Jones was the new batsman. Perhaps with that very thing in mind. He got him first innings with a good Yorker.
I hope he's not been affected, Dieter Klein, by what happened yesterday. He does look a little head down, and he's been very subdued. Batted okay, didn't he? He clumped a few good boundaries.
I don't know if he's on social media or not, Dieter Klein.
He's not.
Oh, good, because that doesn't help, does it? Yeah.
Yeah. No, people piled into him, but I'm sure he'll be aware that people have piled into him.
Then Mike running into bowl to Davis, driving into the offside, but no run. Field on the offside is well stacked. Gully, backward point, deep cover mid-off. There's a mid on the mid-wicket, deep backward square leg and a long leg. 60 for 2, Lancashire, second innings. Third day of the Bob Willis Trophy. A game being played at a effectively, it is a neutral venue. It's effectively Lancashire's home match. As Mike bowls to Davis, through to the keeper, no run, but kind of nominally Lancashire's home match.
What would make it interesting at the end of the day? Sort of 100 for 4, interesting from Leicestershire's point of view, really.
Yes, yeah.
If it's 100 for 2, something like that, you know, when starting to get ahead, then they'll swing back in favour of a draw. But sort of 100 for 4, 3, 4, Leicestershire feel that still got a decent chance of forcing an interesting final session.
Mike over the wicket to Davis, he's forward in defence, no run. Just to recap, Lancashire 322 all out in the first innings. Davis 90, Croft 63, but that partnership was put together after a good start with the ball for Leicestershire.
Both still to come, the captain and Croft. Davies, as I say, really mustn't, from his point of view, and Lancashire's, waste the start that he's in now, and looks in such good touch.
42 not out, waiting for Mike to bowl to him. Doesn't play. Through to the keeper, no run.
No slip. he's not. He's prepared, Ackermann, to try different things, isn't he? He's prepared to move his fielders around. And I think they've decided that frustration is the key for Davis, who likes to score his runs quickly. And if he's not scoring quickly, perhaps the theory is that he becomes a little jumpy, a little too keen to go after the ball.
Mike to Davis. That's Paul through the onside. That'll be runs through mid-wicket. Wait to see how many of them could be four. It is four. It's a valiant effort from Callum Parkinson, who had a long way to try and cut that off. He's at backward square leg, and that was swatted away through mid-wicket. So he was stomping after it, but the ball beat him despite the dive from Parkinson. So 4 runs for Davis. He moves to 46. And the score on to 64 for 2.
He was waiting for that one. Short ball. Small men usually hook very well, don't they? Often hook very well. Davis did.
Final ball of Mike's 3rd over. Past the umpire again to Davis. As he back down the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 64 for 2. Lancashire with Davis on 46. Rob Jones, a new batsman, on 0. Still trying to work through this deficit, Lancashire, with Leicestershire making 409 for 8 declared earlier today, or an hour or two ago. First innings lead of, well, actually it's almost exactly now, wasn't it? First innings lead of 87 between the two teams. And Lancashire have chipped away at 64 of those 87 runs, but they've lost 2 wickets in the process. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. Ball by ball commentary with Scott Reed and with Richard Ray on the BBC Sports website and app through BBC's Lancashire, Manchester and Leicester on medium wave 855 in the northwest of England, and the pictures and the commentary on the live streams as well. There's
Dieter Klein comes in and is defended off stump by Jones, neither forward nor back, a little uncertainly, pushes it out into the offside, and there is no run. Long shadows being cast by the players on a lovely summer's evening, late summer's evening now into August. It's by no means the height of summer anymore.
The Bob Willis Trophy final could be a cold experience. End of September, early October.
This is in goes Klein and bowls. Tis a fuller delivery. Jones is forward again. Right in line, but not entirely convincingly.
Yeah, good contest this between Klein and Jones. I mean, Klein dismissed him in the first innings for 12, and Leicestershire captain brings Klein straight into the attack as soon as Rob Jones walked out to the middle. So be plenty of chatter there for Rob Jones to ignore.
Afternoon to Jason. Jason Tipping, that is, who's finished his work for the day. In goes Klein, bowls forward, solidly, more solidly this time goes Rob Jones, right behind that one, pushing out. Back down the wicket on the offside, and no run. Will Davies, Leicestershire's 12th man, goes running off round the boundary to take a drink to Ben Mike, who's at long leg in front of the pavilion, in front of the hotel. Alex Carey, Leicestershire's strength and conditioning coach, is following around. Maybe have a word with Mike as in goes Klein and bowls. Good line and length, but again solidly behind it is Jones, dropping the ball out into the offside. 8 balls faced by him now. Yet to get off the mark. Davies 46 off 68. First time Jason has seen the Lancashire streaming service, and I suspect he'll be very impressed. We all have been, and I certainly have to pass on the thanks of Leicestershire for Lancashire for making it available to Leicestershire members. In goes Klein bowls very fast arm, reaching for it rather, looking to drive, plays it firmly down into the ground, bounces up nicely to backward point. However, and it's Rhodes who makes the stop, no run. Yeah, Leicestershire grateful, but I suspect Lancashire have set a standard which Leicestershire will find it quite hard to meet or to match over the next 3 games. They'll do their best, I'm sure. In goes Klein over the wicket, bowls to Jones, who is off the mark. Now that one onto his legs, and he goes back and turns it with perhaps a little relief to get off the mark. Every batsman, I'm sure, feels the same, however experienced. Turned it out into the leg side, picks up the single and keeps the strike. Lancashire 65 for 2, 23 overs, 16 remain, so well, Parkinson will be bowling a few of them, you would have thought. Well, maybe not. He didn't bowl many, did he? Did he bowl 4 in that little spell?
3.
Just the 3. Perfectly respectable. Was it just for 3 runs?
It was, yeah.
One of them a maiden, but it didn't particularly turn. And as a consequence, understandably I suppose, Ackermann decided to give Klein a go while the ball was still reasonably hard and shiny, and see if he could get a little swing. Then Mike in from the New Road end, bowls, and forward goes Jones, looking to drive, doesn't put his weight into the shot, ends up steering it out towards Parkinson, who's on his own in the covers at the moment. Backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket in close. Rhodes in a catching position. Short, really is short mid wicket. Out on the boundary is Aaron Lilly at deep backward square, so somebody's gone off. Klein is down at long leg. We've got the 2 slips as well. Azad, who's at second, and Ackermann, who's at 4th. No first, no third. In goes Mike and bowls, reaching for it a bit, but firmly into the ground is Jones, and bounces back past Mike out to right at mid-on. No run. Just trying to work out who's gone off. Tom Taylor, perhaps? Can't see him out there because it's steered in a backward point. No, it's Taylor who's at mid-off. In goes Mike and bowls, and Jones driving pleasantly. Can he get it past Taylor? He can't. Taylor moves to his left and picks up, but sees there's no real point in throwing, because the batsmen had long since crossed and made their ground. 66 for 2. Second run for Jones.
You'll like this one, Richard.
Go on in.
From Chris. The umpire signal for penalty runs to the batting team. He's one arm across his chest and touches his shoulder and taps that shoulder. If the penalty runs are for the fielding team, there is no tapping on the shoulder.
You've got to make that tapping obvious, haven't you? It's a fine line.
It's a bit. I need binoculars for that one.
Ben Mike is in again to Davis, who drives wristily. Got on top of the bounce, really. He wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but just stepped forward and cracked it away off the front foot, straight to the fielder, who's on the backward point boundary. Parkinson single take, and Davis onto 47.
Yeah, that's to be a very clear tap, wouldn't it? Let's make this perfectly obvious.
Maybe couldn't you tap it or touch another part of your body if it goes to the... Don't answer that.
Going down a very dangerous route with that one, Richard.
Yes, just thinking in terms of differentiating between the 2 signals. However, it is rarely used. In goes Mike and bowls, and Jones, thick inside edge, was reaching forward there, came back in to him and almost thumping into the pad before he could get his bat on it, but just managed to get the inside edge to it.
So wins for Sussex today, beating Hampshire by 94 runs. Derbyshire 59 for 1. Need a further 306 runs to win. Yorkshire need 128 runs to beat Durham with 8 wickets left, 43 for 2. 2 other North Group games.
In goes Mike. Bowls, and slightly short of a good length, just outside off stump, just twitches slightly. Jones as gets up on his toes and pushes that one out into the offside. End of the over. 67 for 2. Bright sunshine. Across New Road, we did of course lose 10 minutes or so, perhaps 15 minutes or so, to a shower unexpectedly this morning. 15 overs rain, but we didn't lose any overs. Apparently.
It's a very random shower because we had blue sky, had loads of sunshine. The forecast is completely dry, and then
it was like on the first day, wasn't it? It just sort of blew up. They've talked a little bit about summer showers in Leicester. Discussions going on between Dieter Klein, he's about to resume his bowling at the Diglis end, and his skipper. Oh, not his skipper, actually it's Tom Taylor. Ackermann is saying nothing, he's at backward point as Klein comes in and bowls outside off stump. Davies on 47 steps forward and allows it to go through to Harry Swindles. Swindles on his own now because Hassan Azad is at third stroke fourth slip. Ackermann, as I say, is at backward point. It's interesting that Ackermann doing a lot of talking to Taylor. Taylor is taking on a advisory role, perhaps in the Leicestershire Brains Trust. Harry Dearden comes jogging across from mid-wicket. He was regularly in the slips last season. He hasn't been in the slips at all this season. Perhaps now his new slim line, Harry Dearden, he's sort of okay to go out into the covers or wherever. He's at backward point now. Ackermann and Azad have resumed sort of fairly normal positions at first and second slip. In goes Klein. Bowls outside off stump, cut away by Davies. Cook, umpire that is, has to lift his right foot quickly to let the ball pass underneath. It emerges from his shade to go towards Callum Parkinson down on the backward point boundary, and a single is duly completed. 48 to Davies.
nifty footwork by umpire Cook, wasn't it?
Yes. What if he knows about pigeon racing? Not as much as he knows about horses, I wouldn't think.
Well, today it's been an education about pigeon racing.
Yes, it came as a shock. I mean, fair play, 1 million goblins for a pigeon is plenty. In goes Klein and bowls quick arm, but driving is Jones, not timing it still. He, like Bahanan, is just taking his time to time the ball, which kind of bears out what the Leicestershire batsman was saying about not quite coming on somehow. That said, certain batsmen have found it coming on very nicely indeed, Davies being one of them. 48 off 71 balls. Willis in the first innings didn't seem to have too many issues. As Klein goes around the wicket to Jones, hurries him slightly, it swung back in, and Jones adjusted and played it well enough, but adjusted he had to, and Klein just paused at the end of his follow-through and put his hand to his mouth as though he thought that was a close one. Jones is finding Klein a bit of the pace of Klein a little bit of a handful. I don't think he's bowled a bounce yet, Klein. In he goes and bowls, and forward goes Jones and lets that one go through outside off stump. He does use the bouncer very, very sparingly, Dieter Klein.
It's probably something, and we did mention this yesterday, it's probably something that Lancashire lacked actually in that option to bowl a bouncer, particularly when Azad was batting. And just wasn't that extra, that option to perhaps kind of rough him up a little bit with a few short deliveries, and they don't think that Lancashire particularly had that in their armoury with this attack. There's no disrespect to the guys bowling, but I think had a Gleeson, in particular Gleeson or Mahmood been playing, you might have seen a bit of that.
For sure. Klein in again to Jones, who looks to turn it onto the leg side, down the leg side, and does successfully. No, he doesn't. It came off the thigh pad. He just turned his wrists on it. His back's to us. It flew off down to fine leg. He didn't get anything on it. It clipped the thigh pad and went wide of the diving swindles and crashes across the ropes into the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion. Lancashire approaching the point at which the deficit is wiped out. The deficit was 87. It is now 15. They are 72 for 2. And again, the match is just poised nicely. Which way, if either, will it swing or will it stay one way or the other? Now Lily goes off. And had I seen who came back on, I would have been telling you who replaced.
There is Mike, and then to start his, well, he started and then stops, goes back to his mic. And Davis waits on 48, too shy of a 50. There is Mike into Davis. And Alex Davis is a couple of runs away from a half century here. 48 not out with Lancashire, with Lancashire 72 for 2, so 10 in their second innings. Just a little reminder for you that earlier today, Leicestershire 409 for 8 declared, career best score of 172 for Ben Slater. That was a first innings lead of 87 runs for the Foxes. Lancashire have lost 2 wickets in their reply to knocking off that deficit. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon, the 2 men out. So we've got Alex Davis and Rob Jones batting, and Lancashire is 72 for 2. I think in the middle of that little update, Alex Davis has been struck on the hand, I think, somewhere. Lancashire physio Sam Byrne. Is it more the forearm? It could be the finger, it could be the hand. I'm not quite sure if it's the hand or the... Yeah, it could be the finger. He's just flexing his fingers. In and out is Alex Davis and having a little drink. So the ball just caught him on the glove. Looking at that, so Sam Byrne is doing his stuff with painkillers and a magic spray and such like. Liam Hurt with the yellow bib on, the 12th man, running out with the drinks, and the blue latex gloves. Some other equipment being applied by Sam Byrne as well. He's still flexing his fingers in and out, is Alex Davis, so might be too much alarm. But thank you to everyone who sent little messages in today. I mean, a lot of messages about pigeons, but why not? We're all in favour of that. But, I've heard from some very loyal Lancashire supporters who would absolutely be here under normal circumstances. They've sent me either a text or a tweet. I'm listening to the commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, and some watching the pictures as well on the website. It's a privilege to be here to try and describe it for you. I appreciate it's hugely frustrating, and everyone gets through winter ready for the start of the season, and for it to be snatched away and to have so long through the summer without seeing friends and familiar faces. Not easy. And for the game to start and for you to be allowed to come and watch again, it's pretty tough. But hopefully we'll see you at inside a cricket ground soon. But for the meantime, hopefully we can provide a little bit of fun along the way, as well as doing our best to describe the action. Alex Davis looks like he's okay. A bit of treatment. Here comes Ben Mike. It's a wide delivery which Davis doesn't play at, through to Swindles. And there is no run. So Lancashire 72 for 2. So what's that, 15 runs behind? Yeah, 15 behind. And 8 wickets remaining, with 13.4 overs remaining in the day's allocation. No problems with those. Absolutely beautiful, so we'll get everything in. Be lucky with this first round of fixtures to have the weather as glorious it has been. Here is Mike over the wicket to Davis. Strikes it nicely through the offside. Chugs through for a single. Moves on to 72 for 2. And Davis now to 49, so that brings Rob Jones on strike. Field well spread. Harry Swindles, the keeper, is 15 yards away from a friendly face. Mike from the New Road end bounces in. Jones tries to flick it down the leg side, but through to the keeper. And there is no run. Just update BBC Radio Manchester now, about to join us. Well, they're 73 for 2 in their second innings, are Lancashire, with Rob Jones on 2 and Alex Davis on 49. Today, Leicestershire declared on 409 for 8 in their first innings, a lead of 87 runs, a career best score of 172 for Ben Slater. So Lancashire have managed to pretty much chip away at that deficit, as an appeal for LBW is declined by the umpire. So Lancashire are 15 runs behind at 73 for 2 in their second innings.
A little inside edge saved Rob Jones, well, not so little actually. You probably heard it in the effects mic while Scott was talking there. The thick inside edge and pad, it was a good full delivery. It would have gone on to hit the stumps from Ben Mike. Jones was trying to flick it away, and it was a sort of combination of pad and bat, and it was a bat first, umpire Cook decided.
Final ball of the 26th over of the Lancashire second innings. So that short mid-wicket. Crouching down as Jones defends to mid-on, and there is no run.
As I say, he's still struggling a bit, Jones, isn't he? Just not in form. Doesn't look like a batsman who's entirely competent. Could play himself into form in this innings. Important for Lancashire that he does so, but just at the moment, nothing's quite working for him in terms of his timing. He's getting behind the ball and playing solidly enough, but it isn't quite right. It's only sort of maybe 1 or 2%, isn't it, when the timing is off, but it's just enough to make a difference when the game is being played at the pace it is. You know, that's the difference with first-class cricket, really, and good club cricket. Everything's that little bit, well, actually quite a lot quicker, to be honest.
Deep decline to start his fourth over. Davis waiting for him, cutting the ball out through the offside, and gets a single, and Davis moves up to 50. 50 not out from 75 deliveries, and raises his bat towards the pavilion to recognise the applause from his teammates. First half century of the Bob Willis Trophy for the Lancashire opening batsman Alex Davis. 75 deliveries.
He raced to 30 at a run of ball, didn't he? But been more circumspect since. Settling down for the long haul, perhaps.
Klein around the wicket to Jones. He does stretch forward. He's kind of crouched down anyway, Rob Jones, and then reaches onto the front foot and gets the bat out the way through to the keeper. No run. Mentioned he's not really had too much in terms of runs from the warm-up matches, but I suppose like in pre-season friendlies in football, they don't massively count for a great deal, do they? Just we didn't really have too much time out in the middle, really. But you get the old competitive juices flowing, and it's a real thing. So we'll switch on. There's Jones pushing out into the offside. For no run. .74 for 2. Jones on 2 from 25. So in contrast to the way that the fluid Davis has batted, Jones is just searching for it, but he'll stick in there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing a good job. You know, all these overs are taking a little bit out of the ball and putting a little bit into the legs of the Leicestershire seamers.
Trying to Jones. They'll get runs down through gully here, down towards the boundary. A couple of players chasing after it, one of which is Harry Dearden, and Jones has run 3. The ball just trickled along the ground through third man. And Jones moves up to 5. Lancashire to 77 for 2. There's a race between Dearden and Ackermann to try and get to the ball there. And Dearden probably had a slight advantage, but a little nearer to it to begin with. A slight head start, and he beat his skipper.
The fact he did so is indicative of how much fitter he's got over the winter and over the lockdown period. He is one of those who's shed several kilos.
It's a good effort. His hands on his hips, just backward of point, moving a pace nearer towards the batsman because Klein's in again. And left by Davis, and there's no run. Got to admit, I used the allotted half an hour where you were allowed to exercise right at the start of lockdown. You were allowed like kind of half an hour a day, weren't you? So
Was it just half?
I think it was just half.
You could go out you could go out once, couldn't you? But I didn't realise there was a time.
I think there was a time.
Was there?
I think so.
Who was going to time you?
Well, this is it. I think well, like most things with what's happened over the last few months, I'm not quite sure anything is policed, but
no.
Yeah, whatever. You're allowed out once a day, weren't you? Basically.
Yeah.
So I went out once a day. Klein balls to Davis, who leaves through to the keeper. There's no run. Well, it may have been a little tight to off stump. Yes. End of the over, 77 for 2. But I wouldn't necessarily say I lost weight during lockdown. Maybe just kept it at bay.
Well, that's fine, you know. Carrying any excess poundage? Oh, are you?
Well, no. I mean, drank a bit more than I should have done during lockdown, but I've heard many stories, about people. I lost 3 stone during lockdown. Good effort.
Well, people have had time to do that exercise, make the most of the one time out, so to speak. If you're going to go out for a cycle or a run or whatever, you might as well make it a decent one. Mike, it's a decent spell by him. 5 overs, he's bowled for 1 for 14.
Comes bouncing back in, and balls at
got that one.
Yeah, got a ball that was short and wide, looped up, and Rob Jones kind of peering up towards the sky, watching it. Not quite sure.
Banged it in really short, didn't it? And it just looped.
It did. You could see Rob Jones peering up and following the ball with his eyes.
Curious. That was the sort of bouncer that Mark Cosgrove sort of headed away.
Climb back into Jones. Strikes it through the offside, but no run. Did he get penalised for that?
No.
Good. It wasn't like
he just was annoyed when the umpire said, "No, we've got to check the helmet," and it barely sort of.
That was it. That okay, yeah. I thought it was really comical. I thought it was quite amusing.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was.
Good.
That really would have been a sense of humour failure
on
the part of the umpire.
Which you wouldn't necessarily rule out, but...
No, it depends on the umpire, doesn't it? But happily.
Good.
5 off 28 for Jones. 50 off 77 for Davies.
Mike gliding back in. Jones Marking the ball off an inside edge, and it squeezes down back of the square on the leg side. Perhaps right at the toe of the bat, maybe, is where that Rob Jones is peering towards the bottom edge of his bat. Moves to 6, 78 for 2. Brings Davis unbeaten on 50 with resting his bat on his shoulder. Back on strike.
It was a full ball and it swung in. And he just dug it out. He's doing his best. He's getting a little bit, Mikey, a little bit of movement. A little bit of in-swing to Jones there. It wasn't dissimilar in a way to the ball that got him in the first innings, a sort of full ball swinging in towards the bottom of the off stump, and he just took it out.
Davis waiting to spear down the leg side and taken by the keeper, taken well by Swindles. Well, I think Mike was perhaps a bit of early season rustiness and just trying to find his own way in the first innings, wasn't he? But appears to be enjoying this particular spell a little better.
Yeah.
With his first wicket of the season as well.
So he's getting in swing to the right hander. That one to Davis, he got wrong. It sort of speared off down the legs, swung away down the leg side. It was lucky not to concede 4 runs, flicked away down to fine leg.
2 balls left of his 6th over. Davis rocks onto the front foot and through to the keeper. There's no run. By Nick Cook rubbing the back of his hamstrings. Plenty of encouragement for the Leicestershire bowlers from his teammates.
The Edge was on last night. You know, the film about the England team building up to becoming world #1. I hadn't seen it before, so I found it very interesting.
Okay.
Enjoyed it.
We shall try and catch up with it.
Revealing.
Mike to Davis. He's asking the question, but not with any great enthusiasm. That's the end of the over. 78 for 2, Jones 6 and Davis on 50.
All the way down, wasn't he?
No, I didn't manage to catch it last night, but I was enjoying a nice bit of Thai food.
Yeah, yes.
It was lovely.
Would have been a bit of a guess on the part of Nick Cook. Yeah, did a lot. Again, a little sort of late swing and bounce, but it was a little bit high. Even though Davis isn't the tallest, it hit him just about above the pad. And it was probably bouncing and swinging just down the leg side slightly, but getting it to move. And Mike, you can see why Colin Ackermann is keeping him on. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 for him. Dieter Klein, however, after 4 overs for 7 runs, is being taken off. He's going back to Parkinson, Ackermann. I've only seen getting on for 3 days of him as a captain, but I quite like what I see. He's proactive. He's prepared to give all his bowlers a chance. He doesn't. One of the problems with Paul Horton was, come back to that in a minute, in goes Parkinson, bowls and turned neatly off leg stump by Jones, reaching forward, and it runs out to Mike, who's a deep backward square. Was if he didn't really rate a bowler, or you know, it was kind of fairly obvious that he didn't. The bowler would only bowl 3 or 4 overs in innings and be never seen again or anything like that. If he didn't get it right straight away with Hortz, in goes Parkinson, bowls, and Davis went back and tried to whip it away into the leg side. It didn't quite time it. Hit it quite hard, but down into the ground, and it was Dearden who was fielding at mid-wicket. Parkinson already in again. Played firmly. Wait there, you heard the call from Alex Davies as he saw it rolling out to mid-on, where Taylor on right, usually out there. It's Wright who's out there at mid-on. Deepish, both he and Taylor are halfway back. Now, Azad has gone out of short leg to short mid-wicket. Almost silly mid-on, but just that little bit further back. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Davis, bat and pat neatly together as he stretches forward on middle and off, defends it back down the pitch. Parkinson is in and bowls and driven back past him, and although Parkinson flung himself to his right, he couldn't get anything on it. It was very straight past the stumps on the onside at the bowler's end, and runs away for 4. A very pleasant shot indeed from Davies, just slightly over pitched from Callum Parkinson. As straight a drive as you can hit without hitting the stumps, perhaps, from Alex Davies, between the batsman and the stumps, much closer to the stumps than his fellow batsman Jones. In goes Parkinson, bowls, back goes Davies, hits him in front, he's gone. Oh my goodness, Davies has given it away. It stayed a little bit low, he went back, it wasn't as short perhaps as he thought it was going to be, it stayed a bit low, he tried to pull it away towards mid-wicket, hit on the pad right in front, and umpire White, who takes a lot of convincing, took no convincing there. He was sent on his way, and Alex Davies, having played very nicely in going to a half-century, has gone. Lancashire are 83 for 3, effectively -4 for 3.
Well, we mentioned this when Leicestershire got themselves that lead of 87 on the first innings, that you'd be pretty sure that the talk amongst the dressing room would have been, well, we got Lancashire at 90 for 4 first time round, so something similar puts Lancashire back in firmly on the back foot. So 3 down with 83 on the board, I think is a very, very good effort indeed. They'll be thrilled with that, and you could tell with the reaction of Callum Parkinson how much he enjoyed that. And I appreciate there'll be some friendly rivalry between Callum and Alex. But yeah, he thoroughly enjoyed that wicket, did Parkinson. Alex Davis batted ever so well. He looked in great touch, didn't he, for his 50.
I want to see that again, just to see if it did stay a little bit low. That could be a factor tomorrow as well. Huge, potentially a big wicket for Leicestershire. That said, there's still Willis and Croft and everybody else to come, but goodness me, as Joseph William Smith says on the oh my goodness, on the on the stream comments, a massive blow. I wonder if we can get I wonder if the directors could play us another replay of that one. Is there any chance? Dane Villas comes out to join. He's noisy, isn't it?
That particular one is, yeah.
Whether it's just the effects mic is close to him or something, but my word.
Well, I think he's getting a bit fruity. I think it's the same one of yesterday.
It's calling for affection, isn't it?
I think so. I think it's going to check into the hotel with its mate.
Then Mike is in and bowling outside off stump to Rob Jones, who lets it go through outside off stump. Big job for Jones now, and he's the one. He's the established man at the moment. Just needs to give Villas, who exudes confidence, just even so, a ball or two to play himself in. It gives the impression Villas he never needs anything. He sees it like a footy straight away.
Well, he was playing a different game yesterday, wasn't he? When he came out to bat in the first innings, he looked a completely different class, in truth.
So, Rhodes is in that short mid-wicket position as Mike, who's bowling a really decent spell here and getting a little bit of in-swing, comes in and bowls to Jones, who again is reaching for it a little bit. It does swing in, thick inside part of the bat as he looks to drive. And it bounces out towards, well, to the left of Rhodes, who gets across to his left and makes the stop.
It's a wood pigeon, Alan tells me on Twitter. It has a very distinctive cooing sound.
Is it the one? I can't see if there's anything in that nest up there, but that's where it's coming from.
They're closing in on us. There's nests everywhere.
There are.
It's like a Hitchcock movie, this.
Mike. In he goes and bowls, and Jones drives in again. It's not timed. He's really reaching for everything. He just could do with leaving a few, it seems to me, at the moment. Rob Jones, he's still there. 7 off 33 balls. He went to mid-off that one, stopped by Taylor eventually, but all the Leicestershire hands went into the air there. Mike again. Jones composes himself. He's ready now. Bat raise as Mike is in down the leg side. Nice work by Swindles, diving away to his left, taking the ball two-handed as tried to whip it away. Rob Jones didn't get anything on it. It swung away down the leg side, but Swindles picked it up cleanly, neatly, as he dived away to his left. Sun now behind cloud, although there's plenty of blue around. Simpson's blue, light blue, pale blue. Away to the south. Mike, it's not a hurried run, it's quite a fluent run, goes in and cut away by Rob Jones off the front foot, but a good diving stop by Harry Dearden at point means that he doesn't pick up the 4 runs that he might have thought was coming his way as he hit the ball, cracked it away off the front foot, but it didn't quite going for you. Fielders make stops, and Dearden did so there. He's rubbing his right elbow now. What a racket. Whether you're hearing that, apologies if you are.
Oh, they are. Yes, I've had a few messages. Loud and clear, it's coming through. Oh, pigeon pie.
Tom Taylor is starting to warm up again at mid-off as Mike is in, bowling outside off stump. Tried for the outswing, it was a little bit too wide on that occasion, and Jones stepped forward, then let it go through to Swindles. End of Mike's spell, I suspect. It was a pretty good one. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Did pick up a wicket, that of Josh Bohannon, leg before wicket for 3. Thought he'd had another when Alex Davies survived an appeal for a catch behind when he was on 35. Davies went on to make his 50 off 75 balls, but having reached 54, did go LBW, but this time to Callum Parkinson on the back foot, looking to pull a ball that may just have stayed low. It is risky with Parkinson because 1 or 2 have been out that way, haven't they? It's gone on with the arm, and if it does stay low and you miss it, you're in trouble. Helmets are all being transported off the field, 3 of them, from which we can gauge Callum Parkinson's work is done for the time being. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. Hasn't done too much wrong, has he?
Not really.
Was
no,
that just the 1 over?
Quite surprised.
He bowled 3.
He bowled 3 overs and he's come back for 1 over and taken a wicket. Yeah.
That'll do, Callum. Jeepers.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to have a go. Maybe Taylor wants to bowl
perhaps.
at that end,
Yeah.
and he's going to give Parkinson a go from t'other. 1 more over before updates time. In goes Taylor and bowls, and calmly, neatly turned off Midland leg by Dane Villas. All the time in the world out towards deep mid-wicket, and the single duly taken. First ball he's faced. Seems to have been out there for a while. Short of switching off the effects, Mike, there's not a great deal we can do about this, folks, I'm afraid. It's well out of reach. Don't want to chuck anything at the poor thing. Taylor is in again to Jones, who's forward, thick inside edge. He's going to pick up a run out to the same fielder, Ben Mike, in front of the electronic scoreboard, but a very different sort of run, if you like, from the shot played by Villas, who was in complete control as he just turned it calmly away. Thick inside edge by Jones, sent the ball the same way.
Jamie Bowman says, enjoying listening to Scott and Richard being drowned out by a pigeon on cricket commentary.
Taylor is in, bowling to Villas, who is driving very pleasantly just wide of Parkinson, and mid-off Klein has to move away to his left, so Willis will pick up a single. He moves on to 2, 86 for 3. The score's almost level in that respect. But Lancashire have lost 3 frontline wickets in bringing that about. In goes Taylor, bowls solidly-ish forward. Jones. Lots of oohs and ahs from the Leicestershire players, though. 8 to Rob Jones off 38 balls.
Oohs and ahs and cooing is the name of the game today, isn't it?
I don't think he can see the wicket, the pigeon, from where he is. I don't think it's a commentary. You never know, you never know. In goes Taylor and bowls outside off stump. Jones steps forward and then leaves his bat raised as it goes to outside off stump. Dogs, there are plenty of dogs who watch their cricket and would appear to know what's going on. Brunty's boys, always appreciative of a good shot or a wicket. It's true, it's true. You're not convinced.
He's keeping a straight face while you're saying this. It's marvellous.
They are, I'm sure they are. In goes Taylor and bowls, and Jones is beaten on the outside, reaching for the outswinger, and Taylor, ooh, hands to mouth, holds his breath. It was a close one. Jones continues to struggle out there. But the main thing is, from Lancashire's point of view, he's still there, absorbing deliveries. The lovely bell of Worcester Cathedral chimes to tell me it's updates time for the last time today.
Thank you, Richard. It's noisy. It's noisy at New Road. I don't know how Brad has puts up with it being here for 6 months. 86 for 3. How many overs we got left? 8 overs remaining. What's happening elsewhere? We know that Sussex have won today. They've beaten Hampshire by 94 runs. So the first winners, the first team to win a Bob Willis Trophy match are Sussex, beating Hampshire inside 3 days. I shall run through some other scores for you as this Dieter Klein over gets underway. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to Dane Villas, who defends into the offside. There is no run. Derbyshire made a terrific start, so they've been set 300 and plenty to beat Nottinghamshire, and they are 100 for 1 with Billy Godalman 51 not out and Wayne Madsen on 18 not out. So Derbyshire need 265 more runs to beat Notts at Trent Bridge. Villas plays forward and defends. It slowly rolls up towards Tom Taylor at mid-on, and there's no run. The other North Group fixture, Yorkshire, it's down into double digits for their required runs for victory. 96 they need now, Yorkshire, to beat Durham. The 75 for 3. David Milan, his Yorkshire debut, 32 not out. Klein for the Foxes, bowls to Jones, who stretches forward and pushes it, sorry, to Villas, who defends into the offside. There's no runs. So 75 for 3 Yorkshire, 96 required for Yorkshire to beat Durham at Chester Street. Milan 32 and Brook on 13. And the two other North Group fixtures, North, Central and South Groups in the Bob Willis Trophy. 2 slips waiting as Klein bowls to the Lancashire captain Dane Villas, who's pushing out to point, and there's no run. In the Central Group, Gloucestershire 134 for 3. They trail Worcestershire by 27 runs with 7 second innings wickets remaining. And close of play at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. Klein to Villas, a wristy shot which he eases back down the pitch up onto his toes, playing it back to the bowler, no run. At Northants, 317 for 6 in their second innings, so they have a lead of 90 with 4 wickets remaining. Over Essex, sorry, over Warwickshire. I was just looking at the Essex score. Essex are playing Kent, and they're between innings there, and Essex have been set 202 to beat Kent. They bowled Kent out for 112 in their second innings. Line into to Willis. Shoveled away through mid-wicket. Wants a couple there. There's Dane Willis as the throw comes in from Ben Mike. Willis does add 2 to his total. And moves to 4, and Lancashire at 88 for 3. So they've got themselves a run in front. They lead by 1. So Essex require 202 to beat Kent as we go into the South Group. Middlesex 161 for 3. We're breaking for a sanitising break. A little squirt of the hand sanitizer in the commentary box as well, as we like to do. Middlesex 161 for 3. So they lead Surrey by 235 runs. And as I just mentioned, the Sussex victory against Hampshire. There's one other game which I think I skipped over. I did. Somerset against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 105 for 4. So Somerset needs 6 more wickets to win that game, and crikey, Glamorgan needs 351 runs at Taunton. So you're up to date in this coverage of all those games on the BBC Sport website and app. A live feed of all the reports and commentary, text commentary coming through from all around the grounds as well. Lots of different ways to follow the Bob Willis Trophy on the BBC Sport website and app. You can take the commentary with you. We're on medium wave in the northwest of England on 855, and we're streaming on the Lancashire and Leicestershire websites as well with pictures, very fancy pictures to accompany the commentary.
Brilliant it's been. Kudos to Lancashire for that. Sun's back out, a new road. 8 overs, beg your pardon, 7 overs now remaining, so we are going to have a slightly late finish, probably around about 12:30, something like that. It was just that one over then from Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, strange one that, wasn't it? But
came on, took a wicket, and was taken off again.
yeah, with Klein coming into the attack from the new road end, so it would be Taylor to continue from the Diglis end. 2 slips waiting, Jones on strike. Pushing into the offside, there's no run. It's just about getting through, really, for Rob Jones, isn't it? Try and get through tonight, really.
He's still in single 8. He's got 41 balls. He's not really played a convincing shot yet. It's just everything is half a beat behind for him at the moment. He's just can't quite find it.
Waits for Taylor.
Better.
Punched to mid on. At least that was the direction. Stopped by Taylor off his own bowling.
But again, like Leicestershire sort of seeing what they perceive to be a weakness, pushing fielders in ever closer, it seems. Rhodes is getting closer at straight mid-wicket.
Slips are quite tight as well, aren't they? Yeah. Taylor to Jones. Right in behind, plays it back down the pitch. Dabbed with the right boot of Tom Taylor, just flicking it out towards George Rhodes, who's at a short straight mid-wicket. He picks the ball up and lobs it out to Chris Wright, who gives it a shine on the bottom of his shirt. Taylor with his shirt out of his trousers, squad number 16.
Dearden is down, you know, with his hands on his knees at square leg even. He's crept in closer.
Trying to make life as difficult as they can for Rob Jones, who playing into the offside. Picked up by Callum Parkinson, no run.
And they'd love to get Leicestershire before the close, and if they did, they'd think they really would have a chance. Is of course Willis, who isn't getting any strike at the moment. 4 off 8 balls for Lancashire's prolific skipper.
Taylor to Jones. He finds Ben Mike at mid-off, no run. As he kind of picked up from where he left off last season, Dane Willis. He got 1,000 runs at an average of just a fraction under 80. 2 centuries, 750s, a highest score of 266. And he got 90 in the first innings. Like he'd never been away.
Exactly.
Jones works this one quite nicely, actually.
Nearly got one of the pigeons. Good
Almost.
effort, mate.
Yeah.
Good effort.
Keep working, keep aiming for them. That's worked away through mid-wicket for a single. And Rob Jones keeps the strike. He moves to 9.
Do you think they're ours? Those two out there on the square at mid-wicket?
It's gone quiet now, hasn't it? So maybe they are our mates out there, yeah.
I'll have a word with the Leicestershire boys. Look, if you get close, do feel free to apply a... No, don't.
Going to get some very upset pigeon lovers.
Yes.
Give it a bit of a clip. No, I'm only joking. Only
have
joking.
a word. Just have a word.
Yes, give it a good dressing down. So now then. In fact, Harry Dearden's doing just that. He's chasing after him. Oh, well done. Thank you, Harry.
Eyeing them hungrily.
6 overs remaining. As Klein bowls left arm around the wicket. And that'll be 4 down through third man for Rob Jones. But the way that Dieter Klein spun round and put his hands on top of his head will tell you that came off an edge. A cartwheeling effort at second slip to try and stop it. But, down to the boundary to take Jones into double figures. 13 not out. 93 for 3. Klein with 3 wickets in the first innings. 20 overs, 3 for 81, including the man that's on strike now, Rob Jones. Again, quite a tight field, isn't there? 2 men catch. You have 2 men catching on the onside and 1 tight end on the offside as well. Jones drives, but there's no run.
It looks like Ackermann's going to be a captain who tries things all the time, tries to make things happen. Captain who used to impress me very much when I was just working for the newspapers was Shane Warne when he was at Hampshire, of course.
Klein left arm around the wicket to Jones, just nudges it into the onside to one of those 2 short mid wickets. No run.
Never let the batsman settle. So he would have made a really good international captain, I always felt.
Ackermann here is chopping and changing, mixing things up. 1 over here for a bowler, out the attack. Changing the fields. You may have heard the yelp of Klein as he delivered that one, but it was pushed full but wide of off stump. And through to Harry Swindles, no run.
Grunt of effort. To say he's been a little bit subdued, Dieter Klein. He was... I won't use the word distraught yesterday, but he was really upset and affected, and watching him write out his version of what happened.
Back into Jones, doesn't offer the shot. Tucks his hands inside towards his body, allows it to go through to the keeper, no run. So yeah, so he had to write his own version. Presumably Danny Lamb did something similar, the umpires as well.
I would assume so. Yeah. Certainly the umpires did. This was to provide the information to the match referee, Alex Swan. We don't know where Swan is based for this game. Maybe in the ladies' pavilion, I don't know. Or in the Graham Hick pavilion somewhere.
Final ball of the over for Klein. Jones driving to the offside. Stopped at short extra cover, but there's quite a tight field close in on the offside there, and indeed the onside. There's very little room for Jones to try and work the ball through for runs. Giving him very little opportunity to try and score, but he's sticking in there. A little punch of the gloves with his captain from Rob Jones, who's 13 not out. Willis on 4. And Lancashire 93 for 3 with 5 overs remaining.
Effectively 6 for 3. Remember the first innings deficit 87, so if Leicestershire were able to pick up 1 more before the close in these remaining 5 overs, they'd feel, I think, that they had a really decent chance of forcing victory tomorrow.
It's Tom Taylor to Dane Willis, punched down the ground. A puff of dust comes up at the non-striker's end as the ball hits just to the side of the stumps and then bounces up towards mid-on where Chris Wright fields. No run.
Parkinson's going to come back for one of his one-over spells, judging by his windmilling arms. Talking to Ben Slater, or Ben Slater's listening to Nick Cook.
Taylor to Villas. Pushed into Parkinson, who fields. No run.
Different game, isn't it, when Willis is on strike?
Yes, what an absolutely prize wicket it will be to remove Villas tonight. Lancashire captain.
Wouldn't change the mood as such, but goodness me, it'd be a major lift for the Foxes.
Taylor to Villas. Off that front foot, there's a good stride down the pitch, even in defence, whereas as he pushes that to mid-on, he's on the front foot, wanting to be positive and aggressive at the top of the ball. Plays it safely along the ground. Chris Wright picks it up, gives it a bit of a polish. Despite the form that Villas is in, still pressure being applied with just the field positions, with everyone tight in. Good stuff from Leicestershire. There's a Taylor to Villas, but that's a little wide of off stump, and Villas isn't tempted. Just a deep square leg. Everybody, well, if it was a one-day game, Richard, I think everyone's kind of inside the circle, really.
Well, they know that Willis and Jones will now be thinking about the close a little bit, even Villas.
Bends his knees and waits for Taylor to bowl, and he defends to mid-on for no run.
Unlikely to play too expansively. Just trying to tighten the net. Leicestershire.
Four from 13, Dame Villas. This the final ball of Tom Taylor's 10th over. Here he comes, back to the Lancashire captain. And half a step forward and a very resolute, solid front foot, defensive push up to mid-off. And there's no run. That does complete the over. 4 left tonight, 93 for 3.
10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 28 for Taylor. Klein 6 overs, none for 13. Is he going to continue? Yeah. For all that Parkinson was windmilling his arms after talking to Colin Ackermann, it is still going to be the South African Klein. South African of, well, the German international, Dieter Klein. Plays for the German cricket team. I once went to watch the Italian cricket team play. They were playing at Huddersfield. They were mostly sort of South Asian extraction Italians, if you know what I mean, naturalised Italians, as Klein goes in round the wicket, bowls to Jones, who goes back and covers up solidly enough out into the offside, and there's no run. But there were 2 Italians, if that makes sense. I know the other guys were as well, but classical Italians in terms of the way they looked and bowled and batted, and it was all gestures and shouts, and it was brilliant stuff actually. But they gave me a booklet with all the names of the in goes Klein and bowls, and Jones reaches for it again, steers it out into the covers, but straight to Parkinson, and there's no run. All the terms like Golden Duck, I think was Papero d'Oro, and everything. Italian
like
translations. Cognoscere or Cognoscere il cricket was the name of the booklet, so everything, you know, explained cricket in Italian and to Italians. Haven't heard of the Italian cricket team since. That was sort of 15 years ago, so it obviously hasn't exploded in Italy, but there you go. Maybe in Germany with Dieter playing it's a little bit stronger. Can't think of any famous Italian cricketers. Danes I can think of. Klein is in bowling, and forward goes Jones, defending out in the offside. There's no run.
I thought you were going to describe some idyllic lakeside location in northern Italy.
No, Huddersfield. It was a nice ground, but it was surrounded with this sort of dry stone walls and all that sort of thing. But yeah, no. Klein turns. In he goes, past umpire Cook and bowled. Back foot forced down into the ground again, not quite finding a gap or his timing, Rob Jones, but he is battling through. It has been a battling knock in every sense from Jones, and he's doing, however he's doing it, a good job for his side. A really good job for his side.
I enjoy batting with his captain here. These two spent a lot of time together in the middle last season. Built some good partnerships.
Klein is in, bowls down the leg side to Jones, who sort of rather peers at the ball as it sort of swings away past him. He went forward, his instinct is to get forward, and then he just watched the ball swing away down the leg side. And taken by Swindles, there's no run. Azad at second, slip. Ackermann at sort of fourth. The helmets are ready to be brought out by Aaron Lilly, who's taken back over 12th man duties as Klein goes in, gives it everything, really bowls as quickly as he could, and it's swung in but solidly played by Jones again on the front foot. Bounces out into the onside. There is no run, and that is the end of Klein's over. 7 overs, none for 13. 93 for 3 remains the score. First maiden then for Dieter Klein.
A couple of games have reached the close on day 3. I mentioned the Warwickshire-Northamptonshire game. It's got to the close of play with Northants leading Warwickshire by 90 runs at 317 for 6. Essex against Kent. They had to come out and bat for 1 over. And they started with Jamie Porter as night watchman for Alistair Cook. And Essex 0 for 0. And they've been set to a target of 202 to beat Kent at Chelmsford. They've closed for the night down in Essex and also as well in Bristol. Just down the M5 from us. Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire trail Worcestershire by 26 runs at 135 for 3.
Callum Parkinson is back. He's going round the wicket to Dane Villas, who stretches forward and defends a straight delivery out into the offside. And there is no run. Slip, short leg and silly mid-off are the fielders. Close fielders for Parkinson as he bowls to Villas, who's forward again. Rhodes is the man at silly mid-off. Slightly, I'm sure his heart is beating slightly more quickly than usual, but there are just now 2.4 overs to go, so Villas unlikely to go for a really big shot. Forward he goes, thick inside edge that trickles past short leg. Azad, who is that short leg? He is bat pad man. Is in pursuit, no chance of a single. Parkinson is in again, back and driving is Villas. Puff of dust, bat on pitch as it goes past Rhodes, who sort of turned to one side. And out at extra cover is Dearden, I think, making this stop. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Villas, thick inside edge, straight down into the ground on the onside, picked up by Azad. No run, I beg your pardon, it's Slater who's in front of square on the offside. Dearden, it is at mid-wicket. In goes Parkinson, forward, getting to the pitch of it is Villas, defending back up the pitch. A maiden over quickly delivered and quickly and competently played by Dane Villas. He remains on 4, faced 20 balls, 93 for 3. Seems a while since we've had a run actually. I think it's that. Certainly 2 consecutive maidens. Parkinson 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. There are 2 overs to go today.
Yorkshire are 79 runs away from victory. It's a 92 for 3, and taking on Durham. At the Riverside in Chester Street, it's a 92 for 3, needs 79 more runs to win. Derbyshire still going quite nicely, 120 for 1. Require a further 245 to beat Nottinghamshire.
That would be a famous win, wouldn't it? Klein continues. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Jones, who sort of twitches again as he plays that one with an angle bat out into the offside. It bounces up towards Slater, who's at point. Rhodes is running across to have a word with his captain. Ackermann, clearly a man who encourages interaction, who encourages suggestions from his players.
Nice to see, isn't it?
It is. He's more approachable than previous captains, I would suggest. He's at short mid-wicket now, short straight mid-wicket. As Klein goes in and bowls 2 Jones up on his toes. Hurried slightly, but again, keeping it out.
One other game currently still in play, and that's at Taunton in the Central Group, where Somerset are playing Glamorgan. Glamorgan 120 for 4. They need 336 more runs to win. Somerset needs 6 more wickets.
Klein's going to go back around the wicket to Jones, and he goes, bowls Jones solidly forward this time. Bat and pattern close together. Defends out into the offside, no run. 9 balls remaining in the day's play. And another fascinating day's play it's been. Beautifully balanced the game. 6 for 3 Lancashire, effectively, having conceded a first innings lead of 87 earlier today. Klein charges in and bowls Jones forward again, presenting as wide a bat as he possibly can, pushing it out towards Rhodes at that short mid-wicket position. Ackermann's coming running out now. Is he going to have a word with Klein, or is he coming to a new position? He's going to have a word. I wonder what that word was. It wasn't shouted across to him, so he's going to go in at almost silly mid-off. Very, very short cover position. He's sort of about halfway back down the track, maybe 2/3 of the way back down the track, fairly straight on the offside, just 1 pitch away. As Klein is in, bowls, Jones reaches for things a bit, but he gets plenty of bat on it one way or another, and that one is deflected out towards Ben Slater, who's at backward point. 1 more ball in this over for Jones to survive, and Willis wanders down and has a word of encouragement. I'm sure you're doing a good job, keep it up. I'll see out the last one, you just keep this last one out. 93 for 3. 63 balls Jones has faced now for his 13 runs. He waits as Klein is in, bowls to him, head right over the ball, almost falls over, so determined to get forward is Rob Jones, but his job is done in that he keeps Klein out again. The 3rd consecutive maiden. Klein 8 overs, none for 13. The last over of the day will be bowled by C. Parkinson, Esquire.
Whose celebrations for the wicket of Alex Davis were terrific, weren't they? Absolutely leaped up into the air, punching the air with glee.
Felt like quite a big one in a way, but because he was playing so well.
He
Davis.
did, yeah, he looked great, didn't he?
He must frustrate his supporters a bit because he does look such a good player. In comes Parkinson, past umpire White. Bowls, Willis, back foot. Did it stay a bit low? He changed his mind at the moment. He was going to go forward. He went back and seemed to play that quite low. We'll have to catch the replay on that one. Parkinson is in again. This time Willis is stretching right forward. It was a late one. He played late and it didn't get up that much. May have straightened a fraction. No wonder a few hands went into the air. Parkinson in again to Willis, who is stroking the ball out into the offside. It bounces hard against the side, and presumably the pads of Rhodes. The shin pads, that is, and he just calmly picks the ball up. Parkinson is in bowling. Reaching for it in defence is Willis. There's a suggestion there might be a run, but a run out now would be disastrously unnecessary as far as Lancashire are concerned. Just 2 balls to go in the day's play at New Road. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Sweat or tries to sweep, doesn't get anything on it, and neatly taken by Swindles, who's holding the ball to the stumps, Jack Russell style. waiting, just in case the back foot slips. The back foot of Willis slips. It doesn't in the end. Swindles gives up and throws the ball away. Parkinson in, bowls, back goes Willis, and cuts calmly. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just steered it away. So the ball will be cut off before it crosses the ropes, only just. Tom Taylor drags it back. Ben Slater, who's followed him back, picks up and completes the throw, and Taylor is 3/4 of the way to the pavilion. Might as well wait now for his companions and the rest of the players to join him, because that is the end of play. Lancashire finished the 3rd day in their 2nd innings on 96 for 3, leading Leicestershire by 9 runs with 7 second innings wickets intact.
Excellent day again. A really good day's cricket, and hard fought to the very end, wasn't it, with the pressure that Leicestershire were trying to apply on Lancashire, and Willis and Jones there managed to get through a testing little spell. Rob Jones working hard for his 13 runs, but he's got through it. 64 deliveries he faced. And Willis, his captain, will resume tomorrow morning unbeaten on 7. 96 for 3 in a day, which saw a declaration for Leicestershire. 409 for 8 declared, and a day which will live long in the memory of Ben Slater, a career best score of 172 for Ben Slater. So really intriguingly balanced heading into the 4th and final day tomorrow. We'll do it all again tomorrow morning for listeners on BBC Online. Back with you from 5 to 11. Likewise for viewers of the live stream via Lancashire and Leicestershire's website. Join us then, and on medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire. You're going to head back to FM programmes. Enjoy the rest of your evening.